Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. Good morning. You've tuned in to the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Wednesday, of course, and as usual, we have enough packed up for you to keep you going, to keep you updated in the world of business, what it is you should know, and also what you should not know. I am Deborah Eze. I'm not doing this alone, definitely. I'm right here with the very
Valentine. It
Onyeka?
is Onyeka Valentine. So when
I
people
thought
say
it's Valentine,
Onyeka, oh well, whichever it is. But when people say Onyeka Valentine, no,
it's Onyeka though.
Yeah, some people don't know this, so I have to ask persons. Onyeka Valentine.
Now you know. To the people that don't know, now you know it's Onyeka Valentine. It's good to see you this morning.
Good to see you also. Looking all, I was almost gonna say in the multicolored dress, but it's fine.
Okay, is there anything wrong with the multicolored dress?
At all.
I was going to say you look like Wednesday anyways. You look like...
What's typical Wednesday look though?
It's blue.
Okay.
Typical Wednesday is blue. Okay. It's, what's the word? Subtle. I don't know. Yeah,
I'll
subtle.
agree with that. I agree with that. Subtle and easy.
All right, now let's quickly go into what we have for you on the show. Of course, we have the Business Morning straight after the newspaper review, and then from Business Morning, we move to the big story. That's by 10 a.m. And after the big story, we have the social listening segment. We have so much packed for you on the Wednesday breakfast show this morning right here on Business Day Television. But first of all, let's take a look at some of the headlines that are making the rounds this morning. And we have the federal government, Genco, seal 4 trillion naira power sector debt payment agreement. And we have IMF raise Nigeria's growth projection to 3.9%. Nigeria's power plants operated below 40% capacity in September. And finally, we have Morocco overtakes Nigeria in $2 billion spice market. Interesting headlines this morning and positive headlines this morning. But let's start off with the first headline, which is the federal government, Genco, seal 4 trillion naira power sector debt payment agreement. What do you think about this? I see positivity. It's like in the positive light that at last, we're coming into an agreement when it comes to the power sector. So what do you think?
Again, you cannot make a mistake when it comes to the power sector. And this comes once in a while, and I must say it, thumbs up to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in seeing that this is not just now an emergency, it is now a critical emergency. That power is not just a sector that we can just yawn and talk about. It's a power where both our eyes must be open. And I like the fact that he's quite critical about it. Now, with this new deal, there's nothing negative about it, only positive all the way. Right? But my only question is, we hope that as we are trying to cushion this whole power issue by the 4 billion naira 4 trillion naira plan for the power sector, let us hope that it will yield something great. Let us hope that that agreement with the Gencos and FG will begin to trickle down so that well-meaning Nigerians, right, and young business people out there and entrepreneurs will actually see the dividend. But more so, what's even more important is the fact that in doing this now, they have set the precedence for other sectors to begin to say, wait a minute, if FG can come forth with this, they kept their word. And now we are now in an environment, better say, we're now in, a period when people are finding it difficult to keep their word. But the fact that FG came forth and they said they would do this, and they're beginning to, put their money where their mouth is. Kudos to the FG.
Are you sure this is not just a restructuring that is on paper, just like the way we see for other sectors?
Well, again, what can we say? We, like they say it, also known as audio money. And we pray this is not an audio money issue. However, the fact that major headlines have carried it, the fact that it's not just a social media hearsay, it's actually a fact that it's now printed, so there's a document to it. There are some certain agencies out there that are non-governmental agencies that will hold government to account.
Sectors go into strike because government did not, meet the end of their bargain.
Most definitely.
Well, document has never stopped the federal government
I agree,
to
but
do what they said they would.
What that does is that it holds government to account, and government is continuing. What that means is that if this present government leaves, another one will follow through with what they had already agreed in the past. There is no let's strike it off unless they go to court and there's a different issue. But however, this will spell boom for businesses. Since we're a business TV, right? We'll try to look at the areas how it will affect businesses in all ramification. This will affect businesses well. Why? You will see that most young businesses will no longer spend too much money on generators, thereby, chunking into their reserve and making less profit. When they're making profit and spending the profit before they begin to realize some form of, ROI for young businesses. And then we also see other companies who obviously, again, rely on not just power, but rely on other sectors that power has to power, like health sector, right? The health sector is quite important. So if this deal pulls through, which we know it will, right? FG and the Gencos, it's going to really spell boom for us. And the idea of we thinking back in the past where we worry about electricity, political power supply, might just be a thing of the past. After 30 years, if this pulls through,
I really hope it proves true.
It will be,
Pulls
yeah.
through. I really hope this sector don't come out like the ASU and say, oh yes, we're still trying to make you agree to the agreement 10 years ago.
No.
I really hope it's not the same.
I will tell you, so the special advisor to the president on power sector, Mrs. Olu, right? She's a young, smart, intelligent lady. And I think for her to have come forth with this idea and then brought the Gencos and FG and they all agreed on this, I believe for once, right, this is going to see great light at the end of the tunnel.
All right, let's keep our fingers crossed. Another headline. We're going to take one more headline before we then move to the newspaper review. Let's take a look at Morocco. Morocco overtakes Nigeria in 2 billion naira spice market. Now, this to me looks like Nigeria is actually like losing the ground when it comes to, the agro value chain, because why is Morocco overtaking us and and the margin is not even, it's not just tiny, like they've really overtaken us. And for us to actually come back to this, it's going to take a lot. So what do you think about it? Because we're seeing our exports industry now is actually like booming. So is it just a certain part? Because if you can remember, in the dailies, one of the days in the dailies, they stated that some parts of the agricultural sector are doing well, while the other parts are not doing well. It's more of like raw materials. They're not looking at other value added material. Do you think that is the case here?
So again, it is a bittersweet pill, right? A pill that we must swallow at the same time, something that we know we can prevent in the future. However, I think the question should not even be who should overtake who. I think the more focus we should now, what we should have our eye on should be the position that we are in. Can we be able to sustain such a way that other sectors will benefit from it? Yes, the spice market is a big market. We agree. It's not the first time. After all, there was someone there. There was a country there before we overtook them. So now we're overtaking us, which means one thing, which means that it's an opportunity for us to learn from what Morocco is doing, to find out why have they done this? How was it possible? I'm going to better our market. You see, I keep telling people, it's not who actually comes first, right? Is a better runner. No. The truth of the matter is that it gives the person who is actually the second person or the second runner up, right, an opportunity to be better, right? There are many ways to get to the top. The question now is, are we exploring those ways? So I think it's an opportunity. But anyways, what this means again for business and what this means for agribusiness as a whole simply means one thing, which means that those who are investing in Nigeria, right, what has gone wrong? If we're not in total agreement with them, does this mean that they're moving all their market down to Morocco, hence Morocco making so much money than us? Our partners in those areas, let's now look inwards. Does this mean that our regulators are being so stiff that international investors are now shying away from us? Or does it mean that our exportation has reduced? Why has it reduced? Let's look at it. Is it because of insecurity in the north where we have most of these things being harvested? Or is it because of some certain other issues? There's always something that is responsible for a decline in production. However, on the flip side, if Morocco has overtaken us, which the headline says, then it means another thing. Nigeria, can we now decide to say we go all out, right? Go and do what we call competitive marketing. The other day we saw the chief marketer of Nigeria by the name of our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, canvassing that international investors should come in at the last international summit that they had. And he was quite very clear. I've never heard him that clear before. He was clear and was precise, and also they clap for him. So in that light, can we also mention our agribusiness to now say, if this is a criteria for the world to respect us, when we want to come back and overtake Morocco, can we now look at those indicators to now begin to say, wait a minute, can we deal with these things? If we can do that, Nigeria is growing. If we can do that, Nigeria is heading for the top. If we can do that, which means we're not critical about some certain things that any other person wouldn't have known, we put our magnifying glass on and say, look, this is the reason why this is like this. it is good to see that they've overtaken us, because there's a good side to it, which means we need to put more firewood in a particular area so that the soup can actually be well cooked. That was a silly.
We need to put more firewood in a particular area so the food can actually be properly cooked. Anyways, that's where we end it on, the headlines this morning on the Breakfast Show. We're going on a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be looking at the dailies, the big stories, and what the dailies is saying. Just stay with us.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
new segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore two headlines on the front page of our daily. I'm so your host, Deborah A.J., and of course, joining me for more insight this morning is the very Onyeka Valentine.
Right here, 100%.
Okay. And we're being joined by Ibrahim Abubakar. He's in-house energy experts right here on Business Day Television. It's good to have you on the newspaper review, Ibrahim. Good morning.
Thank you for having me, Deborah. It's so good to be here.
Good morning,
please,
Ibrahim.
Can we work on the sound a little bit? It's hard to hear you.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes. I think I can make do with this.
Right.
Our first stop this morning on the newspaper review is the Business Day newspaper, and the big story on the Business Day newspaper, of course, reads what Shell's new 2 billion naira gas deal means for Nigeria, as federal government secures $8 billion US dollar investment in 18 months. Another big story there reads that Kuku criticized group on national rebirth and plaudits raised over 200 million naira. And you can get a hook of that story on page 28 of the Business Day newspaper. Another big story reads that World Bank IMF meeting. Nigeria wins IMF praise for revenue drive, FX transparency. And the writer to that story says raises growth projection to 3.9% in 2025. You can get a hold of that story on page 30 of the Business Day newspaper. And then finally on the Business Day newspaper, we have Mba's defection leaves PDP broccoli for answers. Mba's defection leaves PDP broccoli for answers. But let's focus on the big story right here on the Business Day newspaper. And the piece was written by Abubakar Ibrahim and also Anthony Eliman. So it reads what Shell's new 2 billion naira gas deal means for Nigeria. So Ibrahim, permit me to ask you, what is the bigger picture behind this Shell's 2 billion US dollar gas deal?
Okay, all right. Thank you for having me once again, Deborah. That's a very good question. So for one, 2 billion US dollars is FX to the country. But what is very important is the fact that this investment is going to the gas sector. Yeah. So Nigeria has been working, tirelessly. If you look at even the past president down to the present one, that's from the late President Muhammad Buhari to President Tinubu. The goal is clear, to make sure that we just do not transit into gas as a transitional fuel, but also to make sure that we leverage on the importance and the economic value that gas brings forth. Now, just a week ago, the NUPRC, that's the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, reviewed or revealed that the Nigerian gas reserve only stood at 210 trillion cubic feet. That's huge. Now we need investment to unlock these reserves to make sure that we transform into development and growth. Just recently, you could attest to the ongoing cooking gas shortage, and these are the type of investment that will help unlock more and more development in that sector. So the $2 billion investment first on this particular project, that's the offshore Nigeria. It will unlock 350 million standard cubic feet per day of gas. And this is not also done by Shell alone, it's also done by an indigenous firm, Sunlink Energies. So what does that mean? It means that we're now having indigenous made in Nigeria companies that are now meeting up to standard, especially when we see that international companies are trying to leave some assets. But on this particular one, we're having Shell 40%, Sunlink Energy 60%. And again, the importance cannot be overflogged. Yeah. Now it means that our gas infrastructure are continuing to grow. Gas investments in Nigeria, like you said, this is a $2 billion investment. And so far, it's accumulating to an $8 billion investment for Nigeria. What does that also mean is it's to show that investors are trying to come in, and they are coming in. So if you move from 6 to 8, it means you are doing something well. So probably the reform that the president, is shutting out is working literally without overflogging it, like I said earlier. So on that investment part, investors are coming in. They are looking at Nigerian gas. They know they can get value for their money. Then on the part of Nigerians, you get products readily available locally. CNG, the government has said they want to move towards CNG since the removal of subsidy on petrol. So that means that we also get to unlock more gas in that sector. The LPG cooking gas, with the current issue ongoing with gas scarcity, price hikes, it means that when this investment starts operation, some of this issue will be long forgotten. Then the part of exportation to Nigeria export gas, and that means more forest for the country. More forest for the country means a strong naira. Yeah. So these are some of the benefits that Nigeria gets to gain with this investment, per se, in the summary.
Let's now translate it back to the energy security right here in Nigeria. We both understand that plants are still running below capacity and gas supply still remains very inconsistent. So how do you think this will translate into the actual energy security for Nigeria?
Okay, so if you talk about energy security, what does it mean? It simply means making do of your resources to make sure that it meets local demand, domestic demands, before you can now start talking about the exploitation of the what's left. Yeah. So like I said earlier, we've talked about how we want to move from petrol, diesel to CNG, LPG, liquid gas. Yeah. Now, this investment is helping to unlock a 350 million standard cubic feet per day of production when it comes 100% operational. So Nigerian energy security literally is getting stronger with this type of investment. Yeah. So for cooking gas, where we talk about energy transition, that we want to also transit, we want to reduce carbon emission. We want to improve the lives of Nigerians, especially women and children who use cooking gas to make sure that meals are made at home. Then we also look at the CNG, where we talk about how we want to reduce the cost of transportation. Now, if the cost of transportation between Lagos and Ibadan using a petrol run car or bus is costing somewhere around 5,000 to 10,000 naira. If you are using a CNG, you reduce that price to somewhere between 2,000 and 4,000 naira. Meaning the drivers, the passengers, they are getting more for their money, yeah, at a little cost. So energy transition, energy security, Nigeria's energy security. Then we also talk about gas, power. We in Nigeria we use hydro and gas to make sure that we have power across board. Now this is also an investment that will help with all of that. Yeah, we look at the NLNG. NLNG is trying to expand. NLNG is the arm or the body that makes sure that we use to transport or export gas out of the country. Yeah. So if this operation comes to life, this investment starts operation and it comes to life. We're looking at where when LNG or LNG 27 also comes aboard, we're looking at where we move from 22 million to 30 million, cubic feet of gas being from the country. So Nigeria's energy security across board, from cooking to power to job creation to reducing the cost of operation and transportation, is settled with this type of operation, this type of investment. So Nigeria's energy security is in good hands. What we're looking at now is to get more investment. Looking at this $8 billion investment that was talked about. We look at the Ubeta gas. We look at the Total Energies Bonga Nuts investment. Then we were talking about Total Energy Bonga Nuts investment. Shell has also taken the shares of Total Energies over 12%.
If I can chip in very quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great that the analysis gives us a lot of clarity. I like the fact that you've mentioned how it will affect those who obviously use cooking gas at home. I was going to ask that what's the benefit for them. But again, it is more better, I'll put it this way, it will benefit Shell the most. We see that it will benefit Shell the most with this $2 billion gas deal. However, there's something we're not looking at. I don't know if Shell maybe might have mentioned it or maybe they're thinking of it or not. It's the issue of the environment. With bigger deals come more, devastation to the environment. Do you think that Shell might want to also think about how to mitigate extensive, environmental degradation? Because this gas we're talking about, yes, Nigerians, we all need gas. But what do you think? Do you think Shell will want to also think about how look into the area of safety so that we don't get too much emission of gas into the area, causing more havoc to the environment? What do you think?
Yeah, so as an operation in the last couple of years, as a country, let me start from Nigeria. In the last couple of years, look at when late President Buhari in Scotland commit to the net zero emission. Yeah, then down to what we have now, we have done so many reports on gas flaring, and we've looked at some of the organizations involved in all of this. The gas flaring numbers, yes, Nigeria is still in the top 10, top 15 countries in the world, flaring gas. However, we've also seen that the numbers are dropping, but not dropping the way we want it to. So this calls for intentionality. And you also see now that the banks, financial houses, and even most of these IOCs are now giving sustainability reports, what their operation looks like, what they've done, the oil they spilled, the gas they flared. So because this is now what many financial houses are using to make sure you get your finance. If you need an investment in a loan, you want to see your sustainability report. So even if you do not want to intentionally, work on sustainability across your areas of operation, but because the people who are looking to fund your investment, who are looking to fund your operation, are telling you by force you must work on this thing. So I see it as Shell being a very big company, not just an oil and gas company, and a big energy company across board, across continents. We'll be looking to make sure that sustainability is part of this investment. But let's not also forget that this investment is not just a Shell investment. We have Sunlink Energies, who is a 60% shareholder in the investment, meaning Shell is just a minority shareholder. So we should look across board. Sunlink Energy, Shell, they should be working towards sustainability. Funding, financial houses have made it very clear. You need funds, you want us to invest loans, you want to see your sustainability report. It is why even now you could see the drive for cooking gas, the drive for CNG mode of transportation, the drive for electric vehicles in Nigeria. So the last time I checked, gas flaring number is dropping, but it's not dropping the way we want it. And believe me, if an organization is looking to invest over $2 billion or $2 billion US dollars, they should also, or they would be looking towards sustainability. Make sure that, especially when you have a case that is still lingering somewhere in the Niger Delta.
Exactly. I was going there also with what's happening in Niger Delta, and of course the story, historical. Yeah, go ahead.
You wouldn't want to compile your issues. You want to have a smooth sailing operation across your areas of work and on operations. So I believe this is also a Niger Delta investment. The OML 144 is somewhere in Niger Delta, and Shell literally hasn't had so much issue with constant gas exploration and production. So I believe this will surely be the same trajectory for this investment. Only time will tell, but $2 billion US dollars investment should come with a sustainability point of view.
Okay. All right. So I hear you very clearly, Ibrahim. I think he hit the nail on the head. What do you think?
Well, finally, before I let you go, just tell us, what does this mean for Nigeria's broader gas strategy and energy transition? What does this mean for us? Finally.
Oh, okay. What it means for Nigerians broader energy transition? Yeah. Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So like I said, so we just said gas here, but we have so many components of it. We've talked about CNG, we talked about LPG, which are literally like what most Nigerians can or will relate with. And what does this tool does is to make sure that emission drops when it comes to cooking for LPG, liquefied petroleum gas, and we also drop emission when it comes to transportation with CNG. Then with its power, we generate power through gas and hydro. So with power, gas also help to reduce that emission. Yeah. So across board, if we're whatever we're emitting through kerosene, through charcoal, and other dirty sources of cooking, or whatever we generate through petrol, diesel, CNG, and LPG are coming to make sure that is being reduced and eradicated in the long run. The Nigeria's net zero pledge in Glasgow was for 2060. This is just 2025. So we have probably somewhere around 35 years to go. So slowly but steadily, we are cutting those emissions. And you could also attest to the fact that our electric vehicle adoption is improving. We've had so many organizations now investing in that. We've seen electric vehicles, 4 wheels. We've seen electric tricycle, 3 wheels, electric motorcycles. These are some of the things that is going on in the energy sector right now to make sure that sustainability and Nigeria's energy transition is growing. I did a report recently about how people are now moving from Tokumbo cars, to trying to get electric vehicles. Now, what is going on in that sector is also that they have made some financial model available where with little to nothing you can just you submit a 20% initial payment, then you spread your payment across, you get your car. There are some companies that give you the car after the 20% payment. There are some that will hold on to the car so you finish with your payments. All in all, what is going on in the energy sector now is to make sure that sustainability is being permeated into the society. I can assure you, on Lagos Road, and at least Abuja and Rivers State, you would see nothing less than at least 1,000 electric vehicles running today. So those are some of the things that we're seeing. Just yesterday, somewhere on the highland, I saw a CNG, a wholly CNG, not hybrid, not converted, a wholly CNG car, not a bus, a car. Then we could also see Dangote Refinery, Dangote Group as a whole, as an organization, bringing in CNG trailers. These are some of the things some of the work that is going on. Investment is being shown out. Nigerian people are, adopting accommodating CNG and also electric vehicles. So in general, I feel Nigerians are ready. Those who aren't needs more advocacy, more education. Many have asked, we don't have lights in the country. Why should I be buying an electric vehicle? But it's also been shown that with at least Nigerians across board gets at least 10 hours of power supply every day, at least. In rural areas, at least 5. Yeah. So in a week, you're doing roughly 15 to 20 hours of power supply. If you can get 15 to 20 hours of power supply in a week, you can use an electric vehicle. So these are some of the things that the Nigerian people need to also know. Then people have asked, CNG is not secure. It's not. I don't feel I'm secure when I convert. Yeah, it's not safe. So advocacy also needs to go into that. So CNG is not LPG. CNG doesn't burn like LPG. Cooking gas, yes. So it doesn't burn like your petrol. It doesn't burn like diesel or kerosene. So these are some of the advocacy that we need to keep shining out. Let people know. Talk to industry players, people who are investing in these technologies, to come and tell us what are the things, the pros and the cons. Let Nigerian people see. Okay, if I use a petrol car, a CNG car, and an electric vehicle, what do I get? Just yesterday, we talked to a driver who says they used to spend over 24,000 per day on petrol since the more subsidy, and now because they've moved to, or he has moved to an electric vehicle, he's spending less than 14,000. That's a 10,000 naira difference every day. So that expense has been reduced, and it gets to do more. So you have an electric vehicle that tells you 400 kilometers, 100% charge. 500 kilometers, 100, you know, if you are charging this car for 100%, you are getting a 500 kilometers worth of mileage. So these are some of the things that the Nigerian people need to know. Nigerian energy transition is growing slowly, but it's growing.
Thank you very much, Brian. We really appreciate your insight.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Brian.
On that piece written by your own self and also Anthony. But we have to look at other headlines on the dailies, and we now head to the Punch newspaper. And the big story on the Punch newspaper, I'm sure Valentine is going to like this one. It reads, marketers blame depots at petrol near 1,000 naira per litre. And the writers on that story, the first one reads, fresh hike worsen inflation fears. Commuters face higher transport fares. Tell me about it. And then we have Dangote target 600 million litre supply to stabilize market. And the final riser there reads, calls mount for government intervention. Experts query deregulation claims. And one other story in the Punch newspaper reads, acting INEC chair outlines plans for Anambra poll. It's good to see that it's really taking our acting roles very seriously. And then I want to read at the top of the Punch newspaper, Edo, allying finance minister alien finance minister flown abroad for treatment. That story is on page 7 of the Punch newspaper. And we have court adjourned suit seeking to stop PDP convention. And that story is on page 23 of the Punch newspaper. And also have strike. National Assembly wade into ASU federal government dispute. So let me get your thoughts on this marketers blaming depot as petrol actually near 1,000. I saw this coming. I don't know if I remember I mentioned it. I'm very sure we're going to see where we're going to start buying petrol for. I hope we don't get to the point where we start buying petrol for 1,000 naira per litre. And mind you, it is not the supply that is the problem now. There is petrol to be supplied, because it is the marketers now blaming the depot and not where this petrol is coming from. So what do you think is the problem? Are we going to get to the end of this? Because a three-way edged sword now. It's not a two-way. It's not I point to I point to. Both the depot, the truck drivers, the marketers, and even Dangote himself are all in this together. What do you think about this?
I think the marketers should not cry wolf at this point. Truth be told, right? When we have issues with, basically, I take my word back. Now, when we have, significant growth and ease when it comes to Nigerians moving around and getting fuel quite easily and everything, we don't hear the marketers making noise because they're making money. So now it looks as if that it's not favoring them. So they're looking for who to throw fingers at. Exactly. You see, I keep telling people, look, those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. Right? Now they're blaming depots. Oh, depots, this is the problem. You are the ones responsible. Exactly. So we can't get fuel. And because of that, we think you're the one who is now fully responsible for the almost hitting 1,000 naira per litre. And my question is, marketers, have you forgotten so soon? Is it not the same marketers, right, that almost held Dangote and other people, to ransom? It's not the same marketers that have held Nigerians to ransom in the past. Oh, now they've realized that they are run out of checkouts and things to play. So that's what it is. They're concerned. A man who is making so much money, right, is not concerned about anything unless his source of revenue begins to what? Dampen. Or less source of revenue begins to what? Reduce. The marketers are not, they're not poor. They are rich. And you see one thing about being rich, you want to maintain that status. And so anything that threatens that angle, you're going to look for who to blame. Now they realize that, look, in all ramification, that there's no other excuse. So let us look for the depots to blame them. My question is that, are we not seeing petroleum product being refined? Yes, we are. Are you telling me that Dangote, as Dangote owns a refinery, they also have depots too? Are you telling me that they're not making fuel, available? They are. The question now is, the marketers are looking for different strategies to begin to look for ways to create artificial scarcity. And like they say, right, if you cannot nip it by the bud on time, they begin to think about other ways, right, to escape the rat. They know very soon that the federal government is going to come and ask questions. So quickly enough, yes. This whole thing is all politics at different levels. Politics will be played not only by politicians, but also by businessmen too, right? Believe it or not, when you know that there will come a time when fingers will be pointed at you, you quickly look for ways to mitigate that. So they are pointing fingers at debtors. And what it simply means is this. What it simply means is that for every for debtors as they are definitely and directly linked to the refineries, whether it's modular refinery or big refineries like what? Dangote. Let me tell you, there's no smoke without fire. Right? Believe it or not, they are gradually looking for another way to point fingers at Dangote. Yeah. We don't know it yet. But with this headline saying, oh, for what it's worth, that we blame depots. Yeah. My question is, do you not know that depots had this amount of fuel that can only give out at a particular point in time? Are you telling me that right now as marketers, you are now designating more trucks?
That's what they're trying to say.
That's because the marketers want them to play ball at their own terms. And depots are telling you, no, Nigerians will suffer. Marketers are saying, no, this is how much more sell so that we can make more money. You know, it is.
Let's look at the bonga. Let's just take one.
Anyways, I hope they are watching. Let them begin to wake up to say that, look, we now know their tricks and antics and the trajectory they are going on. Nigerians are watching.
All right, the Vanguard newspaper.
All right, Vanguard, let's take it. It says illegal financial outflow, I beg your pardon, worsens Nigeria's revenue problem, says IMF. Again, illegal financial outflows worsen Nigeria's revenue problem, says IMF. There's a writer there that goes this way. It says promises renewed focus on tracing such flows to plug physical leakages. Another one here says upgrade Nigeria's 2025 economic growth forecast to 3.9%. Another one here says cities stronger domestic fundamentals. Or rather, beg your pardon, it says cites stronger domestic fundamentals, calls for credible fiscal monetary policies, and downgrades global economic growth forecast for 2.8%. Look, let's be very honest here. I will always say it.
Just 1 minute.
1 minute. Yeah. When it's not going your way, you look for ways to destroy the one that's existing. Now, the same people who are saying that illegal financial outflow worsens Nigeria's revenue problem, isn't the money still going through their system? They're not seeing it. If anybody is stealing money from Nigeria and sending money to different places, it's not going through financial, portals. That's my point. That's my point. You see what I'm telling you now. You see, the IMF has designed, right, to go with the flow that favors them. When it doesn't favor them, they look for a clause to make you look as if you're not working, or your government is losing steam. As far as I'm concerned, this is just witch hunting. It's witch hunting. Yes, we know,
Speaking about clause,
right. No, go ahead.
Let's take a look at this, the cartoon.
Most definitely. I agree with you.
Take a look at it. Speaking about clause, the cartoon of the day today looks very, very interesting.
Quite interesting.
We have people that look like who we know.
Yes. Interestingly.
Putting on a jersey that has the Broom political party and the Umbrella political party, and the person that we know that serves as the coach is saying, guys, we might not be in top form, but we have 2027 championship in the bag. As you all know, we have signed the opposing team star player and the entire match officials. We've got this. Trust me. So, who is the star player and who are the entire match officials?
So
that's food for thought that people are giving us.
It is. My take home from this is simple. There's something we're not seeing there that's making me even laugh even harder. It's the fact that it is supposed to be a game of sports, but you don't have anything that will boost, energy. Rather, you have the one that will slow down energy right in front of. That's what I'm saying now. Right in front of another one. What it simply means is that look, even in serious matters in this country, some people take it with levity.
That's not what it means to.
So that's how I see
That's
it.
not what it means. So.
For you to chill and drink alcohol before a crucial game.
They are strategizing. Like that's what I said. It's now for the viewers to go find out who the opposing team is.
Right.
That they and who the star player is that they signed and who the match officials are.
Leave it to that discussion.
You can say it. That's what it is. Anyways, that's much that we can take on the newspaper review
Most
this
definitely.
morning. Valentine said, if you want the food to keep cooking, keep talking the
Firewood.
And that's a period. That's all I can say.
Valentine said so.
Yeah, anyway, thanks for joining us this morning. This is
Right.
all we can take. You're still watching Business Day Television Breakfast Show. And coming up next is the Business Morning. Stay tuned.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
watching Business Day Television.
And this is the Business Morning segment right here on the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television, where money never sleeps and neither do the conversation that shape our economy. And we're broadcasting live from Ikoyi, Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria's business landscape. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. The federal government has finalized the implementation framework for a 4 trillion naira government-backed bond aimed at settling verified arrears owed to power generator companies and gas suppliers. This was released in a statement signed by Sine Murray, Media and Communication Unit Office of the Special Advisor to the President on Energy on Tuesday. According to the statement, the Presidential Power Sector Debt Reduction Plan is an initiative approved by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to address structural bottlenecks and lay the groundwork for large-scale private sector investment and sustained economic growth. The statement reads that the meeting concluded with a consensus on the next step, including bilateral negotiation to finalize comprehensive settlement agreement that balance fiscal realities with financial challenges facing the GENCOs. And moving on, the International Monetary Fund on Tuesday raised Nigeria's economic growth forecast for 2025 to 3.9%, marking an upward revision of 0.5 percentage points from its earlier projection. This announcement came during the launch of the fund's latest World Economic Outlook at the ongoing World Bank IMF annual meetings in Washington, D.C. According to reports, the IMF also revised Nigeria's 2026 growth projection upward by 0.9 percentage points to 4.2%, citing improved macroeconomic conditions, better investor confidence, and stronger oil output. The fund added that the enhanced outlook reflects reduced uncertainty in the domestic environment and limited exposure to the recent United States tariff, which have had little direct impact on Nigeria's economy due to its relatively low trade linkages with the US. And also, Nigeria's electricity generation sector continued to underperform in September 2025 as grid-connected power plants ran at only 38% of their total installed capacity of 13,625 megawatts. Data from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission revealed that just 5,200 megawatts was available for dispatch to the national grid during the month, marking a marginal 6% improvement from August, yet still far below the nation's generation potential. The regulator attributed the poor performance to persistently low plant availability factors, meaning several power stations were unable to generate at full capacity due to maintenance challenges, gas shortages, and transmission constraints. Utilization among available plants reportedly remained relatively strong at 78%, suggesting that most of the available capacity was dispatched despite these setbacks. And so in the news, Morocco, Africa's fifth largest economy, has outpaced Nigeria in the production and exports of saffron, the highly sought-after spice, edging Africa's most populous nation out of a multi-billion-dollar market. Report shows that cultivating saffron could unlock a new era for Nigeria's agriculture, given its high market value, proven health benefit, and far-reaching economic potential. Saffron is the world's most expensive spice, selling for between $3,500 and $5,000 per kilogram at the global market, as Morocco produces an estimated 6 to 7 tons annually, worth $24.5 million and $35 million. Nigeria, with similar climate conditions that could support saffron cultivation, remains absent from this $2 billion global market as Morocco continues to thrive. And still to come after the break, using food science and innovation to tackle hunger and efficiency. Just stay with us.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have been converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading Through Change, Building Sustainable and Inclusive Enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily.
We have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out of the great networking
and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Morning, and we now head to the first conversation for today. Food insecurity remains one of the biggest challenges facing developing nations like Nigeria, where millions still lack consistent access to nutritious and affordable meals. The problem isn't just about food availability, it's also about efficiency, how we produce, preserve, and distribute what we grow. Across the world, food science and innovation are transforming how countries tackle these issues, from fortified meals and sustainable packaging to shelf-stable products and improved storage technologies. Innovation is helping to reduce waste, extend shelf life, and make nutrition more accessible. Here in Nigeria, entrepreneurs and food manufacturers are beginning to apply science-driven approach to meet both local and institutional needs. One such example is Fortifood, a local company developing shelf-stable, ready-to-eat meals designed for schools, hospitals, and humanitarian use, demonstrating how innovation can bridge the gap between nutrition and accessibility. Now, this morning, we take a closer look at how food science and innovation can help Nigeria tackle hunger and improve efficiency across its food value chain. And joining us to have this conversation is Adenike Adekule. She's the founder and CEO of Fortifood. Good morning, Adenike. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. And thank you so much for coming. Now, let's go straight into the context. What do you think? Let's start with the insecurity when it comes to food in Nigeria, and how do you think we can tackle this, inefficiencies in our food system?
Nigeria at the moment is facing a serious food security challenge, and it's something that can no longer be downplayed. Currently this year, over 30 million people are struggling with acute hunger, and the Northeast remains the hardest to hit. Conflict has displaced families, farmlands, and entire communities are cut off from stable food access. And on top of that, Nigeria now faces repeated floods and drought. So farmlands in one season, they're destroyed due to the floods, and then in the next, because of the drought. It's becoming much harder for farmers, to recover and to plan ahead. And adding to that is like the rising cost of inflation, policy changes, like, the removal of fuel subsidies, which has driven up the cost of food and transportation. And then the disbanding of like development programs, for example, the USAID, has also created a real funding gap. Many nutritional programs and feeding programs have had to shut down because there simply isn't enough support coming in. So really and truly, the truth is like Nigeria can no longer outsource its food security. We have to take ownership. We have to build local capacity and feed our people ourselves. So, yeah.
All right, now we understand that globally food science has actually revolutionized. So what innovation do you think Nigeria can actually adopt to enable us, address the Nigeria's food challenges?
Food science and technology has given us incredible tools that make our food safer, last longer, and reach more people. For Nigeria, one of the key things is food fortification. It allows us to make even the most basic of meals nutritionally complete. For a country where people don't generally have access to 3 meals a day, it's very important that the meals that they do get is able to actually give them the nutrition that they need to thrive. Biofortification is also another one that holds a lot of promise, where local crops like our maize, our cassava are naturally enriched with vitamins and minerals. When people hear, oh, biofortification, they think that, you're adding stuff to it, but they're actually natural ways for us to enhance the nutritional quality in terms of like our farming processes and how we go about, yielding our harvest. And then there's retort process technology, which we use at 40 Foods, and that allows fully cooked meals to be sealed and stored safely for a year up without refrigeration. These aren't like futuristic ideas. These are things that are already thriving in the West, and other countries are using these methods, and they're proven technologies that can help us to reduce waste, improve nutrition, and bring stability to our food systems.
Well, let's look at areas with limited infrastructure. How do you think what you mentioned now, science and technology, can actually, improve shelf life and also food safety? Because really, if you can store my food for 1 year, how safe is that?
So it's very safe.
Yeah.
The balance basically starts with the design. How do you go about making the food? Every innovation that we use makes it, keep the food nutritious and also accessibility at the center of it. And efficiency doesn't mean that we're compromising on the quality, that we're using ultra processing methods it just means that we're trying to do more with what we have. So using things like fortified ingredients, monitoring nutrient retention. So there's a lot of tests that you can do to actually measure, how you retaining the moisture and nutrients within your food. Naturally, Africans, when we cook, we tend to overcook a lot of our meals, and in that process we lose a lot of the real nutrients within the foods as well. So really using the different sort of like technology and methods out there are ways for us to actually improve how we innovate with our food.
All right, now let's look at local solutions now. Let's address some food access for people in remote areas. Now, local ventures like yourself, 40 Foods, trying to address shelf stable and ready to eat meal. How significant is this innovation? And try to those in the remote area. How is this helping?
I think innovation like what we do at 40 Food plays a very important role in bridging the gap. When we think about things like last mile delivery, how do we give food to people that are in displaced communities, that are cut off due to like floods, etc. Historically, the idea would be we would need to move a ton of raw materials from point A to point B, which can take days, and then we lose so much of the fresh produce, for example, and trying to move the items back and forth, it's very time consuming, it's not effective. And really, when you think about feeding people, especially in crisis situation, it's all about access, safety, and speed. So shelf stable meals and ready to eat meals remove many of the barriers. So there's no need for you to set up kitchens, there's no need for like things like electricity or even potable water. So sometimes you can reheat some of these meals due to the packaging. They don't get contaminated with outside water. So you can use whatever water you have access to heat the meals, and then it's still safe to eat. So it's making it easier for like institutions, like our government agencies, our relief agencies, to be able to respond quickly and effectively, especially in some of these crisis situations.
All right, talking about crisis, let's look at we know that post-harvest loss are a major issue in Nigeria. So how can how can food science help to minimize waste from production up to distribution?
We lose like an alarming amount of food every year due to post-harvest losses, sometimes up to half of what is produced, especially fruits and vegetables. Food technology can help to turn this around. Processing is one method, packaging is one method. These are ways that we can actually preserve produce closer to where it's grown, not necessarily saying we need to move it from one extreme of the country to another side to then sort of go and package it there. That's not effective. So I think that decentralized production hubs, packaging hubs will start to come into play as well. And sometimes, so food science can help us to turn that around. By processing and preserving, we're able to, through methods like drying, canning, thermal processing, we're able to sort of extend the shelf life and cut the waste drastically.
All right. So are you sure this innovation is not getting in the way of preservation and also the nutritional efficiency when it comes to this food?
No, actually it doesn't. So there are different methods that you can use to preserve food. Drying is very common here in Nigeria. You have dried fruits, you have dried mangoes, you have dried meat, etc. yes, of course, some I think they can use like salt, etc., but they're actually very safe methods to use for processing as well that don't actually, affect the quality of the meals and don't take away from the nutritional value of them as well. So I think it's more about investing in the right technology, investing in the knowledge as well. So understanding what people are doing in different parts of the world and then bringing that innovation here and localizing it.
So why we've not seen the government collaborate when it comes to things like this? It's more of like entrepreneurs yourself who actually come up with this innovation. So do you think you need necessary collaboration from the government to ensure sustainability in this line of business?
We definitely need collaboration from the government and especially the regulatory bodies. I think that it's important that they keep up with the trends in the market when it comes to food technology and innovation, because, they need to almost create policies that reward innovation rather than stifling it, because what you find a lot of the time is when you come up with new innovation, there's a lot of resistance, especially from the regulatory point of view. Like there's a lot of resistance, there's a knowledge gap. They don't even know what's happening in the world. So I think that, they collaborate to reward the innovation, make it easier to be able to navigate some of the regulatory hurdles as well, and, fast track approvals for nutritious products as well, and prioritizing local manufacturing and procurement. I think that a lot of the time they would then, like government bodies sometimes would prefer to import. Like, let's really just prioritize local manufacturing and then, empower those people to do more of what they're already trying to do.
And let's take it down to Nigeria. So that's the consumer perspective. Yes, I know that's the part you've been waiting for. Nigerians, most especially, do not trust scientifically processed food. It's like we're still trying to make them understand that for a food to pass as being good and nutritious, it doesn't necessarily have to be freshly made. So how do you think you can build that public trust for people to understand that, you need to have confidence in this scientifically produced or stored products?
I wouldn't even say they're scientifically produced, right? We just use common, it's like the knowledge base is science, right? But then the technology is what makes it easier. So there's a big level of skepticism as we've tried, on social media, we've tried to, show people what we're trying to do. And we get a lot of buzz around, oh, how do you keep food for 12 months? You don't put it in the fridge. You don't
that was my first reaction.
And I can understand that because people want to trust what they're eating, and we're becoming a lot more health conscious as well. But I think that building that trust comes down to transparency and communication and familiarity as well. And I think that if you can communicate what you're doing properly to people, so this has a lot to do with the clear labeling and visible certifications and honest communication. So really trying to just educate people that, you can actually process food in your own homes as well. You have a lot of people, they will blend their peppers, they'll put it in a jar, put some oil in it, and it extends the shelf life. That's a form of processing. So, but then they don't understand it when it gets to a scale, right? When you scale that processing method, because when you do it in your home, you still feel like, oh, I can preserve it for a couple of days or a couple of weeks or whatever. But then what basically we do is that we're just scaling that at sort of a bigger level.
Okay. We've been speaking about funding when it comes to entrepreneurs, especially women. Now, do you think there should be enough policy, or do we have enough policy when it comes to the food tech part, of business? And if not, what do you think should change?
I think we're making progress, but not nearly enough. And, I think that the funding landscape, especially when it comes to food innovation, is not as strong compared to technology. And I always say we can't eat technology, we cannot eat tech. But food technology is also a player in the industry. And of course, I went through an accelerator program with Antler. They're funding agnostic, and they actually believed in my venture enough to be able to invest in it. And I think that, if we have more companies and, funding bodies that are willing to actually look into that space and put more funding into it, it's going to help to really grow it drastically. Because, and then we also have the special agro-industrial processing zones as well, which are already, starting to move in the right direction. But definitely we struggle to get the capital, the R&D support. The regulatory support, I think, is the biggest one. So we need more policies to show that food innovation is part of the national infrastructure. So yeah.
All right, let's I'm wrapping up now. Let's look at the future of food. So what emerging technologies do you think can help, from food fortification to smart packaging? And what do you think can actually, reshape the approach, Africa's approach, especially Nigerians' approach towards nutrition and food storage?
I think that, the future of food in Africa, people are sort of missing it a little bit, because food is culture. And culture is one of our biggest currencies. And I think that, as things progress, we're definitely going to see more breakthroughs in fortification, smart packaging, and even AI-led nutrition planning as well, that can help governments, institutions to make data-driven feeding sort of initiatives as well. So I think if we can marry science, technology, culture, food together, then that actually helps us to be able to not only feed our own people, but be able to export that culture all over the world as well.
So do you do like, you said you try to educate people. Do you like show real life videos on how you do these things, and also teach people how they can actually like do it in their homes, not necessarily having to like get it on a big scale?
Yeah, I think we're definitely looking at doing more of that. So we're going to be doing more of that through our social media, where we're just educating people in not just our own product, but even how to process at home as well. How you can actually extend the shelf life of some of your food at home, etc. And I always tell people one thing: what is the single factor that causes your food to go bad? It's oxygen and bacteria.
Right.
If you can remove those two things, you can actually
have your food for 12 months.
Well, maybe not at home.
Okay.
But you would definitely be able to extend the shelf life of some of your fresh produce. It's like when you buy your vegetables, if you wash it, dry it, and then keep it in a tight glass cover bowl or whatever, that can actually extend the shelf life as well. So I think that more and more people just need to start to research, do their homework as well, and learn a little bit more about how to, preserve their foods naturally.
All right. Thank you so much, Adenike Adekunle. She's the founder, CEO, 40 Foods. It's really good to have you on the Business Morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Still to come after the break, bridging the gap between technology and profitability in Nigeria's retail sector. Just stay with us.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have been converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading through change, building sustainable and inclusive enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily,
we have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out on the great networking
and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move to the second conversation for today. Technology has transformed nearly every aspect of how we live and do business, and Nigeria's retail sector is no exception. From automated payment systems to digital inventory tracking and online customer engagement, tech has opened doors for retailers to reach more consumers, streamline operations, and improve efficiency. Yet, for many businesses, there's still a missing link between adopting technology and achieving measurable profitability. Some retailers have invested heavily in digital tools, but struggle to see real financial returns. Others are hesitant to embrace innovation, unsure if the cost and complexity will truly pay off. So where exactly is the gap between technology and profit in retail, and how can Nigerian businesses close it? Joining us to explore this is Christopher Udoka. He's a business data analyst and entrepreneur, passionate about using data and technology to drive business growth. He's also the founder of Gadget 75 Hub and Taxful 75 Sourcing Venture. Good morning, Christopher. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Show.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's now go straight into it. Let's look at setting the pace. So how would you describe the current state of technology adoption in the Nigeria retail sector? And do you think businesses are truly embracing digital transformation, or is it still on the surface level?
Well, thank you. Well, I would describe the current state of technology adoption in Nigeria. I would describe it as it's still, we still have a very long way to go. Of course, we have Nigeria retail sector we are in the digital awareness phase, but not digitally mature yet. Of course, we've seen strong growth in tech adoption, especially in broadband penetration, which is about 45.6%, and active internet subscription have risen to over 160 million. That's according to the NCC. That means digital access is no longer the main barrier. However, most retailers are still using technology for visibility and not strategy. You will see POS systems, WhatsApp orders, and even Instagram pages, but very few businesses connect these tools to their sales data or customer insights. The tools exist, but the transformation hasn't fully happened yet. For instance, if you're in Ikeja, Lagos, where several SMEs are in operation, you see daily sales on POS. But these daily sales, they don't analyze which product line drives repeat purchases. For example, which product is moving the market most, or which product is actually moving most. So we are using technology to look modern, but we are not using it to make smart decisions. And I think that is where we are still trying to to go into next. So that's where I think we are, and I think that is the next step that we need to take.
Okay, now let's take a look at the profitability puzzle. We understand that despite growing tech adoption, many retailers are still struggling to see consistent profit. So in your view, what do you think is causing that disconnect?
I think because technology alone doesn't create profits. I think the most important thing that does create profit is strategy. So many businesses adopt tools because competitors are using them, not because of they identify the particular problem that they are trying to solve. So if you look at the NBS report between 2020 and 2022, you are going to notice that there has been a 45% decline. In 2020, for example, the NBS reported that we had over 246,000 SMEs. And in 2022, there was a decline to 170,000 small and medium enterprises. And the disconnect happens when digital tools aren't tied to clear goals like cutting waste, improving margins, or even optimizing business retention. I beg your pardon. So, for example, if you look at a small retailer that probably deals with sales like gadgets and all those and the likes, you notice that they adopt online advertising and increase traffic. But if they do not track which ads convert to real sales, they are only spending, they are not growing. So I think retailers have to focus on strategy. So I think that has been the puzzle between profit and those that fall on the wayside.
All right. Do you think there's a problem that businesses, or do you think the problem is the fact that businesses have the tools, but they lack the strategy to actually use them efficiently? And what do you think are the most common mistakes that you see these retailers making in this area?
Okay, I think most retailers do not adopt very clear strategies. The problem has always been strategy. Of course, you see so many digital tools. There are so many digital tools out there that actually helps businesses, that can help businesses grow. But if they do not adopt the right strategy, then the businesses will not grow effectively. So let me give an example. I once worked with a retail chain that had 10 outlets using different sales systems. By merging their POS and inventory data into one dashboard, they identified slow-moving products, and then this slow-moving product helped them to close the leakages that was happening. Because you will notice that they were spending more on the slow-moving product, on advertising and the likes. They were spending more on those slow-moving products, and it was not yielding returns. And then the ones that are moving fast, they were not spending so much on advertising. So I advise them that this is the data, this is your slow-moving product, this is the high-moving product. So let's spend more on this and lower on this. And then when they did, they discovered that the business actually upskilled. So I think the problem has always been clear strategy. Businesses in Nigeria do not have clear strategy to actually move from point A to point B, and that has been the major issue.
So let's now take a look at the data factor. As a data analyst, how do you think data analytics specifically help retailers identify what's working and what's not, and where the profit leaks are? Because that's like one of the problems that this retailer actually come up with.
You see, one of the problems, especially in Nigeria, with data analytics and data analysis as a whole is getting reliable data. We do not have reliable data in Nigeria for political and sometimes selfish reasons. So data analysis or data analytics as a whole turns everyday transaction into business intelligence. That's the essence of business data analytics. So I feel that retailers can see which products sell faster, which days drive the most revenue, and which stores or staff are underperforming. So, for example, July of 2024, Nigeria POS transactions recorded over 1 trillion naira of POS transactions in July 2024. That's like less sign that retail data is abundant, but few use it to understand why customers buy or where they lose money. So when you visualize this sales data and the expenses, even with a simple tool, analytical tool like Excel or even Power BI, you can start to see the leakages. For example, one gadget store realized they lost profit on accessories because of high delivery cost from one supplier. So changing the supplier alone could improve their margin by maybe as much as 10 to 12%. So everyday sales tells a story, but data analytics helps you listen to it. So that's where data analysis comes in to help retailers upscale.
The technology isn't just about front-end sales, it's also about operations. So how do you think digital systems can improve things like inventory control, supply management, and even down to logistics?
I feel most profit isn't lost at the sales counter. It's not lost. It's lost behind the scenes. Inventories that sit for too long, poor restocking, and even unreliable suppliers quickly drain this cash. So digital system can automatically tax stock levels, predict demand, and even flag when supplies delay delivery. This time can also prevent overpurchasing. It doesn't only come from selling more, it comes from losing less. So that's where I think digital system improve inventory, supply demand, and even logistics.
All right, a lot of these retailers actually use imported tech solutions that may not fit Nigeria's reality. So how important do you think it is to develop or adapt local solutions for real-time profitability?
Of course, we need local solutions, because if you go around, most SMEs they use foreign business tools, and because imported systems often don't understand our local challenges. For instance, many international POS systems rely on constant internet, but Nigeria still has network gaps. A local startup, an offline first POS that syncs when back online, perfect for cities like, if you go to cities like Makurdi or you go to cities like Aba. Local solutions understand local buying habits, payment preferences, and of course logistics constraints, so making them much more profitable long term. So in fact, QR and USSD payments now account for roughly 20% of digital transactions for small retailers, all thanks to local fintech integration. So when technology understands the terrain, profitability becomes very natural. Thank you.
So how do you think technology can enhance customer retention and loyalty? How does that tie directly to the increased revenue?
So technology helps businesses remember customers. With data, you can identify repeated buyers, personalize offers, and even predict what they want next. So customer retention is cheaper than acquisition. So if one retailer buys probably 5% of a particular product in a month, and in another month he buys 10%, in another month he buys 15%, you know that, okay, that this customer, this is a particular product that he relies heavily upon. or that his businesses rely heavily upon. So you know that, okay, this is the product that the customer would want. So you order more of that product. That way, probably next time the customer wants that product, you can actually give the customer probably a discount, 5% discount would count for repeated buyers within a month. And you notice that repeated purchase could even grow to as much as 18-20%. So in today's retail, loyalty is built on memory, and data helps you remember. Thank you.
All right. So what do you think are the biggest obstacles these Nigerian retailers face when they are trying to turn technology investment into profit? Do you think it's cost, the technical skill, or their mindset?
I think all three matter, but mindset is what I feel, in my opinion, stand out, because many owners still see technology as an expense instead of an enabler. They fail to adopt, or they fail to want to adopt technology into their businesses. So the truth is that over 50% of Nigerian SMEs already use fintech tools for basic banking and cash flow management. Yet, many only scratch the surface. They don't explore analytical or automation tools because they assume it's complex. Once the mindset shifts, people find creative, affordable ways to use tech more effectively. So, for example, a boutique owner, I beg your pardon, in Yaba, would still rely on paper ledger. When that business owner moves to Excel, the person will discover that there are profit margin, and this awareness to change how she price and restocks. So technology isn't expensive. I would add, technology is not expensive. It is ignorance that is. So that is what I feel is still the biggest obstacles in Nigeria's retail sector.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're still watching the Business Morning, and we still have Mr. Christopher right here on the show. So, Mr. Christopher, what's new or emerging technologies, and I'm talking about AI, automation, or data-driven personalization, do you think will shape the next phase of retail growth in Nigeria?
Well, I think our AI, automation, and even predictive analytics will lead the next phase, because they aren't just futuristics. They aren't just futuristic. They are here already. So I do not want to mention names because of obvious reasons, but imagine a small retailer getting a daily alert that says that product X will sell out in 3 days. Reorder now. That's AI simplifying decision making. So the business owner already knows that this product will sell out in 3 days and that he should restock now. So instead of when it gets to that day and then the business owner starts checking his or her inventory to see that we do not have this product again, and then it starts scrambling all around when customers are demanding for the product. So there are so many AI products, even chatbots now on WhatsApp. WhatsApp now use chatbots on WhatsApp sales, and even AI tools to recommend products based on purchase history and these things helps businesses, and there are so many emerging technologies. Of course, if anybody needs some emerging technologies, they can always, of course, reach out. So there are so many emerging AI automation and even predictive analytics tools. So, for example, with about 5.9 million active POS terminals in Nigeria presently, that's the report. There's massive potentials for personalized customer engagement and even micro loyalty programs. So the future of retail isn't reactive, it is predictive. And we have those tools here already. It is just the adoption and the strategy that is lacking. Thank you.
For retail business owners watching this now, what do you think is one or two actionable steps that they can take today to make technology truly work for their bottom line?
Test. Start tracking your data consistently. You need to start tracking your data consistently, even if it's just sales, expenses, even inventory. Just start tracking it. On Excel, you can start with Excel. You start tracking it. You just can't improve when you don't measure it. You need to first track it, then you measure it, then you can see where improvement. And then the second thing is that you need to connect your systems. Let your POS, your WhatsApp order, your stock record talk to each other. You need to connect them. That small step gives you real control. You don't need complex tools. You just need organization. So I could give an example. An example is a phone dealer tracking daily sales by category, for example, realized that accessories made up 40% of his profits. So that's an example. That insight helps him stock smarter and even grow faster. So you don't need big data to start. You just need clean data. So you need to first start tracking your data consistently. And then second, you need to connect your systems. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the insights on Business Morning Show, Christopher Udoka. He's a business data analyst and entrepreneur. It's really good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very good to have you.
And that's been our focus today on Business Morning, using food science and innovation to tackle hunger and efficiency, and also bridging the gap between technology and profitability in Nigeria's retail sector. And that's the much we can take on the Business Morning segment today. I am Deborah Eze. Thank you for watching, and do stay with us as the Breakfast Show continues with the big story after this break.
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was Shaping Nigeria's AI Future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Bigway and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tunmi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government, entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole.
We see that Business Day is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool, and look at it from also a sustainability point of view, and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Today we're shining the light on the troubling reality in Nigeria's innovation landscape.
Female entrepreneurs are building bold ideas but getting crumbs when it gets to funding. Across Africa, women are leading more than 380 ventures in sectors like agri-tech, health tech, and digital finance, yet they receive just 2% of total tech funding in 2024. That's about $48 million compared to over $2.2 billion raised by male CEOs. In Nigeria, the picture is even starker, with only 10% of funded startups between 2019 and 2023 which were female-founded, and together they secured less than 1% of the country's $600 million deal volume. It's a sobering reminder that talent isn't the problem, access is. This morning, we're asking the question, why do women still face such steep barriers to capital, and what will it take to level this field? Joining me now is someone who understands this reality firsthand. Her name is Omoumi Christine Emmanuel Oga. She's the CEO of XCare Health, which is a fast-growing health tech company bridging healthcare access through technology. She's also part of a new generation of female founders pushing boundaries even as they navigate the tough terrain of fundraising in Nigeria's tech ecosystem. Omoumi, good morning, and thank you so much for joining the big story today.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. Let's start from your experience, Omoumi. You run a health tech company in a space that's not just competitive, but also capital intensive. Tell us what your journey, funding journey has been like as a female founder in Nigeria.
Oh, that's a great question. So first and foremost, let me talk about what we do at XCare Health. At XCare Health, we're focused on converting community pharmacies into modern dispensaries, but into primary care hubs, providing easy access to basic care. We run a network of pharmacies, laboratories, immunization centers. And our goal is to become Africa's first retail distributed network of healthcare providers. Now, you would imagine with me that a journey, a vision like that is going to be capital intensive. And so raising funds for this has been interesting and challenging. Now, as most founders have started, we started by bootstrapping. And over the course of the years, we tried to raise debt funding from banks. And like you rightly guess, we had some stumbling blocks, huge collateral demand, and requests that many early stage businesses are unable to provide. And then on the other landscape, when you're trying to raise funds from investors, there's a wrong perception about female-founded businesses, that female-founded businesses are high risk. So what did we do at XK Health? We understood the landscape and we decided to have the data that could show that we were building something sustainable. And so with the right data, with proven track record, our traction, we came back to the drawing board, and it's been better raising the funding needed for our growth aspirations. That's been our journey at XCare.
Interesting data and interesting journey. I would say well done, first of all. But we've also seen the data with women-led startups receiving just 2% of Africa's tech funding in 2024. From your vantage point of view, what's driving this wide gender gap? Is it investor perception? Is it the bias? Or is it a systemic design that needs to be addressed?
You know, that's interesting. I'll say it's multi-pronged. There's the system design, investor perception, and then of course there's this wrong bias. So what do I mean? Let's look at the system design first and foremost. If you look at the investment landscape, you find that we have more male investors compared to female investors. And I say something like begets like. So a male investor is more likely to tilt towards a male-founded business because he typically understands that terrain. Many male founders would focus in industries that are high scale, high risk, high growth, which fits the investment appetite from most male investors. Now, if you look on the flip side, for female founded businesses, you find us in health, in agri, climate, education. Now, these industries are not necessarily tilted towards high scale, but more towards sustainable growth. usually doesn't fit the investment appetite for most investors. And then finally, there's the bias. There's a wrong bias that female-founded businesses are high risk because of the work perception that we have to maintain work-life balance both at home and at work. But one of the things most female founders have learned to do is to build systems. So you build systems at work, you build systems at home, and these systems typically provide sustainable growth because you have systems for how things run in your organization as well as in every aspect of life. And that is why you will find that most female-founded businesses tend to show more sustainable growth over time compared to the male-founded businesses.
Right. It's interesting and it's good to hear you talk about the fact that women actually build the systems over time, and they've found a way to manage, this supposed high risk situation that, they often think about. So I think it would just make me skip the question I was going to ask you. But let's talk about XCare Health itself. It operates in the health tech where impact actually is measurable, but with strong numbers, many women-led ventures still struggle to scale. Do you think that the funding ecosystem truly values social impact, or is it still profit first?
That question makes me smile. And why? So most times, the perception is the ecosystem values social impact. But I think the reverse is the case. What do I mean? Many times, investors typically would tilt more towards businesses that would show a high return on investment, high profits immediately. And this is not to say social impact and high profits are mutually exclusive. I do believe they work hand in hand, but we do expect the funding ecosystem to provide more patient finance. If you look at many male-funded businesses, they typically would come with the perception of high growth, high profitability within a very short time frame. That's the reverse for female-funded businesses because we want to show you sustainable growth. We want to prove to you that we have tested and tried our model, and this is going to work. So the funding ecosystem right now is more tilted towards profits, businesses that would prove high profits within a short timeline than businesses that have high social impact. And you're right, the healthcare terrain is heavily capital intensive. And this is because in Nigeria and in Africa, when you're in an industry like mine, you typically have to also build structures to provide the solutions the system, the country needs. And you find that many businesses, while providing these solutions, are also trying to fix a lot of systemic structures that are not in place. And this is why it's heavily capital intensive.
Right. And we've seen a lot of calls for gender lens investing these days. You go to gatherings and all of the talk is about gender lens investing. Do you think that we're making progress in that light?
Yeah. Compared to many years ago, it's good to see programs that are tilted more towards gender-led investments. And I believe these initiatives, if shaped right, would do very well for many female founders. One of the things we need to watch out for in such initiatives is there's the likelihood for them to get what goes with a lot of bureaucratic processes. And this is not what female founders need. For initiatives like this to work and show the impact that they need to do, most female founders have to be met at where they are, understand the business needs. One of the things people need to understand is female founders are not asking for handouts. They're asking for access to working capital, affordable capital that would help us build sustainable solutions. And I do believe if these initiatives are programmed right, the impact for female-founded businesses would be immense in the coming years.
And then speaking on these initiatives themselves, we have the $8 billion Gender Equity and Social Inclusion Roadmap. And we also have the $50 million WADE program for women-led digital enterprises. From your perspective, what would make these interventions actually work for founders on the ground?
Yeah, for these initiatives to work, it shouldn't just be about providing access to capital. It should also be about providing access to mentorship, access to the right systems for businesses to leverage on. It should also be about understanding the needs of individual businesses. So sometimes when good initiatives like this come up, you find that they have a blueprint and this of how this fund should be disbursed. These blueprints don't necessarily meet the founders where they need them to be, right? So I do believe that for initiatives like the two you have mentioned, while they are great, if they're able to come up with systems of picking out some of these businesses and ensuring that they're working with them, understanding the needs of these businesses, providing the right information, the right tools for these businesses to leverage on. I do believe initiatives like this would be available to many founders, many female founders, and they will be successful in the long run because then they will have track record of businesses that have been helped and how those businesses have in turn turned out to benefit the economy in general.
Right.
So initiatives like this are amazing.
Just for us to get a clearer picture, could you just maybe highlight some of the pain points, like the deepest pain points that women need to address right now, in terms of investor education, entrepreneurship? What are some of the deepest, the biggest pain points right now?
Okay, I think the first one is if you compare a female-led business to a male-led business, once a man is coming to pitch a business, all he needs to do is prove that this business is going to yield certain returns. He doesn't necessarily need to have any track record in this. But for a female-founded business, you're asked to provide data, provide the evidence that you can do this. Many times you're asked to go back to the drawing board and show your track record. And so if you look at this, it already brings a huge barrier for the female-led businesses. But it also helps us build resilience because when you have gone to many rooms and you have been hit with a lot of no's, guess what? You go back to your drawing board and you fix it. You understand, why is this investor turning me down? And you fix that error in your system. And what that ends up doing for female-led businesses is they end up turning more profits per investment. So when you invest $1 in a female-led business compared to that same dollar in a male-led business, the female-led business, data has shown, typically provides more profit per dollar invested. Right. And so this is because this is one out of some of the troubles female founders have had to go through in raising funds. I also believe we do need more networks for female founders to come in and leverage the right knowledge. What are investors looking for? It would be good if we have networks that help provide some of this information to female founded businesses, help them tailor their models so that it's able to answer a lot of the questions investors want to know. So sometimes I also do believe that investors are not necessarily refusing to invest in female-founded businesses. They just don't understand the terrain. So how do we make our businesses available? How do we provide information that helps investors understand what we're doing and help them see the road to profitability in our businesses? I believe in doing this, it makes the landscape easier for female-founded businesses.
Right, and on a very personal note, what are some of the things that keeps you motivated, especially when the door seems harder to open? And what message do you have for young women who may be watching right now who want to build and scale their own businesses?
All right, a few things that have kept me motivated is believing in what I'm doing, in the solutions we're providing. And because we're meeting a need, there's a huge gap in the healthcare space in Africa. And because we're meeting that need, I always tell my team that it's just a matter of time. And that has kept us motivated. That has kept us resilient in the face of lack of funding, when the system seemed geared against you, that has kept us focused. And one of the things that that has also done for us is it's helped us build traction. It's helped us build the right data. And in doing that, we're able to also leverage funding this year. My XK Health was one of three female-founded businesses that accessed impact investment from a program called Cascado early this year. And that just proved to us that by insisting on the right systems, the right structures, right, at a point in time, you attract the kind of investment you need. Now, for young female founders out there, one of the things I would advise is have an instantly good product or an instantly good service. And from day one, start building your data, keep your track record, have your roadmap to success, your roadmap to how your business is going to be profitable. And guess what? Even when you receive 10 no's, that shouldn't make you stop, right? Because just at the 11th hour, you just might come up with a yes. And as long as your business is solving a need, you would get the right kind of funding. You would get the funding that is necessary for your business, because again, not every funding is important or is correct for the kind of business you're growing. So that's my message to female founders out there.
All right, thank you very much, Omolmi Christine Emmanuel Oga, the CEO of XCare Health. Thank you for joining us on The Big Story this morning.
Thank you for having me.
This has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us. Good morning and welcome to The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Today, we're shining the light on a troubling reality in Nigeria's innovation landscape. Female entrepreneurs are building bold ideas but getting crumbs when it gets to funding.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria celebrated National Identity Day in Abuja, organized by the National Identity Management Commission. The event highlighted the importance of digital identity for security, inclusion, and national development. President Bola Tinubu, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, praised NIMC for enrolling over 126 million Nigerians and clearing a 2.5 million backlog. He said the NIN-SIM linkage had reduced fraud, improved national security, and made NIN central to services like pension, healthcare, student loans, and elections.
We are today united in spirit and purpose to celebrate this year 2025 National Day of Identity. I'm supposed to recognize the exceptional leadership of Engineer Dr. Abishoye Koka Odushote, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Identity Management Commission. In just over 1 year, she has transformed NIMC into a world-class institution through innovation, discipline, and vision. From clearing backlogs that once frustrated citizens to expanding enrollment nationwide and in the diaspora to safeguarding our systems with global security standards, our impact has been both profound and enduring.
NIMC Director General Abisoye Koka Odusote spoke about reforms under her leadership. She mentioned mobile enrollment devices, stronger partnerships, and better staff conditions.
As an institution mandated by the National Identity Management Commission Act 23 of 2007 to establish, maintain, and regulate Nigeria's national identity database and ensure the issuance of legal identification to all citizens and legal residents. The NIMC is dedicated to expanding its national identity database and enhancing inclusivity through innovative technology. At the heart of this effort is the integration of PKI, which ensures the security, privacy, and accessibility of personal data, laying the foundation for a digital economy that benefits all Nigerians.
Minister of Interior Olubunmi Tunji Ojo said digital identity is key to national security and economic independence. He highlighted investments in data centers, public key infrastructure, and the new technology complex.
Me as your minister, with what I've seen, I know I believe in your capacity, I believe in what you can do, and I know you have the will and the zeal to deliver. So NIMC, my last charge to you, your ministerial charge, go, deliver, keep making us proud, let Nigeria be greater for it. There we need hope, not be a dream, let it be a reality in identity journey. God bless you.
Chief Executive Officer of Verify Me Nigeria has highlighted the critical role of digital identity in driving Nigeria's economic growth, national security, and development planning.
The significance of today really is to anchor us to the fact that digital identity is key and it's the foundation of our economy, our security, and also our capital planning as well. So, every September 16th is obviously an international day. We come together to really assess the infrastructure that we're building and talk about where we want to go and what we want to do with digital ID, whether it's within our country to power financial inclusion or for cross-border interoperability or for whether it's a digital public infrastructure. Really look at those things together, talk about those things, and also celebrate our achievements, on this day. The famous person said, I'll take nothing from my journey now. It's really been a great journey to work with the team in Nigeria, the government, the civil servants. It's great to see so many, I would say, inspired people inside that really want to do something great in the country. Particularly this time, in this, tenure of NIMC, I do see a significant tightening in terms of security and seriousness in terms of lack of proliferation of identity data and bringing in experts. So this is a very welcome change, and we obviously continue to support and promote that. There's always room for improvement, and they have an implementation plan for that improvement. So as you can see, there's NIN auth repositories for more security, They have a more intelligent framework than the last time to allow for industry growth and allow for industry private sector players like us to build products. So the advice I would say is just continue to do what you're doing to work with private sector. We're a real partner, and I think that I can say that we're seeing that, so I'm very encouraged.
Other speakers agree that NIN is now a must for national planning, business registration, and social programs. They called for more investment and partnerships to ensure every Nigerian is captured in the system.
Well, the day itself, I think, is to create awareness. It is also to celebrate progress, and very importantly, it is also to evaluate what we can do better. Because in all things in life, what you find is that you do need to ask yourself 3 questions. What have you done right? What could you have done better? This is the learning. And of course, you have to now look forward to what do you think is next. So I think this is part of the idea behind National Identity Day worldwide. In the old days, when you go as a trader from somewhere to a village, nobody knows you. So somebody has to stand up and say, oh, I know this person, or I know his brother, or he has come here before. Somebody has to vouch for you so that you have that trust. And everything we're talking about revolves around that single word, trust. Now, in the modern era, if you have a trader in Malumfashi and another trader in Kigali, Rwanda, certainly they may not be able to meet. So you need a different mechanism, and that mechanism is the PKI. And the way it works, think of it like a padlock with 2 keys. You have a public key which allows any of us to create the message and lock the message so nobody else can see it. But no other person except the person with the private key, one single key, can unlock and read and receive the message. And that way you enable trust. And again, it's back to what the underlying purpose, very similar to NIMSI's underlying purpose, which is, are you who you say you are? I will not trade with you if I'm not sure about you. Neither will you trade with me if you are not sure about me, and so on and so forth.
The regulators need to do a lot more in terms of awareness. That is given. And then also the citizens need to do a lot more in terms of listening. It's not that the awareness campaigns are not there. It's just that people tend to prioritize convenience over security, which is it's just a natural way of doing things. But it's important for every citizen to understand that once you expose yourself digitally, you never know where your records will end. We've had instances, I'll give you an example of people who have taken nude pictures, for example, and say, oh, it's in my phone. You don't know where your phone is going to end up with. You don't know when your phone is going to get missing. The same thing also, to have that kind of awareness whenever you're dealing with the digital environment. If you're putting out your personal data out there, ensure that whoever is taking your personal data has some form of responsibility on how to manage your personal data. And if you're uncomfortable about how your personal data is used, maybe for example you gave it to company A and all of a sudden from nowhere company B contacts you and you don't want the contact from company B, don't just ignore it, because it's going to continue escalating. Complain about it to company B, and where you find out that company B has done nothing about it, complain to the appropriate authorities, and in this instance the Data Protection Commission. So it's important for us to understand that your footprint on the internet hardly ever goes away, so you have to be careful where you put that your footprint and who manages that identity for you.
By the close of National Identity Day 2025, the takeaway was a secure and trusted identity system is Nigeria's pathway to opportunity, development.
You're welcome to the social listening segment right here on Business Day Television, still on the Breakfast Show, where we track trending conversations and real stories people are reacting to online. That's the netizens. I am Deborah Eze, and I'm not doing this alone, of course. I'm being joined by the very...
Onyeka Valentine.
That's it.
That's some drum roll.
Okay, drum rolls. I would have said that. All right. I'm being joined by the very drum rolls. All right.
That was less dramatic, right?
Yeah, it was less dramatic. You know, you have to do the drum roll yourself.
Right.
Actually, yeah. All right. Let's take a look at the stories that netizens are reacting to online, and we're moving to northern Nigeria, where members of a local church have made headlines for refusing to renounce their faith even after their church was burned to the ground. Video shared online shows survivors standing amid the ruins, singing and praying instead of fleeing. Despite losing everything, they vow to rebuild their place of worship, saying their faith remains stronger than fear. The story has since reignited global attention on the persecution of Christians in Nigeria. And reports indicate that 7,679 churches have been attacked, 4,734 Christians jailed, and 4,476 murdered, numbers that continue to rise every year. Now, how do you think the government can do better to protect this, communities vulnerable to religious attacks?
So, first and foremost, normally when we kickstart social listening, we always have this, positivity up there, a bit of one or two.
The social vibe.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But in this case, there's nothing for me to sound sarcastic about. There's nothing for me to sound, a bit of, call it as may, throwing one or two of my funny jokes. But in this case, it is what it is. It's a sad thing to say that in 2025, we can still have this issue of, I'm trying to use a word that will
religious attack.
A word that would not that will qualify for what it is, right? The level of brainwashing is just too much. Okay, people should understand. Look, even if you burn down a church, it doesn't stop them from worshiping wherever they want to worship. It doesn't remove their faith from them.
Yeah.
Likewise, if you go and burn down a mosque, it doesn't stop those who attend that mosque, right, from having that communion with their creator, as the case may be. Religion has its own good place, right? Religion is also important in some certain way. Kind of keeps that idea of morality and morals, okay, in check. However, in this essence and the sense and in the ambience of safety, right, I think people should use their brains properly, right, to deal with some certain things. Look, I don't think that it makes much sense, to be under the hot sun without the roof and say you want to worship. You see, let's begin to find a way, let's begin to call it as it is. Draw the line from stupidity, right, and then where you have your faith. Remember, if from what we know, God is everywhere, even in your home, He is in your home, right? He's in everywhere. I can also agree that if He's everywhere too, He can also be in a place where there's no roof.
Yeah.
I agree too. But the case is this a situation of what eye service? Okay, you've moved the roof, so we're sending you a message that with or without the roof, we'll worship. I'm not a cleric. Okay, we are journalists, but we like to see from different angles to say what message was cut across, even by those who burned down that roof. They didn't knock down the walls, right? They burned down the roof saying, let's now see what you can do. In return, they say, we will still worship with or without the roof. So it's no longer about, worshiping God. It's about what? Ego. That's exactly. And see, I'm not in for that. Trying to prove a point, say, look, you know what, you've done this, we'll show you this. We'll show you this. Look, there's this saying that goes this way. If you keep all of us keep doing eye for an eye at some point we'll all become blind.
Yeah.
So imagine if just the way you have some, Islamic extremists, right, that went to burn down that roof. So they said it was. I mean, we don't have video of them burning down the roof, right? Imagine you also have, if you also have, Christian fanatics too, go and burn down the roof of another mosque. Where would we end up? You see now, I hate to say it, but it's beginning to become a trend. Which is this?
Yeah.
Religion incites. Make no mistake, right? And you don't have to be a cleric to know this. There is a big difference between religion and faith. Make no mistake. Religion, like they say, sets its pinnacle to control. If you have faith in something, that is you. Your salvation is personal.
Yeah.
It's you, Debbie. How you choose to worship your creator is not my business. So I wouldn't come into your forte or come into within your space. But it's when you force other people to do it the way you believe in best. That's control. Whether it is coming from the Christian side or the Muslim side, even from the Hindu or wherever, whichever religion that you attach yourself with. So long as you decide to now say they must do it the way that you think is best, it's no longer religion, it's now control.
Well, people are saying that before we take a look at what netizens are saying. When I was reading the intro, they likened it to the persecution of the Christian. I see it as foolishness. I don't see it as courage, because when your faith has to get in the way of your safety, it simply means you're foolish. Because they've sent you a warning. We don't want you here. And when someone says, or a group of people say they don't want you somewhere, it is your duty as a person to pick yourself up and leave that place for your sanity and for your safety. So you see, the whole day worshipping, the government has failed in its parts to protect.
I will come there.
Yeah, to protect the people, because if you're really doing your duty to protect me, no one will come into my place of peace, my place of worship, to then burn it down to send a message across to me.
Did you notice something in that video?
Yeah. What?
Somebody was recording.
Yeah, they were trying to record for people to know that, this is what is happening.
That's the point.
It sometimes you can only get moments after it has happened. That's the aftermath of a situation. Sometimes that's only what you can capture.
So it was staged.
I don't think it was staged.
So if, for instance, it wasn't staged, let's assume someone just recorded randomly, not someone who they positioned.
No, it can't be random. Yes, obviously. With the way now, social media, the world is moving. That if anything is happening, the first thing that comes to people's head now is, I need to get my phone and record this. Okay. Oh, this is the world has moved past
eyewitness.
We get exactly. So everybody just wants to bring out their phones and remember the day there was like an accident, an incident. The first thing you said,
the crane fell.
Yeah, the first thing you said was, somebody gets your phone. That's how it is now. Everybody wants to be the one to like spread the information, whether it is true or not. So I know this is happening and this is it. So I think the main thing here is, why are you still in a place where you've been, you've been told we don't want you.
Another thing is that if you look at the story, now we don't know if that place belongs to those who burnt it down.
No, it doesn't. It's a church.
It's a church. So
it's a place of worship.
Which means that. So I would told the third line that you threw in, which is the government has failed.
Yeah.
Which means that if that building and that space of land was given to the church for them to build their place of worship, right? Which means they have the right to be there if they have proper documents, right? And documents covers the fact that they have C of O and other areas. So it's not necessarily an issue of, this is my land, get off my land.
Here.
So that taken out of it, it is now an issue of, oh, why do we have a church here? We've said, no, we don't want churches here. So it's now a religious thing. Is that where we are establishing? If that's what we're establishing, then that's where the government comes in to now say, look, freedom of worship, very important, is there, it's the clause. Freedom of worship. However, in freedom of worship, would you not worship with your senses in place?
Let's take a look at what netizens are saying about this. Now, the first reaction from Rang Vega, he said, no one deserves to be treated like this nor renounce their faith. Everyone should be able to live and believe whatever they like to, without having to disturb or get disturbed by others. We totally agree with you. Another reaction from MC Django, and he said, Nigerian Christians are murdered daily. Nigerian government is complicit. And the final reaction from this story from Matthew Kuliban, and he said, this is Aram. Muslims are not supposed to attack the people of the book. They are not following the Quran.
Most definitely.
This is really, really sad. For me, I would say, see, anything, if my faith will have to come, in between my safety, I'm going to denounce that faith. It might sound somehow to people, but
it is your
my
choice.
life, my safety comes first.
Look,
if you say you don't want me in a particular place, I am going to move. Like you said, you can worship God anywhere. If God can be in your heart, definitely it can be anywhere. So it doesn't, because I agree with you when you said they actually still worshiping in the same place that God burnt. It's not you worshiping God anymore. It is you trying to prove a point that you chase us away from here. We are still going to be here because we are trying to practice the Christians that were persecuted. If we don't go through this, then why are we Christians?
What a way of holding themselves back.
Exactly.
I keep telling
it doesn't
you,
have to be so hard.
So there's what they call, right, shooting yourself in the foot. In this case, in fact, with them not knowing it, they're exposing themselves to what we call heat stroke.
Right.
And heat stroke can even kill them faster than any other thing. Apart from that area, look, let's even look at, that's on the health sector. Let's now look at the issues surrounding the fact that even children were even there too.
Yeah.
And so I begin to ask myself a question. So even if, well, I think maybe they've achieved something, the video has gone viral, right?
So it going viral doesn't mean they will not be attacked again.
That's my point now. So now it has gone viral, do you think those people who attacked that building, whether they're bandits or terrorists or, extremists, and they're on social media too? They are. So they'll look and say, okay, wait, you guys are still worshiping here?
So it's already becoming a show of tit for tat.
So what does it now mean? What this means is that they've only exposed themselves to say, look, we are still here, come and attack us again. So would you blame the government for that one?
All right, let's really hope that, it's really sad that Christians are actually being attacked on a daily in Nigeria. It is really, really sad because we don't see as much for other parts of, religion here in Nigeria. I really hope the government can actually bring a stop to it, because at the end of the day, people should not be punished for their beliefs. All right, let's now move to the second story on social listening segment. We have President Bola Tinubu standing his ground on his refusal to approve the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency Bill 2025, a controversial proposal that would allow the NDLEA to keep parts of the proceeds from drug-related crimes. Despite pressure from lawmakers, he argued the bill would boost funding for anti-drug operations. The president insists it goes against financial transparency laws. Under existing rules, all recovered assets must be paid into the government's confiscated and forfeited property account.
I'm 100% with President Bola Ahmed.
Let's take a look at the
100%.
I know you will. I can see your guns.
One time.
But let's quickly take a look at some of the tweets before I get your perspective on this. The first tweets from we have from Turning Points Nigeria, and it said, rejecting the NDLEA bill, then pardoning 70 drug offenders, that's not reform, it's rot. A government can fight drugs while freeing traffic. The government can't fight drugs while fleeing traffickers. Meanwhile, innocent Nigerians still languish in prison. Another reaction from Sadia, and she said, Tinubu isn't weakening the NDLEA, he's strengthening justice through compassion. Every modern justice system includes rehabilitation. That's how nation grow. And Minik, another reaction from him, says this man's action will discourage the NDLEA officers and make them to start collaborating with drug pushers. They will collect their share and let them in. They can even start selling the drugs they have confiscated. Why arrest drug peddlers when we know who will pardon them?
I think this last comment was baseless.
Okay, we still have one more. NDLEA should not be allowed to be the custodian of funds they impounded. Every penny should be remitted to TSA.
See, let me tell you. You identify a smart, intelligent person without even seeing the person, from whatever the person writes.
Right.
This last person kind of makes sense to me.
Okay.
Look, let us divorce our emotions from the matter and look at it critically, how it should be, right, and how it was designed to be by law. Now, them wanted to pass a bill to say, can NDLEA keep some part of the forget all that?
It's not a bad idea. It makes them independent and not having to run to the government.
I will explain to you why I think is a very terrible idea.
Okay.
3 points why it's a terrible idea. Number one, what this means is that, okay, you will give room for NDLEA to begin to, whether or not you like it, begin to branch into some other illegal business that you cannot hold them for, because already you passed that bill saying that you can keep some of those things. For what? For them to go and sell to pharmaceuticals abroad, to bring back, to remit back money. What would be the economic gain if they do that? Right? Now, it simply means that, look, unless wait. There's something we're not saying. Wait. Unless they found out that when they confiscate, say 100%, they come and declare 60%, and so 40% is kept somewhere illegally. Unless if that's the case, so some certain officials are now saying, instead of hiding the cookie jar from the child, why not give the child the cookie jar to go and keep? I'm thinking from that angle. However, it's just alleged though, so let me don't go that far.
Okay.
But back to the matter. Why do I stand with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Kudos, sir. I will tell you, is this. For what is worth, if anything passes through our sovereignty, passes through our borders, you know, whether it is through drug trafficking or homegrown in our own, in Nigeria here, based on any plantation, as case may be, and it is an illegal drug, I steadfast believe that whatever it is that they confiscate should go into the coffers of the federal government, as has always been. This way, there is clear monitoring. This way, nobody comes and says, we are Lord and Master. But if you give the NDLEA that power, they become Lord and Master. Even when you were not, you know, a drug peddler. Look, they could pin it on you and tell you who are you going to report to. We are now in charge. So I think that, look, NDLEA should not be given that excessive space.
I don't think they're asking for them to be in charge of it. They're saying, to keep like a bit of it. I totally understand where they're coming from.
So the staffs can smoke it. What are you giving it for? Let's be honest. Let me back to the government.
Let's not see it that way, because the NDLEA still work for.
I made you laugh there.
Yeah, you did. Still work for the federal government. The only thing I see here is just conflict of interest, because if you're NDLEA, you're working for the federal government, then why are you asking for your own share? Are we not supposed to be like remitting, like taking care of running that sector? Do you understand? But I really get where they are coming from, because we understand how most of these organizations can be. Let me tag them organizations right now, can be just like the police. If you don't give them a certain, it's just like human being. If every day I come to you, okay, I want 15 naira Valentine, give me 15 naira, you give me. Tomorrow again, Valentine, I want 100 naira, you will give me, you give me the 100 naira to, like, do what I'm supposed to do. I would want to, like, okay, can't you give me 200,000 for like 2 weeks so that I don't like have to come meet you? I think that is what they are asking for. And the only issue here is just that it's just going to create, because they are under the same sector. We are the federal government. You work for the federal government. So why are you asking? So that's why I said I get where they are coming from. Now, if you don't give them that, you actually bring corruption and stink into that. Because now, okay, we are saying, if you're not going to be giving me 200,000 naira, Valentine, I will see your purse, or I will look for your purse, and then I will steal the money.
So this is a question.
Hold on. Oh, I tell you that, I will inflate the price. I need this, so you can actually. Now, in the case of NDLEA now, they would actually confiscate these things for themselves and not have to remit it, because it feels like the federal government just wants, just want them to not be on their own to be able to operate.
So you know what? Now, this is the part where I think our president has acted very smartly. Now, for him not to give in could mean two things. One, before now, there've been some alleged case before he became president, right? Regarding some certain other cases. So I also see that he could have come from the angle of, no, just so you know that I'm not in support of any of hiding of any illicit drugs. It must be brought to the coffers
Yeah.
of the federal government.
That's what I'm saying. I think both of
another
them
thing.
are just right.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Yeah.
But I will tell you why I might disagree with the move for that bill to be passed so that NDLA can keep part of that loot. Because I call it loot. My question is this. What are they keeping it for?
Not loot.
Yeah.
Where they confiscated from people.
Okay, fine. So what I call it loot, right? So it's just a term to now say that, look, for what it's worth, it is confiscation.
Yeah.
Right? So what they've confiscated, don't get me wrong. So the question now is, for them to want to keep that, for what reason actually? Are they trying to say, you know what, we can now process it and get the partnership?
Process, of course.
Sorry, hold on. Get the partnership with some international pharmaceuticals, some pharmaceutical companies, and then, because those drugs are actually used to make medicine, some other things. So is it that they want to be able to create a business out of it? So they create a legalized business out of illegal drugs.
No, that's not what they're saying.
So
I think the NDLEA was still, because it's still a dispute. They made a proposal. Then the federal government, that's president himself, has said, no, I'm not going to, listen to you people.
Guess what?
Yeah.
I think if something is not broken, don't bother fixing it.
It's broken,
NDLEA
of course.
is not broken. They shouldn't bother asking
Are
for
you
something.
sure?
Yes, that's
because if it's not, they would not push for him to actually sign the acts. They won't push. I'm saying that there should be a balance. I get what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is trying to do, because we people don't really have so much faith in this administration. Like, we are trying so hard. I think this is actually one of the ways to actually clean the government system.
Now you're thinking from the angle I'm coming from.
Yes, I totally get your angle, but I still feel there should be a balance, because at the end of the day, the government cannot be everywhere. You see, it's still people you're going to put out there to actually run whatever reform you want to run. If at the end of the day they are saying we want this and you're saying a balance, no, it's going to cause a lot of things. Corruption, people are going to suffer. Like you mentioned, they might actually pin drugs on you. You can have so much of that, or they confiscate this product and they don't remit it back to the people at the top. It would happen. So what I'm saying is, I understand where the president is coming from. I understand where the NDLE, the example that I gave about me coming to meet you every time when I need something. I understand that part very well. So it's just for them to come to a middle ground. Let us have an understanding. What do you want? What do I want? Okay, this can work, this can work. Okay, let's do this. Not saying a balance, no.
So what does it now mean for the economy of Nigeria? If they tell me that if he allows them to keep it, will they go and make some money out of it in a legit way and remit it back to the government?
Of course, they're not saying remitting back to the government.
Okay, let us assume that they will do some good business with it. I don't know how
to put things in place.
Hold on. I don't know how what they want to do with the drugs, but I would like to see. Let's just assume. Assumption now. Let's just assume that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who's doing a fantastic job, now says, "Okay, I agree. Keep whatever it is that you have confiscated." My question now is, how do they plan on transforming that hard drugs into money generating format
you're asking yourself questions that you've answered already.
There we go.
You're asking yourself questions that you've answered already.
Which is why
I'm sure they have a plan. I'm sure they are not obviously going to
let us know what the plan is.
They will let us know what the plan is.
We are the public. We put them there. Tell us this is our plan for this thing before they even go ahead to now.
I'm very sure that now that he has said no, they will actually come up with why they think. I see why already they actually need certain money for them to do certain things when it comes to that sector, because it's a very, very important sector in the country. So I see why. So let's see how it unfolds. And we'll see, maybe they're going to break it down to us why they actually need what they need. When you come Valentine, it's always good to do this with you, especially every Wednesdays. Anyways, that's all on today's social listening. We looked at the story of Nigerian Christians standing strong after their church was destroyed. I don't see them standing strong, but okay. And President Tinubu firm stance on the NDLEA bill.
Kudos to the president on that, by the way.
I am Deborah Eze, and of course, I was being joined by...
I am Onyeka Valentine. Interesting topics, right?
All right, stay tuned for more conversations as Economy and Markets comes up right after this. Just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets on the Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive insight into the economy as well as the markets. We're on the show this morning, we're starting off with a conversation around the capital gains tax that was recently announced by Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. He announced that in October, and he announced that was 2 weeks ago, in October the 1st or 2nd, where he talked about the fact that if if institutional investors were trying to, whatever gains that they made on selling off their stocks in the Nigerian exchange, there was going to be a 30% capital gains tax. For context, there used to be a 10% capital gains tax in the past, but however, this was seldom ever enforced. This was seldomly enforced, but now, from January the 1st, we'll probably be seeing an enforcement of an incredible 30%. And it's been generating quite a buzz in the market. It's been generating quite a buzz in the economy, because people are like, we basically have stabilized our currency off the backs of foreign portfolio investors that have come into the market. In the past 2 years, they've brought in tons of money into the market. The equities market has seen a surge in foreign participation, even though it still lags domestic participation. There's been at least significant surge compared to what we used to have in 2022, 2021. And to bring a little bit of perspective and context to all of this, we have Dr. Ayodeji Ebo, who is the managing director and the chief business officer of Optimus by AfriInvest. He's going to be helping us understand the entire context and understand and also bring his personal perspective into it. Good morning, Dr. Ayodeji.
Yeah, good morning. It's great to be here.
Yes. So first things first, I really want to get your take on it. How would you summarize the government rationale for imposing this 30% capital gains tax? We'll go on a break, and when we're back, I'm sure before the break, we were on the show with Dr. Ayodeji Ebo, who is the managing director of Optimus by AfriInvest, and our conversation was around the 30% capital gains tax for institutional investors. So I was asking a question, Doctor. The question is, how would you summarize the government's rationale to come up with this particular tax? What do you think is behind what do you think is the rationale? What do you think is the thought process behind this increment in the capital gains tax?
So I think the first thing is that is the drive for revenue that must have informed this. But secondly, let's not forget that the government is also trying to make it progressive. So trying to tax the rich to fund the poor. So you would also observe that across beyond the CGT, which is the capital gain tax, it's mostly high income earners that it affects. There's a threshold that protects, in quotes, the masses. So that's what I feel is that drive for revenue. When you look at the budget, there continue to be significant gap because the rate at which the expenditure is increasing is significantly higher than the rate at which our revenue is improving. Thanks last year to the FX devaluation that increased the oil revenue in Naira terms, but there's been a bit of flattishness or stability in the exchange rate, which is positive, but to the government, to them, the jump in revenue is no longer there. So there's a drive to see how they want to increase revenue for them to be able to meet up with the target revenue from the budget, especially the non-oil service sector.
Okay. So in your view, don't you think that 30% is a bit too, is it excessive, or do you think within the Nigerian context it is okay?
No, I would say it is okay. We're just recovering from a lot of the policy shocks, from FX depreciation, from high inflation rates, and you also look at high petroleum product prices, which has impacted on everything. So now with the new burden of having 30% on your profit is significant. I would have thought that it can be graduated because even at the 10%, it wasn't enforced. So a lot of investors were not even used to it. So it's almost like from zero, you have not been paying before. Now you have to pay 30%. If you make, based on the threshold, which I know we'll still get to, if you make above that, you imagine you made 10 million above that threshold, and you have to pay 3 million. This is 3 million that could have been used for other productive activities that you're also paying to the government. But meanwhile, most times there's still a trust deficit when we talk about tax collection in Nigeria. What are the things? Because when I speak with people, that the little they are even collecting, what are the benefits that we are generating from that? So those are some of the thoughts that will be in the minds of Nigerians. What are the benefits? So now that I'll be paying this huge amount of tax, what should I expect? And what I think from my own perspective is that with this new additional tax, it can be tied to projects. Like we normally see the Sukuk bond that you are passing through a particular road, you see Sukuk 4, Sukuk 5 built by that particular fund. So if Nigerians begin to see this particular major road is built by additional revenue from tax, then people will now be encouraged to even submit themselves genuinely to the payment of tax. So that's what I think. It's really going to impact on disposable income, especially for the high-end income earners, because you see the way Nigeria has been structured, you may be earning more, but the dependence that you have as you grow higher is also very significant. So it's not like because you are there, you are just enjoying the money or the revenue or income, if I put it that way, that you're earning alone. There's always a lot of dependents that would come, requests that will come that you also need to fund. So this is reducing that disposable income, available income, for instance, may also impact on even the masses that a lot of the high income earners are supporting, given the reduction in expected revenue.
The one question I have is around the fact that, so when I look at the rate of, you look at the division between retail investors, institutional investors, especially this year, we discover that more of the inflows have come from institutional investors. In fact, they, at some point, I think they contribute their participation. They basically run the market in a way, and there's more inflow from their part than there was outflow. Meanwhile, on the side of the retail investors, there was more outflow than there was inflow. That means retail investors are basically capitalizing on the liquidity that institutional investors have placed in. The question I have is, do you think that the government or the tax reform committee put this particular context into view before they came up with this policy? Do you think that they really observed that, okay, these institutional investors are contributing more than they are probably taking out from the market before they went ahead with this particular tax?
No, I would say that this may not have been considered. But I always know that policies, when you choose policies at times, is also subject to improvement. Okay. Because like you rightly said, the volume or the value of transactions carried out by institutional investor, very significant, over 50 or 60%, if I'm not mixing up the numbers. That is going to now discourage them on investment, because you need to factor in that if you think that you are making 20%, you have to discount that 20% by the 30% CGT that you will pay as a company, because it has increased from 10% now to 30%. So you need to factor that. So you can't just get excited that you are making money. It means that you also have to factor in the return. So the expected return for an investor, especially additional investor, will now be higher, because if I'm going to invest in her market and I would have to still pay 30%, does it make sense to just stay in fixed income or stay in other form of investment, that I would, even if I generate 15% and what I have to pay is just 10% withholding tax, am I better off than going to make return of 20% and I have to, by the time you discount that 20% by 30%, you would see that the return has reduced significantly.
Your returns will now be, so the question I have is around the enforcement now. Like you said earlier, the 10% wasn't really enforced. But do you think now, because a lot of things are kicking off January 1, when it comes to taxes, there's been a lot of buzz on the street. Do you think this is one of them that would be enforced starting January 1?
Yes, I think this would be enforced because even to the government, there's incentive to enforce it. And to the tax consultants that also work with government, there's also an incentive. It's based on what they're able to recover that they are also paid. So we would see, what we would see is typically they would parley the CSCS, for instance, to get data. So the market operators to get the data on transactions. And on the back of that, they would write to investors. So what investors need to do is they need to always keep records now, especially for the high-end investors. Just to put it into perspective, before I start talking, the threshold, so when we talk about individuals that used to pay 10% have now been increased to 30%. But there's a threshold. The rate at which tax will be applied, the tax rate that will be applied rather, will be based on your income level. So we know that 800, for those that earn 800,000 naira and below, are exempt from tax. But by the time they look at your income and they had whatever other, your salary and other income together, if it's above 800%, depending on where you fall, it is the same tax rate that will be applied. So some people, if the normal tax you are paying as a personal income tax is 21%, it is that same 21% that will be applied to your profit from the shares. But it's also good to note that the threshold before it is applicable is that you must have either crossed the 150 million threshold, or you are also made profit of 10 million. So if you make above 10 million, it means that you would pay 30% of that. That's 3 million to the government, and your profit, net profit, becomes 7 million. But if you don't hit that threshold, then you will not be liable to pay tax. But for company, company income tax is 30%. So what has been done is to harmonize it, that when you are calculating, before you calculate your company income tax, your gains too would have been added in your top line. And at the end of the day, by the time the 30% will be deducted, the 30% would be the same, would have also impacted on the gains you made from your sale of assets, sale of shares, and other related assets. So that's even the way it would work. So I believe that it's going to be a disincentive for investors. Investors will need to make more return at that level. Yes, investors also now need to be smart. They need to get consultants. There are ways that you can reduce what you pay. So if I'm looking at my portfolio, for instance, within a year, if I've already hit the 150 million threshold and I'm supposed to pay tax, and I'm carrying some underperforming stocks, for instance, rather than continue to keep those stocks in my portfolio and pay money to the government, I may crystallize some losses to reduce what I will pay as tax. Also, you are also allowed, the relief you get is you're also allowed to reinvest. The portion that is reinvested is also exempted from paying capital gain tax. So investors need to now be aware on what we call tax planning. You can't, as you are selling, you have to keep your records You have to know when you have the gains that you are making. You have to see if you are about to hit the threshold. What do you want to do? Do you still want to just keep your stock, or do you want to sell more to stay below that threshold? So there's a lot that now thinking that a strategy that now has to go in, which is not going to be convenient for investors. We talk about when you get to the foreign investors, for instance, some of them would have to pay double tax.
Yes.
So what is the incentive for them to now invest? You make $1 million and you have to pay $3 million to the government. Then you get to your country, whatever tax is also applicable on those profits will also be paid. So by the time they look at what point will they break even? At what point will it make sense when you compare it? Then I was saying that even if you make 20% in the stock market and you multiply it by, discount it by the 30%, it means your net return will be around 14%. Does it make more sense to just invest in net fixed income investment at 15%? Those are some of the considerations that investors will have to look at.
Doctor, for the constraint of time, you've given us quite a lecture on this particular subject. It's the question I want to have now. You are saying some things that would preempt my next question. Do you think that there will be a lot of sell-offs because now we are talking about the fact that companies will probably have to crystallize their holdings of underperforming stocks? So that means, in your opinion, do you think that we should be anticipating a sell-off by institutional investors in the coming weeks, say before the end of this year?
Yes, I think that would be done because investors' effective date is 1st of January 2026. So investors who want to enjoy whatever gains they've made this year will not be only 10% will be applied to it if it's going to be enforced, because that is already in existence. It is the new 30% that the government is trying to reinforce.
And will this not affect our ranking? Basically, our market is, if you look at the best performing markets in Africa for this year, I think we are, in terms of USD returns, we are number 5 in the number. Will policies like this not affect our ability to compete as a destination for portfolio investments, especially among our peers in the emerging market and in the frontier markets? Don't you?
Definitely, it's going to affect the attractiveness, like I mentioned, of our market, because your expected return will now be higher. Because what concerns investors is the net return. What do you actually make at the end of the day if you invest in this country? So I feel that given a lot of the debate and review going on, we may see maybe an exemption or a reduction in this capital gain tax for foreign investors, because even when we look at the data, yes, most inflows are coming into fixed income investments, but there's also a need for us to get for FPIs in equities. That is significant, and they would work together, I think, with the coordinating minister, discussing also with the tax authorities as well as even the CBN. There's a need to harmonize their objective such that we don't scare away or discourage foreign portfolio investors. So there's a lot that it's 20% increase is significant. And it's so if before you're investing for 10% yield because of dividend on a pessimistic case, you look at based on dividend yield of 10%. It means on a net basis, if you are you belong to the high net worth individual rather, you means that your net yield will be about 7%. So those are some of the considerations that you have to make when you're making any investment decision from 2026.
Okay, thank you so much for your time on the show, Dr. Adejiebo. It's been a very insightful session with you.
Always my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. After the break, we are going to be returning with business news making the rounds as well as updates from the market from last week. Stay with us. Welcome back to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV. We're going on to business news making the rounds. We're starting off with news of Aliko Dangote gaining almost $500 million during the week as the bullish run in the NGX propelled the Dangote Cement and NASCON stocks. So Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, added $497 million to his net worth in the week ending October 10. This is following a strong performance by his listed companies on the Nigerian exchange. Data from the Bloomberg Billionaires Index showed that Dangote's wealth rose from $29.1 billion to $29.6 billion within the week, driven mainly by gains in Dangote Cement PLC, where he holds an 87.45% stake. Dangote Cement share price climbed 9.5% during the week, translating to around $497.3 million in added wealth to Aliko Dangote. However, the sugar refinery saw a 1.3% decline during the week, reducing its holdings by just around $4.776 million. This loss was offset by a $4.52 million gain from NASCON Allied Industries, which recorded an uptick during the week. The overall performance underscores how closely Dangote's wealth is tied to Nigeria's stock market, especially the cement sector. So far in 2025, Dangote's fortune has grown by $1.5 billion, reflecting the NGX's bullish run. The rally has been supported by improved investor confidence, stronger corporate earnings, and the central bank's effort to stabilize the naira. Bloomberg ranks Dangote as the world's 76th richest man with assets spanning cement, sugar, salt, fertilizer, and oil refining, highlighting his central role in Nigeria's industrial and market growth. Then we'll move on to the news of Nigeria's equities deal for the first 8 months of the year. The value of equities deal traded on the Nigerian exchange surged to 6.92 trillion in the first 8 months of 2025. This is the highest in 18 years. The figure more than doubles the 3.47 trillion recorded for the entire year of 2024, reflecting rising investor confidence in the local bourse. Foreign investors accounted for 1.45 trillion or 21%, while domestic investors dominated with 5.46 trillion or 79%. Monthly data shows steady growth, with trading values peaking at 1.815 trillion in July. A financial analyst, Abiola Razak, said the recent surge in market activity reflects improved liquidity across Nigeria's capital market. He highlighted that retail investors accounted for a third of domestic trade, signaling a renewed appetite for equities. According to Razak, this strong interest from local investors will be fueled by the Nigeria's exchange 5 consecutive years of positive run, with the NGX All-Share Index outperforming fixed income investments despite persistently high interest rates. Razak added that technology-driven platform and improved customer service have boosted retail participation. As FX stability returns, speculative capital previously held in foreign assets is being redirected to equities, supporting fund inflows. Institutional investors, including pension managers, have also increased equity allocation. The NGX report shows foreign inflows of 407.87 billion and outflows of 748.23 billion, while domestic retail and institutional trade reached 2.332 trillion and 3.13 trillion respectively. Analysts expect a slightly bullish market ahead of Q3 earnings, with sentiment driven by results, dividend guidance, and macroeconomic signals. China is warning the United States of countermeasures as Trump's 100% tariff threat ignites new trade clash. China has warned that it will take countermeasures if the US President Donald Trump follows through on his threat to impose a 100% tariff on Chinese goods. He's accusing Washington of hypocrisy and double standards as trade tensions flare again. In a statement on Sunday, Beijing defended its decision to tighten export control on rare earth metals, calling US actions provocative and damaging. The Ministry of Commerce said the move was in response to new US measures introduced after trade talks in Madrid last month. Trump announced that the tariff will take effect November 1, describing China's export restrictions as surprising and very hostile. Beijing fired back, saying the US had overstretched the concept of national security and adopted discriminatory practices against China. China's stance is consistent. We do not want a tariff war. but we are not afraid of one, the ministry said. Rare earth key minerals are used in smartphones, electric vehicles, and defense system, and they have become central to the dispute. China's tighter controls rattled global markets, while Trump accused Beijing of trying to hold the world captive. Analysts warned that prolonged tensions could slow global growth. Despite the harsh rhetorics, both sides say they remain open to dialogue ahead of a possible Trump-Xi meeting later this month. After the break, we'll return with updates from the market from last week. Stay with us. Welcome back. We're moving on to market updates. The NGX closed last week on a positive note as the bullish sentiment continued to drive gains across key sectors. Let's look at what the market is saying. The All-Share Index advanced by 54 basis points, 0.54 percentage points, to hit a new all-time high, 146,988.04 points. Based on Friday's performance, it has brought we now have a year-to-date return of 42.81%. The market is riding slowly to a 50% return at the end of the year. Market activity was robust, quite robust. 386.57 million shares traded in deals worth around 11.26 billion, while the market capitalization rose to 93.3 trillion naira. Dangote Cement led the gainers chart on Friday with a 6.48% gain to close at a share price of 575 naira per share. It was followed by NEM Insurance. NEM Insurance gained 5.23% to close at a share price of 29 naira 15 kobo. Jais Bank gained 4.65% to close at the share price of 4 naira 50 kobo. FTN Cocoa Processors gained 3.57% to close at the share price of 5 naira 80 kobo. Then CWG Group also was a significant gainer with 3.46% to close at the share price of 17 naira 95 kobo. And on the flip side, we see Union Home Real Estate Insurance Trust down 9.98% to close at the share price of 51 naira 85 kobo. Maya PLC, the paint maker, down by 9.85% to close at the share price of 15 naira 10 kobo. Sterling Holdco down by 9.58% to close at the share price of 7 naira 55 kobo. Cornerstone Insurance down 6.90% to close at the share price of 6 naira 21 kobo. Then eTransact International down 6.25% to hit a share price of 15 naira. And let's look at market activity for Friday. Fidelity Bank was the top traded stock of Friday, 47.342 million shares in deals worth about 959.3 million naira. They were followed by Champs, 38.451 million shares in deals worth around 169.8 million naira. Japal Gold, the mining company, the dredging company, mining company, basically 21.843 million shares in those worth around 56 million naira. Zenith Bank also 18.22 million shares traded in deals worth about 1.26 billion, 1.259 billion naira. FCMB Group 18.143 million shares in deals worth around 195.2 million naira. Let's look at the weekly market report. During the week, the all-share index appreciated by 2.37% to hit a new all-time high. This is the best week performances we've seen since August. Top gainers for the week: Sovereign Trust Insurance up by 16.73% in 1 week to hit 3 naira 21 kobo. Umatech Ventures up by 12.3% to hit 1.37 naira. AXA Mansard up 11.81% to hit a share price of 16 naira 10 kobo. 16 naira 10 kobo. Champs 11.69% during the week. Then Unicel Interlinked made it to the top gainers for last week. It also made it to the top gainers for last week. It made it to the top gainers for 2 weeks ago. It also made it to the top gainers for last week. Our top losers for last week: Living Trust Mortgage Bank down by 14.6% to close at the share price of 520 kobo. Nimet International Pharmaceutical down by almost 11% to hit a share price of 6 naira and 1 kobo. Union Home Rights down by 9.98%. The gains, the losses were recorded all throughout Friday, then to hit a share price of 51 naira 85 kobo. Maya PLC down 9.85% during the week, just on Friday, to close at the share price of 15 naira 10 kobo. Then Julie PLC also down by 9.6% on Friday to hit a share price of 8 naira 95 kobo. In terms of sectoral performances, it was a mix, as we saw the banking index down by 41 basis points. However, the insurance index was up by 3.69%, consumer goods up by 83 basis points, oil and gas up by 2.9%, and the NGX industrial goods index also up by 4.23%, especially driven by Dangote's Friday performance. In the global markets, there was a wipe off of almost $2 trillion in value on Friday, as we saw from Dow Jones to Nasdaq to S&P 500 all recorded significant losses. This is off the backs of renewed trade tensions between US and China. Dow Jones down by 1.9% on Friday. S&P index, also S&P 500, down by 2.71% on Friday, and the Nasdaq Composite also down by 3.56%. In Asia on Friday, we also saw significant the renewed trade tensions also had its way in Asia. We saw Nikkei 225 down by 1.01%, Kospi index down by 1.73%, and in Hong Kong also down by 1.73%. On Monday, the trend continued, as we saw Hong Kong's Hang Seng index still drop 2.04% on Monday, while in mainland China, the CSI 300 down, slipped by 0.5%. This is while the market is going down, the currency is going up. The currency in China, the Chinese currency, is strengthening against the dollar. Now let's look at the European index. What happened in the US also snowballed into Europe. We saw the FTSE down by 86 basis points, the CAC 40 down by 1.53%, and the DAX index down by 1.50%. And on the currency side, the Naira strengthened against all the major currencies. Last week, we saw a strengthening of the Naira. Against the USD, it's 1,462 Naira to the USD. Euros 1,699 Naira to the Euros, and the British pounds 1,953 Naira to the British pounds. And that's all we can take on economy and market for today. Thank you for staying with us. I'm your host, David Olujimi. Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market.
On the 8th of October 2025, ICES, International Cake Exposition Society of Nigeria, in collaboration with Golden Penny, held its 10th exposition event at the All-Season Plaza with the theme Sensational Wedding Cakes, a Peep into the Future. The event brought together cake vendors, government officials, and partnering food brands to enjoy the warmth and beauty of the cake industry. The welcome address was given by Segun Alugba, Deputy Director, Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment, representing the Commissioner for Commerce, Trade and Investment.
My take is very simple. It's first and foremost, the welcome development, and I think it's a platform for MSMEs, particularly in Lagos, because I believe most of them are MSMEs. One of the visions of MCIC, the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative and Investment, is to see that businesses thrive in Lagos and consumer satisfaction. So I believe this program will give our MSMEs a platform to showcase what they are doing and what they can do. First and foremost, the 10th edition, I want to say congratulations to them. It's been a long way over the years for them to be able to sustain the program for the past 10 years. I want to say once again, congratulations to them. But most importantly, it shows resilience. It shows people who are committed. People want to bring their vision to fruition. it shows that they're doing something right. For them to be able to sustain it for 10 good years, it has not been easy despite the challenges here and there. I want to say congratulations, and I want to say again, they've contributed to the economy of Nigeria and particularly Lagos State. And I want to tell them that the Lagos State government is ready, most ready to support them. They've contributed to the GDP of Nigeria and by extension Lagos State. And I believe they've created even job opportunities a lot in the state. The Lagos is already contributing a lot, first and foremost to the MSME. Like I said, most of them are MSME, small businesses, medium enterprises. Lagos State is doing a lot. It's just that some of them may not be aware. For instance, the LSCTF, Lagos Employment Trust Fund. This fund, Lagos State launched on the 9th of May 2025. It is called LASMECO. That's Lagos' access to finance through cooperatives. It's a 10 billion naira funds for small businesses, MSMEs. You can access it, and you can access as much as 10 million naira per person, which is good. It's just the beginning.
In starting the International Cake Exploration Society in Nigeria, we envisage an organization that will bring together bakers from all walks of life, who will be able to share knowledge, who will be able to network, who will be able to help each other grow in the industry. ICES indeed has come a long way. We have been able to grow individual businesses and as a corporate body. And of course, in the next 5 years, we see us also growing in leaps and bounds, because now we're in the age of technology. So we're hoping to be able to harness technology in improving our businesses, in technology, in helping the cake world and the cake industry with our creativity, with our ideas, and coming up with new dimensions.
The lead marketing manager, Golden Penny Multipurpose Flour Mill of Nigeria PLC, introduced the new all-purpose flour, perfect for bakers per request, and highlighted some of the key nutrients it provides.
It is good for you to know that your flour is also fortified with vitamin A. If you are producing your cake, baking your cake, and other pastries, you should also know that your customers, your consumers, they're not just getting ordinary flour. They're getting a flour that is fortified with vitamin A.
Okay, for one thing, it's a very organized group. And you also see that it's a national body, and they have centers all across different states in Nigeria. So for us, that gives us a platform where you can meet the target audience, people that really need our flour, in one place. So they are the right people, they are the one using the flour, and they are very organized. And the event they put together, you will see that the content is very good, and they are bringing themselves together to be better. They want to be better bakers, and we as Golden Penny will see that fit, because we also want them to be better bakers, and we partner with them, to give them the kind of baking solutions that they need. And that's why we launched the Golden Penny Multipurpose Flour. It's a perfect flour for cakes and for all their pastry recipes. So it's a perfect fit for us. Organized group who wants to be better bakers, and we are Golden Penny, and we want to partner with them to make them better bakers with the use of our flour.
ICES is about cakes, about bakery, about baking stuff. So when we talk about a sensational wedding cakes, we want to showcase to the world what we can do. Beautiful, simple wedding cakes that you can put on your table, and it's beautiful. So it's a time when all of us gather together. But this is special because when you say wedding cakes, it's limitless. If you go to that table, you see a lot of ideas, people popping in and out with so many ideas.
The event continued with a state parade by the 16 states ICES is present. National President Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, laid out steps to support entrepreneurs in Nigeria while encouraging more Nigerians towards the line of entrepreneurship.
I think ICES has grown over the years. They've been very vibrant, and I can see that today's event is also an indication that they are actually waxing stronger. We can see a lot of exhibitors there. We can see virtually all the states in Nigeria being represented. We can see stakeholders in the different industry and the MSME ecosystem being represented here. We can also see government present. I can see a number of commissioners and ministries here being represented, and that shows that they have come to stay. And I must also say that this is what we need in Nigeria. We need to continue to look at how to support entrepreneurs, particularly those in the cake and confectionery. These are creative sectors that can also bring not just money to their pocket, but also create jobs for the country, and also give government more revenue. So I feel the best thing we can do as individuals is to continue to look at how we can engage ourselves. Many of these people here today started very small, but they are now big. So it shows that there are so many opportunities in Nigeria. We need not be shouting of no job. We need not be shouting that the condition is not perfect. Let's make the best of the condition we have at the moment, and let's see how we can also become like this or even bigger. And with what I'm also seeing here, it means we have a lot of products that we can also export to the outside world. Africa, Nigeria has a lot of potentials. I'm so happy to be here. I really appreciate the leadership of ISIS for organizing this, and I want to see that our association has pledged to continue to support ISIS in whatever they do going forward.
ISIS unites bakers from all over the world. I don't want to limit it tonight. That's why it's International Cake Exploration Society. Okay, we used to travel before outside once a year for a conference in the United States of America. In November, we're going for another, we call it Birmingham show in Birmingham. That's November. So it's a global thing. Now, talking about it adding to the economy, it creates employment, number one. It builds career for some people, okay? It gives people insight, and it broadens people's scope of business. It puts people into business, if I should say that. And ISIS for Nigeria, it brings other companies, our vendors, and it builds companies. You could see Golden Penny, see Valido, see different companies. And while they are here, and get something clear, ISIS is not only for bakers. It's supposed to be for cake exploration. But any other thing that has to do with cake, the milk company, the flour producing company, the spice producing company, all of them, we connect with them. We have a relationship with them. People that are into events, people that are into outfits, because we make our chef jackets, we make our outfits, we make you could see different colors, different states, and we're in about 16 states in Nigeria. So it's a world of economy building.
While the exposition was going on, the event continued with the sugar beavers being taught various baking techniques. The International Cake Exposition Society was an event that highlighted the world of baking, translating thoughts into cakes and showcasing creativity on all sides.
I'm very enthusiastic about the next 5 years. I am very optimistic about the next 5 years. I see expansion beyond Nigeria. I want to see us embrace Africa as a continent, held together by this love for sugar craft, sugar art, and how we can just build on that, create a bond, that crosses borders based on that craft.
Well, how does it aim to support? The Lagos State government is always in support of organizations who are people friendly, who are helping to groom more entrepreneurs, because Lagos State itself is at the forefront of grooming more entrepreneurs, more younger people. And I know that Lagos State government and the state itself has the largest population of entrepreneurs. Even if they move to other states of the federation, I'm sure they would have first started out and grown in Lagos. That's the truth, because the population of Lagos State itself is a unique selling proposition. Lagos State is a trailblazer when it comes to encouraging and supporting small and medium enterprises. And we have millions of such businesses who are also boosting the Lagos economy. So why not? Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is one of the governors who are in the forefront of encouraging and grooming more younger people, more entrepreneurs.
I am Amanda Emasigbuwe for Business Day Television.
The agenda for today for us to really discuss esteemed as stakeholders. Who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, strengthening stakeholder collaboration in construction, demolition and disaster waste management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their sites to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that it is to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on construction is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the construction in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's being transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are, they are very high-end, high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be, the waste to be managed, it's not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste you register with LOMA, and then LOMA has the technicalities to, collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform LOMA that you're constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director, Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
This is right. It's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there's quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much that people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health also will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, give them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Roast is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So, for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner we call Mrs. Whiskey to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's very we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with their is a resource for another usage, can be also repurposed. So the capacity wise, there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal peace, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste. So I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, we use our scape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of anything.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with LOMA actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of LOMA to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers would need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they are trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they are going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on, as it's a growing city. So construction waste that not properly disposed of, it becomes a menace. And also, it's part of a circular economy. Nothing is waste. Everything is a resource. So what is waste to one is a resource to another. So we just have to ensure that it's properly disposed of or moved on to the next place where it becomes a resource.
So far, we've had a lot of collaboration from LOMA. If you were listening to the panelists inside, we're having discussion about the bifurcation between water services and solid waste and all that, Lagos State Drainage Services, Ministry of Environment. And we've been collaborating with most agencies. We are, the last mile users. We had to collaborate with agencies to improve the environment, a lot of degradation. Because of that, we've had to do a lot of interface with agencies. If you listen to the panelists inside, there's a disconnect between registering and then accumulation of data, determine what kind of waste you're going to be managing. Anybody can register their site. And the man is building 10 stories. Kind of waste management for that kind of project is different from when you're registering to build a single duplex dwelling home. Do you understand? Yeah. But these are the disconnections, I think, stakeholding and things like this, sure, over time and all that. But it's not unionized when you see all the developers. I think a lot of developers adhere, right? But the problems are bigger than just developers not being able to do a lot. There's shortfalls in capacity, both on the government side and The panelists have brought to the fore some very important points, including how to use the waste. If the waste is being used productively, then you have a situation where people are not dumping waste into the rivers and it's being used to generate power, it's being used to build an economy and an ecosystem. That way, waste management becomes, an economic powerhouse, right? So we are generating waste, the waste is being used to produce, generating jobs. We'll see less of these problems. So I think it's mostly a stakeholder issue. All these moving parts have to come together for cohesion.
The event ended on a high note with a pledge from the general public and a vote of thanks from Dr. Acien Nswabia, Director of Waste Management Statistics and Policy Development. Amanda Amosigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Amanda Imosibwe. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Tinubu injects 1 trillion naira into mining. Revenue surges sixfold as sector eyes $1 trillion economy by 2030. Discos get 28 billion naira bailout for free meter rollout.
NASS to conclude electoral act before December. Bitcoin worth $14 billion saved in US-UK crackdown on alleged scam. 2026 World Cup, Nigeria to face Gabon in CAF playoff. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the country's solid mineral sector has entered a new era of expansion as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu announced a 1 trillion naira investment package, the largest in the nation's history, to position mining as the cornerstone of the country's economic diversification strategy. Delivering the keynote at the 10th Nigeria Mining Week 2025 in Abuja, President Tinubu says the funds drawn from 4.5 trillion naira increase in the 2025 national budget will finance geoscientific exploration, detailed geological surveys, and critical infrastructure across mineral-rich regions to boost local value addition. The President, represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, described this as the single largest investment ever made in Nigeria's mining industry, adding that Nigeria is determined to turn the wealth beneath into prosperity. According to him, the sector's revenue has jumped from 6 billion naira in 2023 to 38 billion naira in 2024, representing a six-fold increase attributed to improved policy coordination, oversight, and transparency.
We made a historic decision to increase the 2025 national budget by 4.5 trillion, with an extra 1 trillion earmarked for the solid minerals sector. This is the most significant single investment in Nigeria's mining industry by any administration. Let us turn our minerals into miracles of development. Let us make from minerals to miracles our rallying cry, converting our natural wealth into lasting progress.
We have in the last 1.5 years attracted, through the efficacy of our policies, over $1 billion in direct foreign investment into this sector. We have recorded a phenomenal growth even in our revenue, the revenue that we bring into the coffers of the federal government. I recall that I said sometimes back, and I met a total revenue of that sector of 6 billion, and within a year, without any additional budgetary allocation, we raised it to 38 billion within 1 year. We have so many investors or potential investors, operators, who don't have the financial muscle like the foreign investors. And so, while we identify that, we put a Solid Mineral Development Fund agency to work. And the Solid Minerals Development Agency has finished the design. And I can confidently announce to you that we are going to start an SMDF High Impact Mineral Exploration Program. This is a grant funding program which is to provide financial and technical support to proponents exploring for minerals in Nigeria. This program will support mineral exploration, and it will be capped at 50% of the eligible cost of the entire project.
Moving on, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has approved the disbursement of 28 billion naira to electricity distribution companies for the second phase of the Meter Acquisition Fund scheme for the metering of all outstanding Band A customers free of charge. The order, cited as NERC Order Number 2025/10, Order on Operationalization of Tranche B of the Meter Acquisition Fund, took effect from October 6, 2025, forming part of the Presidential Metering Initiative, which aims to close Nigeria's estimated 7 million meter deficit. The Commission, in the new directive signed by NERC Vice Chairman Musili Osenu and the Commissioner for Legal Licensing and Compliance, Dafe Akpeneye, revealed that the latest tranche will focus on metering all outstanding unmetered Band A customers while expediting the closure of the metering gap for customers currently classified under Tariff B. The 28 billion naira will reportedly be shared among the 11 distribution companies in proportion to their market contributions. Ikeja Electric will receive the highest allocation of 5.47 billion naira, followed by Eco Disco with 4.36 billion naira, Ibadan Disco with 4.26 billion naira, and Abuja Disco with 3.31 billion naira. Yola got 231 million naira and Jos received 794 million naira. Still on, the majority leader of the Senate, Okpeyemi Bamidele, on Tuesday announced that the ongoing amendment of the Electoral Act 2022 would be concluded on or before December 2025, assuring Nigerians that the amendment will be used for the 2027 general elections. Bamidele, also representing Ekiti Central in the Senate, revealed that the only reason the Muhammadu Buhari administration was unable to sign the last aspect of the electoral amendment bill was because the National Assembly transmitted it late to the presidency then. The majority leader revealed this in a statement he made after Godswill Akpabio, the president of the Senate, read President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's request to confirm Joash Amupitan as the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Tinubu had nominated Amupitan, a professor of law, after the Council of State unanimously approved his appointment as the new INEC chairman last Wednesday, following the exit of Mahmoud Yakubu. Also, Nigeria and the United Kingdom have agreed to begin the process of amending their bilateral air services agreement to reflect evolving trends in the international air travel and strengthen cooperation between both countries. This was revealed in a statement made available on Tuesday by Tunde Moshood, Special Advisor on Media and Communications to the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo. Moshood says the two countries reached the agreement during the courtesy visit to the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, by top executives of British Airways, led by Alan Campbell and Moran Berger. According to the statement, the meeting, which was held in Abuja on Monday, focused on improving bilateral aviation ties and addressing operational matters. The British Airways delegation reaffirmed the airline's commitment to Nigeria, highlighting its 90-year presence in the country and plan to mark the milestone in 2026. To end the local news, the Federal Ministry of Education has revealed that Nigerian senior secondary school students in arts and humanities will no longer be required to present a credit in mathematics in their senior school as a condition for admission to universities and polytechnics. For years, admission seekers in arts and humanities, like their contemporaries in science and social sciences, have been mandated to have 5 credits, including mathematics and English language, to secure admission into higher institutions. According to the ministry, the revised national guidelines for entry requirements into Nigerian tertiary institutions are designed to remove barriers while maintaining academic standards, adding that the new framework applies to universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, and innovation enterprise academies across the country. The Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, described the reform as a deliberate effort to expand access to tertiary education. The ministry also approved a comprehensive reform of admission entry requirements into all tertiary institutions across the country, increasing the average annual intake from about 700,000 to 1 million students. We are now joined by our in-house analyst, Mr. Joshua Bassi. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Amanda, for having me.
So how do you see this new policy that exempts credit in mathematics for students of arts and humanities?
Okay, so this morning, as I was coming to, let me just say, as I was coming to driving to work this morning, I listened to one of Nigeria's most followed social analysts on radio, and I'm going to mention his name because himself actually talked about it. Tunji Disu is a very popular radio analyst and social commentator, and he said something. He said that if maths, was compulsory in his time when he was seeking admission into university, that he would not have gone to the university. This man is almost 70. He's almost 70 years now. So that's what he says. So because he said that he does not know maths, and that the fact that it was not compulsory in his time actually made him to gain admission to the university. And so he said, oh, look, if it was compulsory in his time, he would probably be selling pure water around the street today. So, but the fact that it wasn't compulsory in his own time, that at least he was good in he's good in arts and other humanity. So he was able to gain admission into the university, and today he's doing what he's doing today. And we can't say that because he didn't have math and that he's not good at what he's doing today. So I think I align myself with that kind of a thinking. With the thinking, of course, of the Federal Minister of Education, Minister of Education, Mr. Tunji Alausa, who has come up with this policy. And but of course, there are people who also feel that, look, this is not good enough. You could have allowed it to remain the way it's been. But I think that generally, from what I've listened to, what people have said, it seems that the majority of the people tend to think that what the Federal Ministry of Education has done is a step in the right direction. The national policy on education was maths and English, of course, were made compulsory after the review of the 1977 the National Policy on Education, which was reviewed in 1981, then 1989, then subsequently again in 1998. Those were the era where this maths and English were made compulsory. But government, in thinking that perhaps we should go back to that era where maths wasn't compulsory for those who wants to do who wants to go into university to do arts, art subjects, humanities. I think it's, for me, I think it's not a bad idea, no matter what people may think, but it just give opportunity for people who may not be good, in solving maths to also be able to, because over time, over the years, that's actually limited people. It has actually stopped people from proceeding to gain a higher education, because they could not just solve math, even though they are good in arts, in the humanity subjects.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Being an art student myself, contrary to people's opinion, I saw my need for mathematics in my course of study, because in some courses I actually did maths and I did physics. Yeah. But then, what do you think are the merits and demerits of this policy?
Yeah, okay. The merit is the fact that if you don't know maths, right? There are people who don't know math. That's just the fact. They don't know it. They don't know it. No matter how you try to force them to, they just keep struggling. So if you don't know math, but you are good in other areas, right? Then making maths compulsory, making crediting math compulsory, for you, simply just take you away completely from gaining admission into higher institution, right? And so that we could end up, like Tunju Disu said this morning, you could end up as some kind of non-entity, as it were, because you couldn't further your education, simply because of that policy. So the merit is that, which the Minister of Education has also alluded to, the merit is that it removes the barrier, from those who do not know maths, so at least it allows them. So look, maths is not compulsory. You don't have to credit maths before you gain admission into higher institutions. So fine, you didn't credit maths, so you apply to study either English, or study maybe history, or study something that you don't really need even maths. You are able to go to school and then further your education to whatever level. You just stay your own course and then excel in that area. Because in the subject, in the course you are applying to study, you may not find maths heavily, it may not be maths, so it doesn't actually stop you. That's not to say that you should not, of course, have some, elementary maths, because at some point in your life, whether you like it or not, of course, you will come across, situation where you need to apply your elementary mathematics to be able to solve problem and move forward. That's the merit for me. The demerit, of course, it has its own demerit too, and the demerit is the fact that if you don't even have an idea of math at all, you may come to a point in your life that you realize that, oh, look, this wasn't good enough. Perhaps you could have put in more effort. So, okay, so because it's compulsory, and even though you do not really have that brain to solve maths, but you put in more effort because like I said, at some point in your life, whether you like it or not, you discover that maths will confront you. It will definitely confront you. So the demerit is that taking it out completely, right? Simply just, okay, I don't need maths, so I'm not going to bother myself because it's not compulsory. I don't have to credit math to be able to gain admission into higher education, to higher institution. And so you completely take yourself out of it. But like I said, at some point, you will definitely discover that you need maths in your life. So allowing it to be as it were, so you just put in that effort, that effort will just land you somewhere, some at least idea around math. So when you are confronted with such situation in your life, you can just the idea that because you put in more effort and you're able to solve that problem and move on.
All right, thank you very much for that. Lastly, with the reactions from citizens that we have seen, some believe that this new law is going to have a negative impact on education quality and standards. What do you think about it?
Well, I don't think so. I don't think it's going to lower standard. I don't think so, because the point, like is very clear, is that if you are studying, for instance, history, right, that is your course of study. Because you focus on your course of study and make the best out of it. Okay. But of course, don't forget that maths is not removed completely from those who have to study. If you have to study science, if you have to study chemistry, biology, if you are studying, if you are going into do medicine, if you are going to do science related courses, maths is still compulsory. You still have to credit math. So for those people, that look, you should study hard. I mean, of course, so I don't see lowering standard of education. There may be other things that may be responsible for poor standard, maybe infrastructure, maybe ASU is on strike as we speak. Those are the things that might lead to poor or lower standard. It's not because if you have to study the course that doesn't require you to do a lot of math, you know that, look, I'm in for this. And so you study to you actually come up with a good grade. So I don't think that this will actually lower the standard, in my view.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joshua Bassi, for your in-depth opinion about this.
Thank you, Amanda.
We'll now take a quick break, and when we return, we'll bring you more details from the foreign scene.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
And we're back. Thank you for staying with us. Now to sports. The Confederation of African Football has released the fixtures and dates for the 2026 FIFA World Cup African Playoff, as 4 nations vie for 1 continental ticket. CAF confirmed that Morocco, the host nation for the 2025 African Cup of Nations, will also stage the playoffs, which will determine the final team to advance in the intercontinental playoffs. Following their emphatic 4-0 win over Benin Republic in Uyo, the Super Eagles of Nigeria secured a place in the playoffs, joining Cameroon, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Gabon. According to CAF's schedule, the playoff fixtures will take place on November 13, 2025, with Cameroon playing DR Congo, while Nigeria faces Gabon. To end the news, Cristiano Ronaldo has scored twice and set a new goal-scoring record as his Portugal side could only draw with Hungary to miss a chance to qualify for the 2026 World Cup. Ronaldo, 40, has now scored 41 goals in World Cup, qualifying to move clear of the previous record holder, former Guatemala striker Carlos Ruiz, who got 39 qualifying goals in his career. With England beating Latvia 5-0 to qualify from Group K, Portugal were minutes away from securing their spot in next summer's tournament in Canada, Mexico, and the United States. Liverpool midfielder Dominic Sobolazia, however, grabbed an equalizer in the 91st minute to deny Portugal the win they needed. Portugal's next chance to qualify, however, comes on 13th November when they play the Republic of Ireland in Dublin. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Stay tuned for more updates.
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was Shaping Nigeria's AI Future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by Business Day, KPNG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of Business Day, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government, entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI. There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development projects. We have the ones for infrastructure.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics. My name is Yunio Bongiwo. Good to see you. Ahead of the 2027 general election, political alignment and realignment have continued in Nigeria. On Tuesday, the Enugu State Governor, Peter Mba, defected from the main opposition, the People's Democratic Party, to the ruling All Progressive Congress. Governor Mba, who is in his first time, said the decision to join the APC was aimed at advancing the state interests through a stronger partnership with the ruling party at the center. It come about a week after President Tinubu nominated Josh Ojo Amuputon as the new chairman for the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, subject to confirmation by the National Assembly. The National Assembly has also intensified move to amend the 2022 Electoral Act as preparation for the 2027 general election begin in earnest. Joining me today on Inside Politics to discuss Mba's defection, Amuputon's nomination, among other issues, is citizen Matthew Kofi Okono, all the way from Akwa Ibom State. He is the founder and president, Open Forum. I'm also joined by Ambassador Kingsley Ewelim Nwaize. He's the DG, Chief Executive Officer, Center for Leadership and Creative Entrepreneurs in Africa. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. Hello.
That's
Hello, Kingsley. Hello, Mr. Kingsley. Can you hear me? Hello.
I can hear you very clearly, please.
All right.
I can hear you very clearly.
Difficult to hear you. I just network. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, please.
Okay, Ambassador. You're
I can
Ambassador.
hear you.
Okay. How did you receive the news of Mba's defection? Though in the last few months there have been rumor if he was going to defect or not. But finally yesterday, I spoke to the media. Moving from the PDP to the APC. How did you receive the news?
For me, I'm not surprised. It's a regular signature with their kind of democracy here, where people just see political party as just mere platform, but not ideologically driven. Is normal. Most often, this is orchestrated by selfish interest. Most often, they see political party platform as vehicle to just fake offices, and I believe what Peter Mba have done in the Enugu state is not different from what other people have done in the past, where they decamp with so much luxury, with so much convenience at will from the existing political party to other political party platform, especially when it comes to the election time. Are you with me? Especially when it comes to the election time, as every post, if you look at the numbers of persons, even like number of persons, just like Peter Mba, that are decamping, they are decamping because of their second term ambition, even that the government at the center can help them to return for second term. Are you getting it now? So
continue. Hello, Ambassador.
Peter Mba, I'm not surprised that he defected.
All right. Let me speak with Okono. I believe he's on now. We can. Hello. Can you hear me, Mr.
Yes.
Okono?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Mba defected yesterday to the APC. Were you surprised by the decision to leave the PDP? Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, Mr. Kofi. All right. Let me say, with the defection of Mba yesterday now, after the 5 states in the southeast, the APC control 3. Why we know Anambra is under APGA, and also we have in Abia State we have Labour Party still there. The governor is from they were elected on the platform of the Labour Party. So the set is set now. The question now is with the 2026 preparation for 2026 election, 2027 election very close. Would this lead to the victory of does it give a plus? Is this a plus to the APC, making them win the Southeast in 2027? With this ABC victory in 2027 in the Southeast?
There are a lot of dynamics. There are a lot of dynamics to winning election in this country. And one of such dynamics is this insinuation that if majority of the existing governors are with the ruling party, it gives them an edge to win elections.
Yeah,
but I want to remind us that when Jonathan was voted out, we had good numbers of PDP governors. We had good number of PDP governors, and Jonathan was voted out. The fact that these governors are decamping to APC can't be a guarantee that APC is likely going to win 2027 election. But it's also a prelude to a likely victory. APC should not go home rejoicing, having more numbers of having governors from other political platforms like PDP joining them, using that as a basis to measure their possible victory in the next election. It's not true. There are quite a number of other factors that determines victory. That we have a very good numbers of governors with the APC can't be a final verdict for a possible victory. So they still have a whole lot of work to do. You understand me? Now, the people will still end up being the determinant factors of what the victory is going to look like. So what you
just like what we saw.
What we what we expect the APC to do in consolidating for a possible victory is to ensure that the government itself is really working for the people. The people will determine who is going to be possible president in 2027 or most likely 2026 November, as the National Assembly is
proposing. Yes.
What we are saying, the APC should not go to bed thinking that getting more of these governors who, one way or the other, have not been satisfying the yearnings of their people.
All right.
You understand me?
Yes. What you are saying. Yes, what you are saying is that if you don't perform well while you are in office, if the federal government is not performing, I mean the Tinubu administration, if they are not implementing their policies and Nigerians are feeling their impact, or if the governor who are defecting now to the APC are not doing well, that does not mean that the APC is going to win the people is the one to decide.
The people will decide. The Nigerians are wiser now. So it's not enough to coerce governors on other political platforms to join your party. And you think that will give you victory, my dear brother? That'll be complete foolhardy.
All right,
I must tell you that.
let me hear from Mr. Kofi. I believe network seem to have issues with connecting with him. Are you on now? Hello, Mr. Kofi. Can you hear us? Can you hear me, sir? All right, we seem having issues connecting with Kofi all the way from Akwa Ibom State. All right. Where does that leave the state of opposition now? Will you say the opposition is in this array when all the governors are defecting from the PDP to the APC? Does this mean that there's a crisis within the opposition? We saw Atiku and Co came to form an alliance. They fused into the ADC, but a lot of people will still say that the opposition we are moving towards one party state. That there seems not to be synergy within the opposition. Do you agree? Hello, Ambassador Kingsley. Hello, are you there? Oh, all right. We take a short break. When we come back, we seem to be having issues connecting with Ambassador Kingsley. We take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
All right, you're still watching Inside Politics on BusinessDay TV. I'm in your bunky work. When we're looking at this, we've been discussing governors and bad defection to the ruling party. You make that move yesterday. I've been speaking with analysts, political analysts on before we went on that break. Ambassador Kingsley Ewelum. Hello, Ambassador, are you there?
Yeah, I'm very much here.
All right, you are saying about that the ruling party is coercing some governors, lawmakers, and senators to defect. How true is that? Do you really believe that? Can anybody be forced to join a party or a ruling party when you don't want to join? Do you believe that what some opposition are saying? Do you believe anybody's being forced?
No. Listen, being coercive does not necessarily have to be forceful. It's this kind of political culture we've built over time. You understand me now? Where the government at the center will do all they can to surreptitiously lure people from other existing political party platforms. In this instance, PDP. We all know how strong PDP had been in the southern part of the country.
Yes.
And we all can see the effort of the ruling government to decimate the stronghold of the PDP in the south and the southeast, one after the other. You can see clearly that the agenda of the ruling government is to ensure that they have a very strong hold of the entire southern part of the country, and most likely also get a part of the north central. Then the rest of the other part of northeast and northwest get the statutory 25% legitimate vote to be declared as the president of the country. It's a strategy. And PDP also did it in their own time. If you can recall, during PDP's time, when they were at the center of the government, they also lured governors from AD, persons too from AD to PDP, to be able to consolidate their hold on power. And it's not something so new that the current APC federal government is doing. There's nothing new.
All right, all right. You can pause there. I'm told now we have Citizen Kofi all the way from Akwa Ibom State joining us on the program. Hello, Citizen Kofi. Can you hear me now? What is your take on Mba's defection?
Yes. I can hear you. Well, my take is that Mba is not the first to join the bandwagon. A very unfortunate and undemocratic bandwagon of defection that is not led by performance, but majorly by fear. And let me just use them fear.
All right, I'm hearing you.
So Mba is not the first. And seeing a governor who even the Constitution, the drafters of the Constitution never thought that a sitting governor can defect with the people's mandate. And so there were no provisions how to checkmate governors, but legislators had a provision in the Constitution that if you defect, you lose your seat. except there is problem at the national level of the party, which is in itself is not even sufficient to be a reason for defection. The governors exploited the lacuna in the constitution to do what posterity will see us as having been not prepared for the practice of democracy. And like you already know, we are not doing democracy, we are doing civil rule. So Mba is not leading the way, he's just following the pack. And it is something that will count against us in future, that we were not prepared for the kind of leadership we found ourselves.
So you are proposing an amendment to the Electoral Act to check defection. Peter Obi also proposed that some I think last week when there was a webinar on the electoral reform that was organized by a group. He said the electoral has to be amended so that all this defection can be checked. If you can only defect during the electionary period, that is when you can defect. Towards the start of the end of the term, rather than anybody just moving anytime. So Mba said Nigeria have to find a way to check this, or our democracy will be in danger. So the National Assembly is making move now to amend the Electoral Act. And part of this is also the fact that they want election to be conducted 6 months before swearing in, so that people can have the ample time to be able to resolve issues in courts before they are sworn into office. And they are proposing that the election should be held November next year. Do you support that move? Season Kofi?
One thing at a time. The timeline for election is a good idea, that it should be streamlined such that election petitions must be addressed before anybody is sworn into office. So I am for that. But that is not even the starting point. The starting point is in ensuring that the votes of citizens can truly count. What took place in 2023, where electoral law was amended, Mahmoud Yakub and his team made improvements on how to make elections more transparent and much more reliable. The same Mahmoud Yakubu and his team went against the guidelines that they told the whole world, even at Chatham House, that electronic transmission of results will be real time and all this and that. And when there were allegations that they were not going to honor those guidelines, they came out and swore by everything they believed in and did a press statement to the effect that nothing would change from there. It was a very courageous man, very bold, very transparent person who said that his party and himself are not comfortable with transmission of result real time. And that person happens to be our current president. They spoke against it. And guess what? INEC reneged on their promise to the world. An immortal indictment, I don't know how that is going to be cleared. So the amendment to the Electoral Act cannot contain the issue that we want to bring in electronic transmission of results, because it's already there. And it would be a shame that somebody would come and talk as if it never existed.
So it's already there. I think what people are saying now is that it should be compulsory, that the electoral results should be transmitted. It should be started in the Electoral Act, that it should be compulsory. It is not what is now is not compulsory.
Let it be documented. 2, the people that were responsible to tell the whole world that there was something called glitch, a technical glitch that frustrated the entire electoral process.
Yes.
But still allowed the election to be said to have been free and fair and credible enough. And somebody had the effrontery to tell aggrieved persons, parties, and citizens, go to court. We can't allow that slip. But meanwhile, we will not distract ourselves by such a level of failure. What should we do? It is to demand the National Assembly to look away from all this Natasha Akpabio feud
and face the reality.
So much precious time. Face the things that we need. Now is the National Assembly, who in themselves are the major beneficiaries of the camping from party A to party B without reason, and then celebrating it, and a sitting president
all right
told the world
all right
that we should keep them clean.
All right.
No longer democracy.
All right. I think there was a statement by the if I want to go back to what we discussed some minutes, the PDP governors had a PDP state chairman had a meeting some days ago, and where they suspended the Imo and Abia state governor. They said for suspended for anti-party activities, and also they condemn what they call the attempt to pressure PDP governors, lawmakers, and other stakeholders into defecting to the APC by the ruling party. According to the statement, they said the ruling party conduct amount to an assault on democracy and a desperate move towards creating a one-party state. That's a communique. I just had to make that clear. Make that clear. But hello, Ambassador Kingsley. Let me come to you. Are you still there? Hello, Ambassador Kingsley.
I'm still here.
All right.
I'm still very much here.
Stakeholders have expressed concern that if this electoral amendment is going to see the light of the day. There's the issue of we saw what happened before the 2023 election, where the National Assembly did a holistic amendment to the Electoral Act, and the former president refused to sign some of those. I think it was 2019. Refused to sign some of those recommendations. Are you confident that the incumbent President Bola Tinubu would sign into law any amendment carried out by the National Assembly to the Electoral Act? Part of the request is that clamor for electoral offender, a body to prosecute election offenders should be set up, and should be set up by the electoral should be amended to include a body to prosecute election offenders. Do you agree to this, and also agree that the amendment will be signed by the president into law?
Well, the truth of the matter is that, like I said, whatever that is being done now is a further cosmetic dressing to already existing political culture, like I mentioned earlier. And I want to emphasize that the president will only sign a law or a bill into law if it aligns with his own intention for the election, whether it's good or bad. That's the unfortunate kind of political culture we've built over time. Are you getting it now? For me, and also for us to have an electoral offense commission is long overdue. There have not been adequate consequences for people's action, especially those who have made effort in truncating the basic ideal of democracy in this country. People do things at will, and there are no consequences for their action. So if the president will be so bold to sign that into law, that will be a very big plus to the president, and also an affirmation that our democracy have really grown, to an extent that election on its own will be done with the intention for it to be as free and as fair as one would envisage. I'm getting it now. So what the president, what we're seeing, it's very possible if he knows and is convinced that whatever that will be done, we make it, because we know that whatever actions they are trying to do now, even the president and members of the LPC, is to ensure the president's comeback, and every other person, and possibly the governors that will also be contesting on the platform APC, wins their re-election. But they should also remember that our democracy is beyond any one of them. It's a system that we've decided will live and stay with us. So also consider the future of democracy in this country.
Ambassador Kofi, let me come to you. What is the state of the opposition now? Looking at the state of opposition, the ADC seems to be the main opposition. The PDP are also there. They're having a convention very soon, though they have been opposition within the party. How do you rate the state of the opposition? I sent 27 mention comments. Do you think the ADC could challenge the PDP? Hello, Ambassador Kofi.
Yes. Okay.
Do we have
let me add my voice. Let me add my voice to what my colleague has just said. Whatever electoral reforms are carried out, if they are not in tandem with the desire of president, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he won't. And such may not even see the light of day. But recall that it was the electoral amendment where the accreditation was made electronic that gave out PDP, and APC were very happy at such reforms. But when further reforms were even done under President Buhari, the sitting president rejected such reforms, talking about, like I said earlier, electoral transmission. So anything that will bring credibility to the electoral process, it will take the citizens to demand and insist that such be done before we may have such see the light of day. Because the current administration and the National Assembly, most of them are the beneficiaries of the kind of thing that we are seeing now. Looking at the PDP opposition party and the APC, people who are saying that, oh, the one-party state is likely because of the APC. I have said, and I still maintain, the greatest opposition party in Nigeria is.
All right, thank you very much. I think we lost Ambassador Kofi the other way from Akwa Ibom State. Our time is up. Thanks for joining us on the program for today. My name is Junior Bongi Walk. Stay tuned to BDTV. You can go to your YouTube channel and watch our previous edition. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss key issues as they affect our country and of course beyond. As usual, in the studio I have with me two gentlemen, the Sunday editor of BusinessDay, Mr. Agomo Zemolon, and of course the deputy editor of BusinessDay, Mr. Odinaka Anodu. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, without much ado, we are going straight into the topic that we have for this afternoon, and we have three issues to look at today. And first is the issue of certificate forgery in Nigeria. It has become an embarrassing situation in the country, and so we're going back and forth every now and then. We have this issue of certificate forgery coming up, especially among politicians. And of course, I know that it's also there in the private sector because, of course, the public sector is always where the focus is because we have people who are supposed to kind of live above board, given the fact that they are occupying public offices. But of course, we know that in the private sector, those issues are also there. And of course, we're also going to be looking at the defection of Governor Peter Mba of Enugu State to the APC from the PDP, the party that gave him the ticket in the first place. And of course, lastly, we're also going to be looking at the peace deal, brokered by some mediators, including the United States and President Trump in the between Israel and the Hamas. Over the Gaza crisis that has claimed a lot of lives, over a period of 2 years now. And so, gentlemen, without wasting much of our time, I will start with you, Mr. Zeb. We have this issue of certificate forgery every now and then. We see it coming up in Nigeria, like I said, especially among public officers. Others, and we are wondering why it's as if we haven't been able to overcome it. One will happen, and then of course you think that that's the end, but suddenly you see another one, and so and I'm wondering why is such a rampant issue case in Nigeria, issue of certificate forgery. So I would like just to ask you, Zeb, why is it why is it that the issue of certificate forgery, why is it such a rampant case in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you, Josh. I think every society gets the kind of leader that he deserves. When the rule of law is not being having its effect, or being made to have its pride of place in a society, the likelihood of people behaving anyhow is very high. And that is what we are seeing in Nigeria. Bad behavior is all over the place, particularly among our leaders, because people are not being made to pay for their bad behavior. It appears now that it has become a norm. Everybody is just going the wrong way and showing bad example. Certificate forgery did not start today. We have heard about the Vance and Evan cases in those days. We have a former speaker in the House of
Salisu
Buhari. We have heard about the former finance minister in the administration of Buhari, Adosho. All that, a lot of them. The latest being that of the Minister for Innovation, Naji, who just threw in the towel a few days ago. You have asked, why are people going into such fraud? It's because our society condones it, so to speak. Why would someone who did not get a certificate and the person claims to have graduated from a very known university, as known as big as University of Nigeria and Nsukka, and claim that he got certificate and did not get it? And not only that, he also went allegedly to forge the discharge certificate, NYS. So it shows you how brazen people can be in doing wrong things. Well, the jury is still yet out on what is the motivation or what motivated him to do such a thing. But I know that there must be people who knew that he was not being true in what he was doing, that at the right time, they put the rug under his feet, and that is what we are seeing. But would this teach Nigeria a lesson? Are we going to learn anything from there? I don't know, because these things have happened over and over again, and nothing is happening. And it is this thing is much more pronounced among politicians in the country, which tells you that the Nigerian political circle is anything goes. And that is why you are seeing people also who delight in cutting corners these days. You see in our educational system, people are being more fraudulent than ever, because when you challenge them, they'll say, all our leaders are there, do they have certificates? So people no longer respect our constitution. People no longer respect our laws, because the laws are there, just there. Nobody is enforcing the laws. Nobody is sending people who do the wrong things or bringing necessary punishment on those who have misbehaved. And that's why we are seeing all these things we are seeing now, which is very, very unfortunate in the country.
Thank you, Zeb. Odinaka, you know, before someone is appointed a minister, there's usually the process of, that's because, of course, the Senate will have to confirm that such when there's a nomination for the president nominates someone for ministerial appointment, it goes to the Senate, who would have to do the confirmation before the person is eventually pronounced as a minister, right? But again, there's also the process of whereby the DSS and other security agencies are, made to check. You kind of do a background check on the person. And so during such process, during the process of the background check, the certification, the school the person attended, and of the profile, the biodata of the person is usually they go through it. And so when it, like in the case of the minister who had just resigned, which Naji, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. So you are wondering, does it mean that the process of the background check that usually the DSS does and other security agencies also do, does it mean that it's a waste of time? What did they do? I mean, because they could have discovered that this man doesn't have what he claimed, to have.
My simple answer is that they didn't do their job, because if you will notice that when you have a case where the University of Nigeria Soccer is saying that he has a certificate, that's a different ballgame. But it didn't take persuasion. It didn't take any pressure for UNN to come out and say that he didn't graduate. So that shows you they could have told the DSS or anybody who cared to listen. And they had no. So it means that the DSS, anyway, the Constitution says they are SSS, not DSS. So it shows that they didn't do their job. I listened to a senator last week saying that they said it's not the job of the Senate to examine certificates. It's just like when you want to get into university. What the university does is that the university actually goes back to WAEC or NECO, depending on what you came in with, and they verify. They do it first year. They also do it before you graduate. That's the job we do. And you spoke about why these things happen. Because it's not just that the society condones it. It's just that the society rewards it. So in Lagos, there is Oluwele. I can tell you. In fact, there is a guy in Daily Trust now who went to Oluwele and forged 2 certificates. He used it to get 2 jobs. Because a certificate, he used it to get 2 jobs. So it's not just in the government. I'm talking about it's
also in the private sector.
It's not just in public. It's actually the society that does not do thorough investigations. So when you are doing, that's why it's very funny. Everybody is just in a hurry. If you are in the media now and you want to do an investigative story, everybody will say you're wasting time. By the time it takes you 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. There was even the one we did that took us more than a year. And everybody will just think you're wasting your time. So because the society wants you to, that thing to come out today, tomorrow. And it has also permeated into the fabrics of the society. We're always in a hurry, don't want to do the basic things that should be done. And that's why everything keeps getting worse. So my simple answer to this is that the TSA didn't do their job. The Senate didn't do their job. All the people who were supposed to investigate, in the moment they noticed that the Senate was, what they do in the Senate these days, take a bow and go. And it's actually a shame to Nigeria.
Okay, Zeb, can you then help us understand the damage this has caused to our society? I mean, this forging of certificate, and people just wants to get this thing, even though they don't really qualify for it. They didn't go through the rigor of actually acquiring something. They just get somewhere, forge a thing, and move on. I mean, there should be something that the society is suffering as a result of this.
Yes. First, it has made us to be seen as a society that lacks integrity. Transparency is not there, you see. That's why if you travel abroad, they will allow every other person to pass. But our passports, once you have Nigerian passports, you're a suspect.
Fortunately.
Just by citing you with that passport, you are a suspect. So because what is happening here, we think that people outside are not aware of, but they are aware of all these things. And it may shock you. It's not just intentional forgery of certificates. We have institutional or departments in institutions that are supposed to be issuing certificates, authenticate. Okay, you have acquired a piece of land, for instance. You go to the office and say, I need a certificate to show that I have this piece of land. The same people will tell you, this is this, you pay here, you pay here. And you pay. You didn't know that the certificate they're issuing you is not the right thing, it's not gazetted, it's not captured. And you have gone home thinking that the certificate you are parading is authentic. Particularly, or unfortunately, maybe you send your driver, you send your
house help.
Someone to go. Then you got there, the person got there, they say, this is 5,000, this is 2,000, but the same stamp. Then they will stamp. Yeah, boy will say, okay, I have paid. Perhaps he'll be happy. And came back and he didn't tell you that this is how much they collect 2,000, where they should have collected 5,000. At the end of the day, when you go back and you are parading the certificate, and they say, sorry, it's not authenticated, it's not captured in our database. So, which means it's fake, but you are not aware of it. It's the same institution that gives the authentic certificate that also give the fake. So a lot of things is wrong. As an institution, as people, we need to look inward and see how these things can be, how the system can be sanitized. It's the system that allowed this, and it has to be sanitized.
But Odinaka, what's the motivation? What motivates people into going into things like that?
You see, we live in a society that rewards bad behavior. Do you understand? Do you know that if I want to have PhD now, it doesn't take me anything. I'll just go to Oluwele in Lagos, and then I get my PhD, and I even get a job in university as a lecturer. You will be surprised that nobody will verify.
But why haven't the police invaded that Oluwele?
I'm coming to that. So, remember you're asking why, what is motivating? When you have a society that believes so much in certification, so people, if you don't measure up, you try to do that. So imagine if you're working in BusinessDay, for example, or working in any other place of work, and then where you need a certificate or certificates for promotion. If you see your mates getting promotion, whereas you are still probably at the lowest rung of the ladder, you will find something to present. And you'll be surprised that even the private sector may not even be motivated to verify. So by the time these things are they are ladder. They're like ladders. So by the time you begin to climb the ladder, you get to somewhere, even with a first certificate, you will no longer go back to the start. You begin to deceive yourself and presume that you even have a certificate. Do you understand? So if you see people who have 4 certificates, sometimes they started somewhere with those certificates. And by the time they grow, they use this same certificate to continue growing because you can't go back again. So, motivation is that you want to be like others. The motivation is that you want to measure up. It's actually a shame now for you to see a young man, a young woman who didn't go to school, among those who go to school, who went to school, sorry. So, we look like inferior to them. So, in order for you to actually obliterate that shame among your mates, among your people. So, and I want to tell you, I told someone that someone like Naji could have presented a primary school certificate, which is acceptable under the Constitution. So, however, he will not do that because the President of Nigeria will not hand over a minister like Science, Technology and Innovation to a primary school holder.
Or
secondary school holder.
He wants to belong.
Do you understand? So, if you're a president and you give him, if you start trending, because Nigerians have a way of getting what people submitted to the president. So he's not threatening that this man, a man who is going to head the Ministry of Innovation and Science and Technology, whereas we have professors everywhere, are using a secondary school graduates.
Okay. All right. We'll go on a short break. When we return, the conversation will continue. Welcome back. This is still BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues as they affect you and I in society. Now, okay, we've been discussing the certificate forgery in Nigeria and the implication of that in society. And of course, the next topic we want to discuss is the defection, as it were, we call it so, of the governor of Enugu State, Mr. Peter Mba, to the APC, which is just the point is that what is the attraction in the APC actually? Because we've seen it in Delta states, we've seen it in the Akwa Ibom state, now we have seen it in the Enugu state, and from what we are hearing, more actually could actually still go to APC.
All the governors of PDP,
I think from south,
yeah.
And also
from the south. So let me start with you. What is the attraction?
Ashomole answered that question long ago by saying that once you join APC, your sins are forgiven. So that's the first point. And you begin to wonder what people... So people are actually, some of them, based on what I heard, some of them are trying to protect their interests, businesses, and all that. But I don't think it makes any sense. So if you have a business in Lagos and you're a governor in Enugu State or governor elsewhere, the governor will the president will take over the business. Does it really make sense? In a nation in which you are a stakeholder, I don't think it makes any sense. So people think, I heard him back saying that now it is time for the Southeast to be heard, as if Hope Uzodinma at the national level, as if Hope Uzodinma, those who were there before him, were Dave Umahi, who were even through closer to Buhari. We are not actually talking to Tinubu, talking more before. So I think it's selfishness. It doesn't make sense. I remember in 2007, if I'm not wrong, when PDP had 32 governors, they were very boastful. They were saying that because they had around 2003 election, they had about 28. So by 2007 election, they had, after Yerudua's election, they had about 32. They were boastful, They were, but after that election, they began crumbling. You understand? In the next election, 2011, by the time Jonathan was, they were 23. You understand? So I do not think we've seen. So these are just repeating. History is just repeating itself. At the end of the day, we'll be fine. If you know. So I think it's a shame. People who are moving from one party to another should lose their seats. Is that not what the Constitution says? They should lose whoever
were elected on a platform.
But the Constitution does not.
We copied the US. I'm coming. We are copying the American system. In America, a Republican cannot win an election and become a Democrat. It doesn't happen elsewhere. So why is it that people win an election? A typical instance is this: in the South and Southeast, which are traditionally not APC states, because people have their sentiments, whether you like it or not. If you go to Florida is just a Republican state. You do understand? Even if they don't win an election at the central level, they continue to be Republican, except things happen, and it takes time. So why should a traditionally PDP state or traditionally APC state move to governor, or move from one party to another? Doesn't matter, because you are interested in being at the center.
Not so much blood. It's going to die from what we have seen
so far?
Well, what we are doing is just at the realm of permutation. PDP, since after the 2023 election, you and I know that a lot has gone so bad with the PDP. And because of the disagreement arising from the choosing of their presidential candidate in 2023, the party started having serious problems. And the inability of the party to purge itself of some bad elements who are living within the party and is also inflicting more pain on the party has even deepened the misery of that party. Whether the party is going to live or not, but what I'm going to tell you now is that if the governors of the party are teaching the party, it's a sign that all is not well with that party. The party in a single swoop has lost 3 governors. Whether the people are following them or not, it does matter a lot what the governors say when the election comes or where the governor stands. The people may not wholly follow, but they have their own followership. But I must tell you that PDP is going to have it very difficult in winning election in 2027 because many Nigerians also, apart from the governors, have lost faith in that party because of the way the party has acquitted itself in time past.
Many fear that what is happening could actually lead to what we call one party system where only just the APC just call each other for that.
I don't know what to mean by that.
And you also share this sentiment, and then where does this leave us? Leave Nigerians in the
We already have a one-party state. One-party state system, yeah. So you asked him, as he was playing diplomacy. PDP is not. Nobody should be asking whether PDP is there. PDP is buried. PDP is buried, and when you bury somebody, you forget it. So if you want to win an election now, and I want to give you exactly justify my position. If you want to win, there has not been anybody who want to become president in Nigeria without having the majority of governors. So no matter how you try to just say that they are not important, whether it is PDP or APC, anytime they won an election, presidential election, they had majority of governors. But now the PDP had 10 at some point. No,
the coalition.
Excuse me, is that what you think? How many governors were actually with Jonathan? Some of them were just PDP. You remember the name of even the chairman of the party.
Even the chairman.
So don't use that 2015 is not a yardstick because they betrayed Jonathan.
Yes.
Because especially most of them they were from the north. Because Jonathan actually upset the arrangement, the north-south dichotomy, arrangement. So the point is that PDP have 10 governors, and many of them are now moving. And I'm sure that by the 2027, we will probably have those in the north, probably 5 or 4. How will we defeat someone who has 25, 30? So PDP is dead and buried. Then now look at another party, Labour Party, crisis everywhere. Crisis everywhere. How will they win an election? Look at ADC. ADC doesn't even have one governor. How will they win an election? And you're saying that we don't have a one-party state. So when one party commands over 30 states in this state, what do you think is happening? We already have one party because one party state is about majorities, not that everybody will be one party. We already have Labour Party, who is actually the main opposition now. It's the social media. It's not PDP. It's not ADC. It's actually the social media guys, young people who are in the social media. That's why anytime they make a noise in social media, they react. It's not the party. We're already there. That's the point. And it's a very dangerous phenomenon. So because people are benefiting from it, people think it's fine. But institutions of democracy are gradually being destroyed. Think about judiciary. Where a minister is saying that no judicial member officers we live in a rented house. Is that done? Should that be said?
Providing accommodation for
that. So where the National Assembly is, go and check the data on Tinubu's debts this administration has. I checked it this morning. I've been following it this morning. I was amazed. Courtesy of the National Assembly that says, go ahead, anything to do. Last week, they came and brought $2.3 billion and they signed. This now, they are going World Bank now, they're going on roadshow, nearly $2.5 billion, which is a debt. Now think about institutions of democracy like the media and civil society, and you find that all of them are either compromised or partly compromised, fully compromised or partly compromised. It's not healthy for a democracy, no matter where you stand. Even if you are supporting the government, if I were the president, I wouldn't be comfortable.
Yes.
Because this same president fought for democracy. He was the one going in the street fighting when PDP was dominant. In Lagos here, you remember the story of Obasanjo versus Tinubu. Because Obasanjo had the majority. He was oppressing the president and the governor of Lagos at that time. He fought. People fought for him too. So why would it be different now? Why should it be under Tinubu that all other governors will join his party? And people think they are doing him favor.
Okay, so thank you. So from what Odinaka explained, does it mean that it's not right for Tinubu in 2027?
Well, from the look of things, I think the battle is already won. Because I think the governors are happy because of too much money that is rolling
not
into their
trickling down to the
coffers.
people. Too much money that's not trickling down.
Which unfortunately is not trickling down. People are suffering and they are earning billions from the FARC every month. So, and this is the reason, or one of the reasons they are moving in droves into APC, and they are singing the praise of the president, thinking that as if the money comes from the president's pocket. It's the money that belongs to everybody. And their thinking is that by the time they move to APC, I think they will get more money.
They will have time to steal.
So
they will have time to,
because
that money is stolen.
Nobody will touch them. But one thing I have always told people is that kingdoms rise and win. PDP told us at a point that they will rule for 60 years. And Vincent Ogbulafor said the PDP will rule for 60 years. Where are we today? Where is PDP? So no matter what happens, something will happen. APC may continue to rule for 20 years, but at a point, they will disintegrate and something will happen. So nobody should be alarmed by what is going on. It's politics they are playing, and the personal interest is at the head of it all.
Let me also add that if people these guys are moving to APC because APC is the lives of the people are better, but we complain.
Yes.
But why will a governor be happy that he's earning more money? Yeah, the people are suffering. Go to the grassroots and see how people are struggling to have 3 square meals in 24 hours.
Beggars all over the place.
It's not translating to the lives of the people. So why are people poverty? Look at the poverty data that World Bank released the other day. We are poorer now than even last year.
All right, thank you very much. We got a big break, and when we return, the last topic. Just before we wrap up, let's just look at what's happening. Interestingly, I think it's a peace deal for the people of the Middle East, particularly in Palestinians who the last 2 years have been under
bombardment.
Defense force following the attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023 by Hamas. So, but as it is today, at least what we've seen so far is that some mediators from Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, the United States, which by President Donald Trump, if he's been able to instruct attend Nigeria, peace deal. So we are seeing Palestinians gradually returning to their, even though the city has been largely destroyed.
Devastated.
But of course, we're also seeing the release of the Muslims that the
Israelis.
So this is returning to the Gaza.
Trouble, yeah.
But the question is, do you see this as a lasting peace? Because we've seen things like this before, since 1948, when Israel declared independence, and of course, the nation by Arab neighboring Arab nation, of course, in
48. When they
So it's been back and forth. There's been no love lost between the Arab nation, particularly the Palestinians who feel that they should have their own state. I mean, sure, the two-state solution has been, it's not really quite been achieved.
Yeah.
Has not been achieved.
Yes.
This has been blocking that. I mean, are we seeing what we can call lasting peace between Hamas and Israeli force?
Thank you very much. When we were growing up in the village in those days, we were seeing dog and cats always fighting. It will be naive on the part of anybody to believe that we are seeing the last, because there will always be that hostility arising from one part or the other. Because now, Hamas struck first. It was in retaliation that Israel began to bombard Gaza and all that. So, but I am happy with the peace deal that has been achieved, because people have died. I am happy yesterday when I saw the prisoners or what the hostages being released to their families, and the happiness, the reunion and everything. So I was very happy, and I felt also bad that many people have lost their life because of the senseless war. And I think I should, in summary, commend President Donald Trump. That was international diplomacy at the height of it, by mediating to ensure that that carnage will end for now. So let me give for just to chip in a word, because yes, we are.
Let me just
yes.
The Gaza has been largely destroyed, really, and of course they do not have the kind of resources
to rebuild.
So what should the
international community
be doing right now for Gaza?
I'm going to be very controversial, but if you listen to me, you will notice that what I'm saying will not be far from the truth. Now, ask yourself a question. 1,000 something Israelis were killed on October 7, 2023. Now, at the end of the war, 67,000, last record, 67,000, has mostly been killed by Israelis. Netanyahu. So the question is this: who will rebuild Gaza? Netanyahu destroyed Gaza. Netanyahu destroyed Gaza. How many journalists died? I hope you know the number of them. More than 1,000 journalists died. Nearly 2,000 journalists died from the war. That time was just, the Israeli forces were just bombing everybody, which is contrary to the United Nations, most of the United Nations deals you have, even when world leaders like French President Donald Trump, even when they intervened, Israeli forces were going to the hospitals, bombing hospitals, bombing Red Cross, people who were coming from humanitarian agencies. There was a Nigerian who was held in...
But that's Hamas now.
Yeah, they say as a hiding place, there are bunkers.
When you have a war, you have propaganda. Don't forget, when you have war, you have propaganda on both sides. So what we ought to believe is what you see. Because if you look at propaganda, they are on both. Propaganda is on both sides. But what I'm saying is that why should Israeli forces be killing journalists? You don't do that in a war. Why should they be killing children? You don't do that in a war. Netanyahu has violated several deals, United Nations, several things that should never happen has happened in this Israeli war, because it's not, yes, Hamas started it, but don't forget that Hamas is a political party. People don't know this. It's a political party. So Hamas does not mean Palestinians. How many Palestinians are members of Hamas? Very few. But the war was waged as if Hamas is the same thing as Palestinians.
Hamas are the...
And also, there are Christians on both. People don't know. You have to go...
There's not a religious...
No, I'm saying political party. I didn't say religious. I said Hamas is a political party. But this war has been waged as if Hamas is equivalent to Palestinian. They're not the same. As a matter of fact, the guys who did that were terrorists.
They're terrorists.
Do you understand?
Terrorist group.
So, but how we did it? What I'm simply saying in essence is that Israel's response to that attack has been overly excessive.
It has been generally condemned.
Which is why I'm saying that the world
for rebuilding.
I'm saying that my position is very simple. Trump has drawn up 20-point deal. Within that deal, there should be you should create a space for Israelites rebuilding. They should contribute to rebuilding Gaza. That's what I'm saying. Because most of the bombings were done by them. I mean, these guys are, if you look at the war, it was never an equal war. It's like Russia, Ukraine. Because you know, Ukraine, if not Ukraine was backed by these countries here and there, Russia would have destroyed them by now, long ago. They are not equal. But the way they were bombing, destroying, killing.
Why is it that Russia-Ukraine war has continued to linger? Now everybody is focusing on Israel and...
They resolve this first. They have resolved this, and I think that they focus now.
The difference is that the personalities. Mm-hmm. So Israel, is an American 5 and 6, yeah. But the Russian president Putin, he's the same politics with Trump. Mm. They will have it. How many times have they met now? Yeah. Once or twice. Right. But once they finish meeting, he will start bombing Ukraine, because he doesn't feel that he wants that deal to be. He wants to be the person giving that condition
to determine what.
Yes.
All right, gentlemen, I need to thank you so very much for thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for session. We believe that all things can be well.
Yeah.
We look forward to a day that we no longer be getting
about war and all.
We also look forward to a day in Nigeria that we no longer be hearing about sex, fortune, and all of that. They can be affecting from the party that
I also look forward to having independent candidates.
Yeah, someday I think the ongoing constitutional review should
part of the discussion.
Consider an independent candidate so that can run on
their own platform.
This way we're going to wrap up this conversation. Thank you so very much for watching. My name is Joshua Bassi. Come here. We'll again next week. Please stay tuned.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was shaping Nigeria's AI future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olanibun Ajayi, and Bigway and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business,
how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool and look at it from also a sustainability point of view and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is a news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, IMF revises Nigeria's growth upward on oil gains, trade resilience. NDIF gross profit after tax to 16.87 billion naira. Markets down 4 billion naira as NGX sees drop in trading volume. And Discos gets 28 billion naira bailout for free meter rollout. Thank you for joining us on News Updates. I am Deborah Eze. The International Monetary Fund has raised Nigeria's economic growth projection for 2025 to 3.9%, up by half a percentage point from its previous forecast. The fund said the improved outlook is driven by higher oil production, stronger investor confidence, and a more supportive fiscal stance. In its latest World Economic Outlook report released yesterday, the IMF also upgraded Nigeria's 2026 growth forecast to 4.2%, while revising the 2024 figure to 4.1% following a GDP rebasing. The upward review aligns with other recent positive assessments, including Fitch Ratings affirming Nigeria's B credit rating with a stable outlook, signaling growing investor confidence in Africa's largest economy. IMF warned that rising fiscal pressures and market risk could slow recovery, even as opportunities from artificial intelligence and improved trade relations could boost global output in the near term. And moving on, the Nigeria Infrastructure Debt Fund has posted a profit after tax of 16.87 billion naira for 9 months, showing a 23% rise from 13.69 billion naira recorded in the same period last year. According to its quarterly investor report filed on the Nigerian Exchange on Tuesday, total income grew to 18.45 billion naira, driven by higher interest earnings on infrastructure loans. Managed by Chapel Hill Denham, the fund continued to outperform its benchmark, the 10-year FG bond, with most loans priced 300 to 500 basis points higher on a floating rate basis. During the third quarter, NIDF concluded fundraising for its Series 11 issue, securing 15.2 billion naira in net proceeds, with Securities and Exchange Commission granted allotment approval for the new unit. NIDF's net assets value stood at 129.61 billion naira, while its CEO, Suwab Sylvester, reaffirmed commitment to sustaining quarterly distributions in the line with performance. And also, the Nigerian Exchange Limited, NGX, yesterday recorded a 4 billion naira loss in market capitalization as investor sentiment weakened across several sectors. Data from the exchange showed that the market capitalization fell slightly from 93.804 trillion naira on Monday to 93.800 trillion naira, while the all-share index dropped by 6.27 points to close at 147,710.96. Trading activity slowed notably with 262.39 million shares, while 8.26 billion naira traded in 16,671 deals, representing significant declines in volume, value, and deal counts compared to previous section. Market breadth closed negative with 18 gainers and 26 losers. Other top gainers included Wapke Insurance, Sterling Financial Holding, and Legend Internet, while Cavitin Offshore, Guinea Insurance, and Berger Paint recorded notable losses. Despite the day's marginal decline, the NGX has maintained a positive momentum, posting a year-to-date gain of 43.51%. And up ahead, Discos get 28 billion naira bailout for free meter rollout. We'll bring you more details after this time out.
insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're welcome back to the news updates. And still on the Nigerian scene, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has approved the disbursement of 28 billion naira to electricity distribution companies for the second phase of the Meter Acquisition Fund scheme, aimed at providing free meters to all outstanding Band A customers. According to the order signed by NERC Vice Chairman Dr. Musliu Seni and Commissioner for Legal, Licensing and Compliance, Daffy Akpeneye, the 28 billion naira will be shared among the 11 distribution companies based on their market contributions, with Ikeja Electricity receiving the highest. NERC directed DISCOs to begin the procurement process within 10 days and submit selected meter provider for approval within 15 days, and warned that any delays caused by DISCOs would attract penalties. The regulator said the Meter Acquisition Fund was established to address DISCO's limited credit capacity and accelerate metering nationwide, and expect that all premium Band A customers are fully metered by December 31st, 2025. And Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company Limited, in partnership with Sunlink Energies and Resources Limited, has reached a final investment decision on the H1 gas project offshore Nigeria, valued at $2 billion. President Bola Tinubu described it as a major boost to Nigeria's energy sector and a sign of renewed investor confidence. According to Shell, the project, located in OML 144, would deliver 350 million standard cubic feet of gas per day at peak production to Nigeria NLG, where Shell owns a 25.6% interest. Shell's upstream president, President Costello, said the investment reinforces Shell's commitment to Nigeria's deep water and integrated gas business, while the special advisor to the president on energy, Olu Virgin, said it would expand gas exports and boost domestic LPG supply. President Tinubu noted that ongoing reforms in fiscal incentives, regulatory charity, and contracting processes have made Nigeria a competitive investment destination, adding that more gas projects are expected soon. And away from that story, the Nigeria Customs Service says it has intercepted 1,980 jerry cans of petrol worth 80.4 million naira that were about to be smuggled into the Republic of Benin. The National Coordinator of Operation Whirlwind, Kola Oladeji, while parading the seized item, disclosed that the interception was made at various smuggling flashpoints across Lagos and Ogun State within the last 7 weeks. Oladeji explained that the product, totaling 49,500 liters, were seized alongside 7 vehicles used to convey them, also adding that a filling station along Badagry has been sealed for illegal storage and sale of petrol. He urged Nigerians to support the fight by providing credible intelligence and promoting compliance with trade regulations, while stressing that the operation reflects the Customs Service's renewed commitment to curbing smuggling, hoarding, and economic sabotage. The federal government, through the Rural Electrification Agency, assigned a MOU with global off-grid solar company Sun King to boost local manufacturing and expand renewable energy assets. Signed in Abuja, the partnership is expected to save Nigeria up to $150 million in solar imports over the next 5 years. Vice President Kashim Shettima said the Tinubu administration is committed to attracting private investment by enhancing incentives, easing regulations, and encouraging local production. Under the deal, Sun King and the REA will jointly assemble solar panels, home systems, and energy-efficient appliances in Nigeria. REA Managing Director Abba Abubakar Liu said the collaboration would link energy access with industrial growth, while Sun King CEO Patrick Walsh described it as a union of clean energy and industrialization goals. And still to come, Congo M23 signed deal in Doha on ceasefire monitoring. This and more after this commercial break.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have been converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading Through Change, Building Sustainable and Inclusive Enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily,
we have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out on the great networking
and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news update. We now head to Africa. The Democratic Republic of Congo and the M23 rebel group have signed an agreement to monitor a possible permanent ceasefire, a major step towards ending fight in eastern Congo. The deal brokered in Qatar follows months of mediation after both sides missed an easier deadline to finalize a peace accord. It establishes a ceasefire monitoring body made up of representatives from the Congolese government, M23, and the International Conference on the Great Lakes region. The United Nations mission in Congo, MONUSCO, will also take part, providing logistical support, though M23 leaders have previously opposed any operational role for the UN force, accusing it of siding with Congo's army. Observers from the African Union, Qatar, and the United States are also expected to join the process. The monitoring team is to begin work within 7 days to investigate any reports of ceasefire violations. Despite this progress, the UN envoy to Congo says fighting continues in parts of the east, where M23 rebels backed by Rwanda launched a major offensive earlier this year. The violence has killed thousands and forced hundreds of thousands from their homes. And credit ratings agency Moody's say South Africa must boost economic growth if it hopes to regain the investment grade rating it lost 5 years ago. Speaking during a media briefing, Ivan Wolman, Moody's senior credit officer for South Africa, said any discussion about the country's credit outlook must begin with growth. He added that the rating could come under upward pressure if the government makes significant progress in tackling structural constraints, particularly in logistics and energy. Moody's currently rates South Africa at B2 with a stable outlook, and its next review is scheduled for December 5th. The agency expects growth to rise slightly to around 1.6% next year, supported by ongoing reforms, though weak investment remains a major challenge. According to the UN's World Investment Report 2025, foreign direct investment into South Africa fell to $2.5 billion in 2024, its lowest in 7 years. Moody's warned that growth below expectations or setback in reforms could place downward pressure on the rating. We now head to the foreign scene, the United States, where the number of federal workers layoff linked to the ongoing government shutdown has been revised downward. According to a new filing by the U.S. Department of Justice, the Trump administration has dismissed 4,108 federal employees since the shutdown began on October 1st, a slight reduction from earlier estimates of more than 4,200. The layoffs represent only a small fraction of America's roughly 2 million federal workers, but they're already causing disruption to key government operations, including public health investigation and education programs. The government remains closed as President Donald Trump and lawmakers continue to clash over a federal spending plan. The president has started the cut to his broader effort to pressure Congress into approving his budget priorities. Federal worker unions have filed lawsuits challenging the firings, arguing that agencies cannot legally operate or dismiss employees without congressional funding, except for essential and national security functions. And also, the United States and China have opened a new front in their trade dispute, this time on high seas, as both countries begin charging extra port fees on ocean shipping firms that transport goods ranging from crude oil to holiday toys. The move marks an escalation in the ongoing trade tensions between the world's two largest economies. It follows China's announcement of new restrictions on rare earth exports and Donald Trump threats to impose triple-digit tariff on Chinese imports. China confirmed it has started collecting fees on U.S.-owned, operated or flagged vessels, though ships built in China or entering shipyards for repair will be exempt. The U.S. has introduced similar measures targeting China-linked ships to strengthen its own shipbuilding industry. Analysts say the tit-for-tat measure could distort global freight flows and further strain international trade routes. Some shipping companies are reportedly seeking last-minute detours or offloading cargo to avoid the new cost. Despite the tension, both sides have indicated a willingness to keep negotiating, raising hopes that the dispute may yet be contained before it disrupts global supply chains. And up next is sport news after this break.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, Spend the full insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
In a world where change is constant, visionary leadership has become the key for long-term success.
This is why you should join hundreds of visionary directors,
business and government leaders,
change makers, and policy shapers
have been converged at the Chartered Institute of Directors 2025 Annual Directors Conference.
The theme for this year is
Leading through change, building sustainable and inclusive enterprises.
It will hold at the Abuja Continental Hotel
on the 22nd and 23rd of October 2025.
From 10 a.m. daily,
we have prepared a rich lineup of keynote speeches
and dynamic panel sessions
delivered by industry leaders
and anchored by seasoned moderators.
You do not want to miss out on the great networking
and learning opportunities this conference offers.
To reserve your seats, visit www.ciodnigeria.org.
We look forward to seeing you there.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to sports, where England have sealed World Cup qualification with a 5-0 win over Latvia following their big victory in Serbia. But manager Thomas Tuchel says there's no time for celebration. The real work starts now. Tuchel is still managing tension with midfielder Jude Bellingham after calling his on-field behavior repulsive in June and leaving him out of the month squad. He insists England is stronger with Bellingham but must also have a solid backup plan. Tuchel is expected to reintegrate the Real Madrid star during next month's qualifiers as he continues shaping a side capable of going all the way at the World Cup. And to end the news, Marcus Rashford says his loan move from Manchester United to Barcelona will boost his World Cup chances. The England forward admits he struggled to perform consistently at United, describing it as an inconsistent environment for a very long time. Rashford fell out of favour under manager Ruben Amorim, but rediscovered form on loan at Aston Villa last season, scoring and assisting 6 times in 14 games across competitions. He missed Euro 2024 but returned to the England squad earlier this year, and he believes regular football in Spain will keep him in contention for the World Cup. Asked if staying at United would have helped his chances, Rashford said plainly, "I wouldn't have been playing, so no." And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome back. Let's jump into this. It says here, that's our quote on hospitality. It goes this way. It says, true hospitality consists of giving the best of yourself to your guests. I take it again. It says, true hospitality consists of giving the best of yourself to your guest. Those are not my words, as usual, but words of Eleanor Roosevelt. You can go check her out and see all the great values that she adds in the hospitality sector. All right, let's jump straight up to our second segment, which is very important so that you don't miss anything at all. Here we talk about the key areas that has to do with our topic that focuses on that which we're talking about. And today, we're diving into hospitality sector and how it affects Nigerians, Africans, and Africa's GDP, and of course, Nigeria's GDP. And if the world will see Africa as the main destination, come what may. So our guest today that will help us analyze this and pour more light to it is someone who you need to wait and find out. So let me read out this bio for you. Mr. Alex Sidney is a seasoned hospitality professional with over 14 years of progressive leadership experience in the hotel operations and management across West Africa, particularly within the global recognition hotel brands and group. Renowned for his operational excellence, strategic insight, and passion for service delivery, Alex has consistently demonstrated the ability to drive performance, enhance guest satisfaction, and achieve sustainable business growth. There's more. His tenure as director of rooms and property has marked him a point where everyone will have to reckon with him by transformative achievements, including 116.61% revenue growth between 2023 and 2024, improved occupation rates, and guest satisfaction scores exceedingly over 90%. Interesting, Alex. A recipient of the Most Admired Room Manager, Division Manager in Africa 2024, great award, we must say. Alex has also earned reputation for cultivating high-performance teams and fostering a culture of excellence. His leadership philosophy is rooted in collaboration, empowerment, and innovation. This and many more. I can go on and on. Mr. Alex, welcome to the show. Are you there?
Thank you so much, Valentine. It's good to have you.
Pleasure is mine. Pleasure is mine. I hope I was able to give a very clear description of who the wonderful person I have in the studio with me via Zoom is.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. So like you know, our show is designed to focus on different segments, but very more importantly, focus on the fact that those sectors and those industries that need touchlighting comes to bear. And on this table right here, we talk about it. And today, we're talking about, like you know, the hospitality sector. And our topic, like you know already, hospitality industry as a catalyst for Africa's growth. How are you doing, Mr. Alex, first and foremost?
I'm very good. I'm very good. Thank you so much for having me once again, Valentine. It's good to be on your show. Yes.
Pleasure's ours. Pleasure's ours. Although we wish that your image was a bit brighter than it is right now. Maybe a bit of light could have helped so that we can see you clearly, but it's okay. We can still go with this. If you can put some light on your face a little bit, so we can see you clearly. Because the world is watching you, Alex.
Much better.
All right, fine. It's okay now. If we can manage this, that's great. That's great. Okay, so let's jump into this. The multiplier effect, all right, beyond hotel walls. Because today I want to talk about not just hotels, the food, the business around it. I want to talk about the areas of tourism and, of course, the rooms and everything that makes hotel what it is. But let us start with this first, which is this. Beyond the multiplier effect, right, the rooms and the walls. Tell us, we often think of hospitality as just hotels and restaurants. But as a catalyst, right, its impact ripples across the globe because people travel from around the world. So let us know very quickly, okay? Do you see it as a major contributor to agriculture, construction, transportation? How does all these areas, right? How does hospitality help all these areas to actually make more sense?
All right, thank you very much, Valentine. Let me first say a very good afternoon to all your viewers
Right.
Across the globe. I believe at the end of this session, they will have picked a lot of things from our discussion so far. And you have a wonderful show.
Thank
and this
you.
will go along with to benefit your viewers across the globe. Thank you so much for having me once again.
Pleasure's mine.
All right, let's go straight to the point. Yes, the hotel industry or the hospitality industry is.
Are you there? It appears the network is a bit of an issue, but okay, we have you back again. Go ahead.
All right. So when you look at the multiplying effects of the hotel industry, most of the time, just like you said, people think it's just the hotel or restaurants or the casinos or the bars, because all these are part of the hospitality industry. But the real power of our industry lies in what the economists call the multiplier effect, and that's what we're going to look at.
Okay.
Now, before a single hotel is established in one particular location, of course, you have your architects, you have the construction workers, you will have electricians, you will also have, of course, the bricklayers. You already have a job in place for these people, even before the hotel opens. So these people are local participating teams in the community. And when these people are part of it, they get paid. A lot of lives depend on them. And when the hotel is opened as well, then you bring in your staff, the formal sectors, the informal sectors, and all that. They play particular roles in ensuring that the hotel runs properly. And don't forget, the hotel will be supplied with food, will be supplied with meats, will be supplied with vegetables. And these are local farmers in the community.
Like all the foods we see in our pictures and everything we see when we go to hotels.
Yes. So they all benefit from this. Even the transport operators also benefit from the airport transfers to the logistics and the tour operations.
I want to ask you, when it comes to food, right? What's the basic, what's the focus on food when it comes to hotels, really?
All right, thank you very much. You have your fresh foods, just like your meat, your vegetables, your lettuce, from your farm produce. You have local farmers around. They feed the hotel with their produce. And in turn, the hotel also pays them for their produce. So these farmers also benefit. And at the end of the day, it also adds to the GDP of the country. So they don't necessarily, how would I call it, get paid by the government. They benefit from the hotel.
From the hotels.
So these are some of the things local communities benefit when a hotel is being established. And we call it the multiplier effect or the rippling effect. Don't also forget the government also will take their taxes.
Okay. All right. I mean, you have it well packed. You must appreciate the fact that you're well loaded when it comes to the information on the other areas where hospitality adds and creates business. You just spoke about the benefit of hotels when it comes to food, those who supply food. We saw some pictures of food, food being prepared on TV there, which is good because it helps to create that multipliers effect, like we said. Let's jump into this next one. It says, beyond the safari and beaches, right? Tourism. How does hotel add value to tourism? I mean, we've seen some pictures of tourism also in the past. We've seen places, videos, but do you see hotels as an integral part that adds value to tourism?
Yes. In a long way, yes, of course. Yes. When you say tourism, it's not just the destination as well. It's about accommodation.
Right.
Now you have a tourist visiting a destination. The tourist will need to lodge. If there is no accommodation, there's no way you can have guests or you can have customers patronizing the destination. When I say destination, I mean your places of interests. Those are your castles, those are your art galleries, the sightseeing, the Olumo Rocks.
Like Obudu Ranch in Nigeria and every other ranch or tourist destination in Africa.
Exactly. So accommodation is usually an integral part of tourism. So if you don't have accommodation, how will people lodge? How will your customers lodge? How will tourists lodge? So it plays a major role in ensuring that destination is profitable for local residents. And when you have an accommodation as well, of course, like I said, the rippling effect. you have the local people, the local community benefiting from it. Because without a hotel, they cannot sell their farm produce. Without a hotel, you will not find people running the hotel. And you have what we call the local participation content that we have in there. So these are some of the things we need to look at. So that is how tourism can really benefit from the hotel industry across the globe. Thank you.
Interesting. You know, we cannot complete this show without asking areas that we know that even if you shut your eyes, right, you can always get it right, which has to do with rooms. What would you say is the ideal design for a room, and what kind of effect do you expect your guests to get if they come into a room? What are the things that need to be in place? You know, the ambience. As someone who's a professional hospitality, person, what kind of things should anyone who's a guest expect, and why? How does it help their well-being and all that?
And I think your line went off for a while. Could you please come up again?
Okay, so I was talking about the benefit of the rooms on the well-being of the guest, who in return can obviously be able to think well, do their business well. Why is that part so important to look into? Are you there? I think we've lost them. Are you there, Mr. Alex? So I think we lost him for a second. Probably the network or something. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have him back on. You're still right here on BDTV. Don't get it a bit twisted for any reason. It is industry focus. And of course, our guest, Mr. Alex, has been giving us all the details surrounding hotels and the benefit it throws into the GDP and the continent as a whole. Don't go, we'll be right back. Welcome back. It is still industry focus. Like everything's on real time. So real time it is, and we give you that program that you need right here on BDTV. We're still talking to our guest, Mr. Alex, hospitality professional. Mr. Alex, are you there?
I'm with you.
Fantastic. So I was focusing on the benefit of the value the rooms of hotels give guests, that will enable them to be well rested so they can face their business and add value to GDP. So why are the rooms quite important? As in, which area, what do you think a basic room should look like that will help the psyche of a guest?
Yes, you see, one of the things you need to look at, the rooms are very important. Now, various destinations come with their own type of accommodation needed in a particular destination. You cannot have a 5-star hotel situated in a destination hidden in the village.
Right.
Most of the 5-star, 4-star hotels are in the city. So you look at the demand, you look at the market and the demand needed in that destination. Now, in the safari, you need a camp. In a destination like a safari, you need a camp. And when you say a camp, it doesn't necessarily mean a 5-star hotel. So the destination will determine the kind of accommodation being needed or the kind of rooms befitting the destination. And that is why I say the tourism and the accommodation aspect of it, they work together hand in hand. They are interwoven, they are intertwined. So whatever tourism you have in a particular destination, whatever sightseeing, the environment, the community, whatever it is that you have there, that is important. The accommodation aspects is worth looking to. Else, you will overcharge. Some of the guests might not even end up coming to that location. That's why it's very important. The rooms are very, very important. The type of rooms and the type of hotel you build in that destination is very, very important.
Okay. We hear you clearly, and you're adding a lot of value, and you're hitting the nail on the head. Let's jump to this next question, very key, and it's focused on the regional integration and competitiveness, right, of several hotels, and at the same time, the kind of value it adds to the GDP. So let's look at this. Looking at the continent's GDP as a whole, growth targets, right? Because we're a business television, and we like to look at the benefit, business benefit it brings to the table. How can African nations move from competing to collaborating? For instance, could a unified visa scheme create a tourism corridor that allows a visitor to experience the markets of Nigeria, the industry of Ghana, the wildlife of Botswana, and the beaches of Kenya in one trip? As someone who is a professional in the hospitality sector, I know you know one or two in tourism. Do you see this thing happening in the future? How could such Pan-African, cooperation directly boost the GDP of each participating country?
That's an excellent question, and a very important one for the Africa's growth story as well. Right now, let me tell you this. Many of our nations are actually competing for the same tourists, the same investors, and the same limited global attention.
Right.
But let me tell you this, Valentine. The truth is, Africa's strength lies in the diversity. And if we connect our strengths and instead, we collaborate instead of competing, then we can't have a win-win situation. Collaboration is very important and not competing against each other. Now, let me give an example. Let's say a unified visa scheme, which could be called a tourism corridor, like what we see with the Schengen ecosystem. You know about the Schengen visas, where
of course
you can hop from one European country
most definitely
to the other. This could be very transformative. You understand what I'm saying? So imagine a traveler flying into Lagos for business, now then visiting Ghana for culture and maybe, let's say, history. Botswana have a lot of wildlife, you know that. And Kenya also for its beaches. Now you have a traveler moving from this destination to this destination, all under one simplified visa.
Of course. And we see those travelers on TV, we see them on, with their bags at airports and everything.
Exactly. So that single decision would instantly multiply travel volume, because I don't need to seek another visa from one country to the other. It's a seamless situation. And that impact on GDP will be significant, because tourism is an economic chain, you know that. More travelers mean more flights, more hotel nights, and more local products sold. And that has to be GDP of a country, because more taxes will be generated as well.
Right.
Because when you have the volumes.
All right, Mr. Alex. We hear you clearly, and we appreciate the words that you're using that give anyone out there who is thinking about tourism, right, the right idea and the time to jump in. Very quickly, let's jump to our next segment, which is deal or no deal, right? I'm sure you heard about the stakeholders in hospitality industry, right? They've called for a more structured and improved system that will attract foreign investment, create jobs, and strengthen the country's economic value chain. Do you see this as a deal for Nigeria and Africa as a whole, or do you think that they are just wasting time? A deal or no deal?
Well, that's a very good one. I'm glad you brought this up.
Right.
So it's a deal.
Okay.
See, one thing we must look at is there must be a proper structure in place if we really need to harness our hospitality industry. Now, a lot of people actually see the hospitality industry as a stepping stone. Now, you don't get the right personnel to run the hotel. It's not just the hotel, the restaurants, the casinos, the bar. They are not people culture. When I say people culture, I'm in for money and get out of the industry. So we lack some of these things, training as well. So we need people to come on board to ensure the right structures are put in place. Just like you said, the convener, Mr. Jonathan Hansen, in fact, I really listened to him a lot when he was giving his speech, and he really made a point. The hospitality industry should be seen as what I want to do.
Right.
It's passion. It is not just I want to make money and leave. But when the proper training, the proper structure is put in place, that is why some brands will tell you, take care of your staff and they will take care of your guests.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
How do you take care of your staff? Better salary, better healthcare, better insurance, better incentives. When your staff are happy, your guests are happy.
When your staffs are
So
happy,
we
your
plan-
guests are happy. Mr. Alex, I know you have a
Exactly.
lot to say, and we cannot exhaust everything in this show. We'll probably do a part 2 in the future, because I tell you, you have said it, and I must say, whoever it is out there who is hoping and wishing to get into the hospitality sector has learned one or two. Mr. Alex, I want to thank you because of time. We do have other things coming up, but I tell you, we'll call upon you again, and when we do, hope you will answer us again.
I'm with you. I'm
All
with
right.
you, 100%.
All right, fantastic. Up next, we do have something called retrospect, and it goes this way, because we like to look at everything in total. Now, retrospect on Nigerian real estate industry so far. It says here, in retrospect, African hospitality has historically been a core cultural value, while Nigeria's modern hospitality industry is a significant economic driver, facing challenges like infrastructure and regulatory hurdles, despite a decline in recent development pipelines, and of course the industry sector potential for growth through government initiatives, local tourism development, and strategic partnership, which would help overcome issues within institutional hindrances. In other words, with everything the hospitality sector is going through, there's still room for change. Do you agree, Mr. Alex? Are you there?
I do agree with you. I do agree.
Okay, so on this note, I want to thank you 100% for being with us, Mr. Alex. We cannot thank you enough. Our guests, our listeners are also there, and viewers saying a big thank you. I see their messages as they send messages, and we are thanking you also. Thank you so much, Mr. Alex, for being with us. We hopefully will do again another part 2 of this sometime in the future. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been wonderful having you guys watch us right here. We are BDTV, and like they say, when it comes to business and you want your business to strive, you should start your day with Business Day. And this has been wonderful with you guys watching us, most definitely on Industry Focus. Until next week Saturday, or better still, next week Tuesday, I will be, and I am still, on Yeka Valentine. Keep watching BDTV. Bye-bye for now.
Norma Obodna.
My name is Yarabal Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is Bisi Shotunde.
Hello and welcome to Events Panorama right here on BDTV. My name is Norma Obona, and today we are right here at 4 Points by Sheraton for the AI Summit by Business Day, curated carefully for you by BusinessDay Foundation. Today's event is themed Shaping Nigeria's AI Future, Accountability and Capacity. And of course, I am bringing you the highlights right here at the event. Come, let's go.
Awesome. We're still in for a very awesome day today. We all know that artificial intelligence is actually taking over, and for that reason, we are all here to gain so much. And now, without wasting more time, I want to make a welcome for the keynote address, Ladi Asuni, partner KPMG Nigeria. Please, you're welcome to give the keynote address.
Morning, everyone. And I'd like to just say a big thank you to the Business Day Foundation for setting up this event at this time. It's a very topical issue. It's part of the things that we deal with as we engage our clients every day. Today, I'm here to speak on the subject of innovation, governance, and inclusive partnerships to really scale responsible AI adoption. It's no news, as we've all said, and from the welcome speech, that the reality of the modern day is that AI has become, or is fast becoming, something that we use on a day-to-day. It has been embedded into a lot of things we do. The way we search, the way we create, the way we produce, the way people develop programs. AI is really going far and beyond in really changing the way we operate. And whilst my topic has a skew towards financial services, I'm going to, as much as possible, in the interest of the audience, try to expand to really look at it at a broader scale. Now, while we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust? Because as things become more pervasive, and as the benefits are also increasing, there's also the issue of the risk. And I'm going to talk about a few examples. Imagine a situation where, important decisions are being driven by AI, but a significant part of the minority, we say minority more based on representation, but in the reality of Nigeria, it's actually going to be the majority, as I said, more than 60% of the population, which is significant, but deemed the minority, are not carried along on this journey. Then the risk in such a situation is that we are building AI systems, or we are building a future that neglects a significant part of our population. And that's where the topic of today really lies. I'm not sure if somebody can just help, I'll prompt. Okay. So the three subjects that we'll be talking about to really bring this home is, one is around innovation. Now, how is AI opening up new possibilities? I believe that for most of us today, and if I can ask by show of hands, how many of us have interacted with any AI platform, say, in the last 48 hours? Show of hands. Okay, I was going to say 1 week, but I decided to keep it tight, but I still see a number of hands up. And for a lot of us that have interacted with AI in the last 48 hours, I'll bet that the common association that we have with AI these days is closely tied to platforms like ChatGPT by OpenAI, or Gemini by Google, or Claude, Anthropic. But the truth of the matter is that AI is not a new subject. As a matter of fact, the earliest publications around AI actually go as far back as the 1950s. So AI has always been around. But the concept of AI is that because the definition keeps shifting, every time we hit a milestone, AI normalizes. When we take pictures in our phone, how many of us have seen that? When we take pictures and then you have that yellow box that identifies faces, how many of us have seen that? Do we all know that that is AI at work? Now, how far back has that existed? More than 10 years, right? When we go on, say, Netflix, and then you see the lineup, or let's even say YouTube, and you see certain type of topics that appeal to you, or even on Instagram, right? You tend to see the things that relate to either your location, topics of interest. You like technology, you tend to see posts around technology. That has been around for how long? For a while, right? Do we know that that's also AI at work? So AI has always been around. It's only become mainstream, right, with the advent of ChatGPT. So AI has been driving innovation for the longest time. But because it's now become so democratized, it's now really in the hands of people, and people for the first time can relate AI directly to their personal productivity. So that's what's really making AI a subject quite pervasive today. Then on the topic of governance, the question there is really saying how we build trust and safeguard the society as we adopt AI. So what sort of policies, what sort of frameworks are being put in place to ensure that AI can be used, without causing the breach? At the advent of ChatGPT or tools like Midjourney that has been used for image generation, there was a huge pushback that this AI has been built on data from publications not have made their way into the knowledge base that we call ChatGPT today. Right? Publishers around the world raised a lot of concerns around saying, hey, this is my intellectual property. Who got my permission to use my intellectual property, my publication, or even people that have written books? Who took my permission before, building large language models of my proprietary work? So there are such concerns, and that's where the issue of governance comes in. Who protects the owners of the intellectual rights? And then, of course, we talk about inclusive partnerships, which is how do we ensure that nobody is left behind? In the welcome speech, I think that was the resonating point, is that how do we ensure that nobody is left behind? Because the truth of the matter is that where we are building AI, we are building sophisticated data models that are prevalently built off of data from Western worlds, built on different markets that have a different reality from Nigeria, then can we really say that the AI in the hands of all of us today has been built with the African or the Nigerian context? Can we say that? So inclusive partnerships. On my next slide, we delve a bit deeper into how AI is shaping innovation. And again, like I said, most of the examples, because of my own sectoral bias, will tend to come from the financial services. Across the world, we are seeing AI innovation in financial services in different formats. For instance, we're seeing AI being embedded into payments, right? And fraud detection. I don't know how many of us have interacted with bank systems where, you make a transaction, and then because the pattern is outside of your normal behavior, or it's outside of the expectations, there's a flag. AI is being able to do fraud detection around payments by running through millions of data at a faster rate than any human can possibly do. So because of that, a lot of banks are adopting AI for fraud detection by saying there is no way Ladi could have used the POS in Victoria Island, and then in the next 2 minutes, the same card is being used to make a withdrawal in Tennessee, right? That data correlation that says, hey, hold on, something's going on here, and then quickly blocking that card, for somebody to check in, for a human to call and say, hey, Mr. Larry, we've noticed some out of normal behavior. What's going on? And then you can clarify to either say, hey, that's not me, block the card. So it's allowing financial intermediation and preventing losses for banks. Also in the space of credit assessment, we've also seen innovation whereby today your bank may say that I can't give loan to person ABC because they haven't maintained the banking relationship for 10 years. Therefore, I have no clue how this person will behave responsibly if we give them a loan. But with AI, we are seeing sort of collaborations with the telcos, saying that, hey, but this person that is financially excluded or that is selling in somewhere in Kaduna or in Aba has been topping up her phone, has been buying airtime, and has been using this line for the last 10 years. This person has been behaving in a way that we can correlate and make a financial determination on our credit worthiness. Again, AI is enabling such broader ways of doing those type of analysis. Also in the space of customer experience, and I'm going to just pause to say, how many of us have actually dealt with the frustration of calling the contact center and being told you are number 10 on the queue? We can relate with that. All the while your credit is burning if it's not a toll-free line. So we're beginning to see AI use cases where financial services, and not just financial services, different industries, are able to put an AI agent that can service customers on a 24-hour basis and interact with you in a near or human-like way, sometimes voice, sometimes text. That's all AI in action. So AI is really powering all sorts of innovation across different industries. A quick case study on the next slide talks about how MTN partnered with TransUnion in South Africa around the sort of use case that I said, using alternative data for credit scoring. And by doing this, TransUnion's been able to extend credit to more than 30%, of the customer base they would have typically granted credit to. And this is not just, or these are not examples that are far out. A few years back, we worked with a Nigerian bank that also deployed a similar model where they were able to collaborate with a fintech that had sophisticated AI-driven algorithms that is able to grant loan to the bottom of the pyramid using alternative scoring methods from their social media data, from their phone usage pattern. And they were able to give credit to a demography that the bank wouldn't in 10 years have considered as their target market. It opened up new possibilities. It opened up new access to finance for that particular group. So increasingly, as we look at all of this, you'll see that, AI is definitely driving innovation across different spheres. Now, as we look at that use case on the next slide, you'd see some themes around how AI has been able to enable some of these things. Like I said, AI being used to determine the loan credit. Users are able to get access to financial services in a way that they couldn't have. And of course, as this has happened, and we saw that in Nigeria too in the lending space, there's also been concerns around how this data is used. The case of, I don't want to mention certain brands, where the data that is used in such scenario is then used to reach out to your contact, your phone contact, to follow up on credit. And also there are cases of data privacy, there are cases of infringement on personal rights that also come with the adoption of AI. So we will not be telling the complete truth if we come here and paint all rosy pictures around AI adoption. So indeed, AI comes with benefits, but it also comes with perils. And that's where the subject of governance, comes to the fore. Going past this case study conversation, then we're talking about governance. And like I said, what happens when data or AI that is trained on biased algorithms inadvertently takes or makes decisions that don't represent the reality of the market. I talked about building large language models off of predominantly Western data and trying to use that in a Nigerian context. Or in a scenario where, say, an airport has deployed an AI-driven scanner or AI-enabled scanner to identify suspicious-looking passengers. But for some reason, only the black people get picked out as suspicious persons. Now, has that data or that model been fair to everybody? In selecting or passing that every person of a particular racial class is likely to be a criminal, that model has inadvertently been skewed or has created biased outcomes that don't represent. So how do we build algorithms that represent a broader coverage and not just something that paints, a certain ethnic category as being pure, while others are being considered of a higher, criminal tendency? What happens when a customer, just using the credit scenario, what happens when a customer is rejected a loan where an AI model has been used to make the decision, but not told why? You are not being told that you are not being given this loan because of certain things. Or in a market where it is pervasive that men are the ones that run businesses, then the AI unfairly denies access to women, in such a scenario. Is that an inclusive scenario? Or what happens to the rural populations that have lower end devices that don't provide as much data points for some of these AI-driven algorithms to also fairly assess their own state of financial worthiness, as the case may be? So it's not theoretical. There's a case of a US bank that actually got sued for denying a particular demography access to credit on the basis of some of these racial stereotyping. So it's the reality. Now we move on to what sort of strategies have been adopted to drive a culture of innovation. And here we are also borrowing from some of the themes identified in Nigeria's national AI strategy, where we are talking about the need for us as a nation to establish deep tech AI accelerators that also take into cognizance building data for our own local use of AI. We are also looking at building centers of excellence to nurture talent and also train people on the ethical practices around AI, building AI and adopting AI. And also national AI conferences to share knowledge, such as what Business Day is doing here today. How many here believe that Nigeria can be a hub for AI innovation in Africa? We have the talent. There are different initiatives. The minister, the Honorable Minister for Telecommunications has come up with the 3 Million Tech Talent Initiative, which is aimed at building up to 3 million technical talent, inclusive of capabilities and skills in AI, which I believe represent about 25 to 30% of the target of that 3 million. So Nigeria more than ever is uniquely positioned to drive or change the narrative around building AI for our own local context. Now moving on to the next slide, we then talk about what then are the guardrails that need to be put in place in order to build responsible AI. First is the need for ethical guardrails. AI must reflect, or AI for use in Nigeria must reflect our Nigerian values and not just efficiency. We have to look at responsible use, building AI that prevents harmful applications. Safety and security standards, defending against adversarial attacks. Now, while AI is creating a lot of opportunities for change and driving efficiency, we're also seeing AI being used to perpetuate fraud. Because today, somebody can take a 5-minute clip of my voice here and easily use artificial intelligence to recompose communication, end-to-end communication that had neither come from me nor originated from me. So AI, there's that tendency for it to be used for malicious intent. We've all seen, I'm sure a number of us have seen clips where AI video is being used, to request ransom from a parent of a child saying, hey, mom, dad, I've been kidnapped, send money to this. They can see the person, they can recognize the person, the voice sounds familiar. What else is there to convince somebody to part with, their hard-earned finances? So there have to be safety and security standards. Legal frameworks for tackling consent, intellectual property, and accountability. And of course, clear regulation from government and other regulators that play in sensitive sectors, including financial services. So all these points strongly align with the focus of Nigeria's AI strategy. And really what we want to be able to get out of a forum like this is saying that how do we turn our ambition to drive AI adoption into a trusted practice. At KPM, okay, this is just a summary, so I'll just skip over this. I just want to say, while the Nigerian national AI strategy has sought to define the need for some of these things, what we've also done as KPMG is that we've also built a comprehensive framework that looks at how, organizations, countries can build responsible AI. And here we identified a number of principles that AI has to incorporate, or any solution being built with AI has to incorporate in order for it to have embedded governance, fairness to all parties. And these are just a few examples, right? What we've said here is that one, AI has to be fair. In a number of examples I've talked about today is really saying, how do we build an AI, or how do we build AI systems that capture the majority and that capture better representation of different parties in the ecosystem. Also, we've also tried to build in, as part of our 10 pillars, data privacy consent, the need for transparency. When AI tools make certain decisions, there has to be sufficient transparency around how we arrived at this outcome, and it has to be something that is auditable. If your bank or if any service provider is building AI-based services, we should be able to call, in a case of litigation, in a case of dispute, we should be able to call to question how was this decision arrived at. We also talk about accountability, which is saying that you don't leave a machine to do end-to-end decisioning. The man in the middle, the concept of the man in the middle. Is there somebody that is periodically checking the outcomes of these AI models to be sure that the outcomes are fair to everyone, the outcomes are devoid of biases, and where there are any such learnings, action can be taken. In a very recent news, again, I don't know how many of us caught that, where a family is suing OpenAI around the suicide by their child off of an interaction with ChatGPT. Now, what sort of flags, what sort of mitigants were put in to ensure that such conversations can be quickly picked up and dealt with before getting to such an extreme state? So all these together are the sort of things that we believe at KPMG that organizations building AI need to take into consideration and build responsibly. Time is up, and I'm just going to, this is my last slide, which is really just talking about the need for inclusive partnerships when we build AI models. The different stakeholders that should be part of the conversation really need to be carried along. We're talking about the government and regulators, technology and data partnerships and alliances to ensure that our data is also represented in the AI models for our market. Academia and research, our universities, how are we updating our curriculum to ensure that the relevant skills around AI is being built. Cross-industry ecosystem partnerships, again, what BusinessDay is doing today, I believe, is part of what we need to see more of to ensure that the AI discourse is not happening in siloed context. And of course, the consumers, the consumer and civil societies that are also able to represent the voice of the minority. I think I would like to close at this point. Thank you for your audience.
Thank you so much.
So we'll get right into it, and I think we'll start off with a conversation that everyone can give an answer to. So we know AI as artificial intelligence is really, it's a huge deal right now. We know that in about 5 years or so, we're looking at a market of trillions of dollars. We're still scratching at the surface. We would agree that there's enormous potential, but would also agree that we cannot truly tap into it without the structure, without the partnerships. So for everyone here, from where you stand, right, what are some of the foundational gaps that you think we must close?
From that program, focusing not just on AI, but also on even just digital literacy itself. Because before we jump to AI, the people who intend to build the systems even have the basic digital skills, right? So the 3MTT is one program. I know that NITDA as well is also really involved in a lot of digital literacy skills.
Things that we need to deal with very quickly that we are still lagging in is the infrastructure, the digital infrastructure that will power this whole artificial intelligence. From where I sit, supporting organizations across diverse sectors to actually operationalize this artificial intelligence journey, tremendous amount of infrastructure is required. A lot of skill is required. Yes, we're on slightly on track there, but I would say the infrastructure is one area that we need to get right. There are other things, but let me just stop with that to give others a chance to just add something.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for taking our time to be here. So I will talk about two things for me that are foundational gaps that we still need to tackle while trying to adopt AI. The first will be for me the data that we actually need. I know that he has mentioned infrastructure, but the way AI works, which I believe that everyone understands, you need large learning models to actually make it work. And you find that in Nigeria, we recently just even had, and I use recently very loosely here, we recently just had regulations that started to regulate how we use data in Nigeria as far back as 2019. So you'd find that we do not have the data that we need to actually responsibly adopt AI, because we have data that the data sets that we currently have now are data sets that are unstructured, and they're not very optimal for AI optimization or adoption. And then you also find that because data protection regulation just came into place as far back as 2019, you'd find that some of the data that organizations even have in place are either data that are outdated or inaccurate or even incomplete. Now, moving away from data, I know that everyone has been speaking about the national AI policy or strategy, rather, that was passed in August 2024 of last year. But what you'd find is that Nigeria does not have a comprehensive framework that has been passed into law to regulate AI in the country. So it's just a draft that has been issued, but it's not made a law yet. So we don't have that legal framework in place that is effective to actually regulate AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Business Day Foundation, for having us here at this important time. My name is Justina Oha. I am CEO of Digital Equity Africa. We're largely focused on digital inclusion initiatives, but really recently, one of our lenses has focused on digital literacy for young people. And I say that as an opening statement because in order to have any fighting chance in the AI race globally, we have to not only look at now and what has happened in the past, but we have to look at the future. What is the pipeline that we're building for AI literacy and adoption? How might we get the next generation to native status, right? When it comes to the use of AI, how might we get them to start thinking as co-builders in developing our own AI language, our own narrative as a people? We are not the West. Over the summer, I ran an AI camp. I partnered with UNESCO and Oracle Academy, and it was interesting 2 weeks. We had kids ages 6 to 17 for 2 weeks, learning about AI, learning about digital footprints, about cybersecurity, learning how to use tools. It was mind-blowing what they were able to present on the demo day just after 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, Nigeria announced a reform around our curriculum. It was beautiful to see that AI education is now a part of it. However, you have to be in JS3 first, before you start getting taught about AI. Why is that so? I think that just going back to the question that you asked, in order for us to be ready, what I want to focus on, because a lot has been said, is that we have to think about the pipeline for powering digital innovation in the future. And AI is an integral part of it as of today. Other countries like the US, UAE have made it compulsory as part of foundational learning. Why are we waiting until our kids are teenagers? Let's all make sense of it. Thank you. I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
We are sounding like we are powered by AI. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right. So my name is Charles M.M. Bolu. I am an IT architect by profession, but over the last 10 years, I've spent a lot of time doing two things that interest me very much. One of them is helping to develop talent across Nigeria and the continent. So far, we've done about 100,000 plus people to date. And then the second one is helping to support or build innovation, or what we call innovation and technology hubs across the country. So the conversation today is very relevant to these two areas that are key. The first one, IT, core IT, enterprise IT, big tech, will always find its level because most times there's enough resources. So the typical commercial banks, the big organizations, the big schools, maybe mostly not in Nigeria though, will typically deploy enough technology funding to buy what they need. But when you talk about it from a national point of view, there's a problem. And I don't want to sit here and make it sound all rosy. When we say all of us use AI, it sounds right. But there's a critical thing to point out around AI and what it portends. There's a sovereign risk and a sovereign opportunity that AI presents. So if we don't bring that to the very fore, then we may not even understand the why of what or why we must act. If I have a friend somewhere in this Lagos, US trained, and one day I was having a deep conversation, and he's into the creative sectors where he's a technology expert. And he had a project where he built a small tent, put musicians, local musicians from his native community somewhere in Edo to capture sounds or notes that don't exist digitally. Somebody talked about data. So it means that if you want to synthesize music today, if you're a musician, it seems like you're in the creative sectors, right? But you are actually tech and everything all together. AI then makes it even blurs every lines possible. So for this guy, if you don't capture the data and put it in, no matter what you try to build out of AI and music tomorrow, it cannot give what is not there. And this is how it permeates every single sector. If I don't know what happens in Ogbomosho versus in Zamfara, then AI will always give me only on the basis of what it has. I think our keynote speaker addressed a lot of that. Now that said, and continue from where most of the panelists have also said or spoken on, you find out that there is the need for the federal government of Nigeria, for institutions that operate in this country and are of this country's origin, to deliberately put resources towards the development of artificial intelligence, which means that we need the talent, we need the infrastructure, we need the product. Is what I have seen interacting across different divides, locally and internationally, corporate or non-corporate development circles, is that it seems we are waiting for somebody, maybe the third coming of Christ, to come and solve our problems. We do not have any national budget for a strategic initiative like artificial intelligence. We cannot depend, sorry if you're from development sectors here, we cannot depend on international development funding to solve it. And it's not one of those things where we say, money, you can't talk about money, just keep doing what you can do. Enough of that. It's not going to work. So every day when I move and interact, one of the things that I bear in mind is, wow, this is a wonderful opportunity for us to finally leapfrog, because we are, I think, the biggest black nation on earth, right? And there's that sovereignty of race, or race. And then there's that sovereignty of Nigeria, which is something to deal with. Call it food, we saw Hilda Bassi last week. Music, we know Afrobeats. Movies, we know Nollywood. Tech, we are making waves. FinTech, Africa dominated, moving out into across the world. All of those sectors are unified by the way they will be affected and impacted by AI. For us to make the most of it as a country, we must invest, put our money where our mouth is, move paper to action. So it's not enough to sign some nice documents, have a lot of pictures, announce policies and strategies. We also need to act. Thank you very much.
Round of applause for the panelists. Very interesting observations and insights so far.
Welcome, Dr. Anibaba.
Thank you very much.
So much have been said of you. So much goodness have been said of you, if you ask me. And then it'll be a good time, you know, to talk about how the artificial intelligence is bringing about social good. You know, when I was browsing through social good, I now realized there's so much I didn't even know about this. And then to know that you've been teaching on this, it shows that Man, you have so much to give us on this. So very quickly, can we just quickly find out from you, from your perspective, what does artificial intelligence for social good mean in the Nigerian context?
First of all, thank you very much for having me. I don't know about teaching about social good, but first of all, the idea of social good, I don't think it's rocket science, even though sometimes we use words in a way that we don't really think about what it means, right? So if you're talking about artificial intelligence for social good, we're really talking about how to apply AI in a way that ensures that societal and environmental challenges are solved with it. Right? And if you bring that to Nigeria, I think the panel did an excellent job bringing out all the issues. So we're just gisting on this one, right? So, but if you translate the idea of AI for social good into Nigeria, you begin to ask yourself, what are the core problems that we're dealing with today? And how do we have artificial intelligence solve those problems? Now, from my perspective, I think that two or so of the most important issues that we should be focused on today are education. Right? Let me start with education. And I think the reason is obvious. We have about 18.2 million children out of school, right? And that represents, guess what, 15% of the total number of children that are out of school around the world. In other words, we are the home of children that are not in school. Yeah? So that's one first critical thing for me. And when you think about artificial intelligence solving that problem, it's just what Justina was talking about, right? We see that it's what in the social sciences we'll call a wicked problem, for the simple reason that it doesn't have a single solution. It has several other things connected to it. And I mean, that example you gave, Justina, was just off the roof, the bit about the woman and her child and all of that. But that's the reality of the majority of Nigerians. So, but the other side of it also with respect to education is to say to ourselves, what do we really mean by education, right? Because when we say education, the first thing we think about is a building and chairs, isn't it, right? And teachers, in quotes, in the traditional sense. And we're thinking, okay, if we're going to solve this problem, we need to build more concrete structures and, and all of that. But artificial intelligence puts us in a position to think a little differently and ask ourselves, what is the problem we are actually trying to solve? I think that is the takeoff point for AI, and indeed any other tool. For another simple reason, AI is a tool.
I agree.
It is a tool. Yeah, and a tool is only as good as what you use it for, or whether it is effectively designed to address a particular problem. So if you take it from that perspective, and we're thinking about AI to address the educational problem, the first question is, what exactly is the problem with education? Is it a lack of teachers? Is it a lack of structures? Is it that we need children or people to become more aware of their world, to be able to think critically about solving the problems in their world? When we begin to define education from that perspective, then we begin to think differently about what kind of AI models are required or AI systems are required to address that kind of problem. Another one that stands out to me easily is health. My theory is that if we solve education and health, we have solved the majority of Nigeria's problems. Yeah? Because a healthy person can focus on building their lives. And a healthy person can focus on getting an education. And an educated person, and I mean a properly educated person, not somebody that went to school, because those are two different things, unfortunately. Yeah? But a properly educated person can creatively solve their own problems. Yeah? So if we can get or apply AI to solve those two problems, at least, right? I'm not saying those are the only two problems we have, but I think those are the most fundamental problems. I'm sure you might have heard that we have 1 doctor to 6,000 people in Nigeria, as compared with World Bank's recommendation of 1 doctor to 500, or is it 600? Yeah? Yeah. And guess where those doctors are located? Mostly in the south and in the southwest. And then even we in the southwest, I went to the doctor on one Monday. I said to myself, I'm going to the hospital on Monday because after all, everybody would have gone to work. Okay. It took me 1 hour to see the doctor for 2 minutes.
For just 2 minutes?
Yes, because the diagnosis wasn't a big deal. I just didn't know what it was.
Was the problem
Yeah?
solved?
Yeah, I mean, with that meeting, yes. Okay. And it was just 2 minutes, right? So I think that when we think about AI for social good, it's about looking for AI systems and models that address those particular cases within the context of Nigeria. Let me leave it at that for now.
All right, now having said that, you've actually touched on major points, talking about health, talking about education. I'm sure you also wanted to talk about environment as well, because the environment also is very important if you ask me. So now very quickly, so how can inclusion be built into a leadership and the policy choices when actually deploying new technologies?
Okay, so first thought, you see, by the time we're done, I'm going to sound like a broken record about understanding the problem. But I'm going to start with that again, for the simple reason that when we say we want to develop policies for AI, the first thing you still want to ask yourself is, what is the challenges we're experiencing? Where are we experiencing it? Who is experiencing it? How are they experiencing it? Right? Yeah? And when we have those questions answered, you suddenly realize that the problem you're trying to solve is not primarily domiciled in Lagos. It's probably domiciled in Nasarawa State, or it is in whatever state. And once you ask the right questions, you begin to see that the people you need to be talking to are probably not where you are. Yeah? And if we take that perspective, we automatically include everyone that needs to be included. First of all, the idea of inclusion, we throw that word around a lot. Yeah, and I'm not sure how much we actually sit down to think about it. But the idea of inclusion is not a nice to have. Yeah, the idea of inclusion suggests that we are taking into account the relevant voices and the relevant parties for addressing a situation. Yeah, and so if I don't need to be involved in a matter, what am I doing there? Inclusion means that who are the relevant voices in Nigeria for solving this problem, or that are experiencing this problem? Where are they located? Again, the what, why, when, who, how, why, and how questions, right? It comes back again. And so if we're able to do that, we automatically include people in the problems and the solutions that we're developing, I think.
So now human rights are often overlooked, if you ask me. Now, in this context, in this conversation, I'm so sorry. Okay, so like I said human rights is often overlooked. So now in conversations about technology, how do you think, how can Nigeria as a country really, safeguard rights as artificial intelligence adoption grows?
Okay, excellent question. And I think the first thing is to ask ourselves that what is human rights in the context of AI, isn't it? Right? Exactly. What exactly do we mean by human rights in the context of AI? I think the panel started to talk about things about, talked about things like privacy, data privacy, talked about fairness. In fact, if you take it from a values-based leadership model, you're talking about transparency, accountability, fairness, and inclusion. Right? Transparency means that when technology or AI is involved in the development of a solution, right, we identify that, yes, we did use AI to do this thing. Yeah? And the implication is that we then know how to interact with that solution, isn't it? Accountability is that somebody takes responsibility for whatever the outcomes of that solution or otherwise is. Right? We can hold somebody to account that, hey, this thing that has been deployed here, right, who is responsible for it? Okay. Yeah? What's the first one? Fairness. Mm-hmm. In the context, I'll use media as an example. Do not have motives that are contrary from the public good. So, for example, in election scenarios, for instance, we have a preference for a particular candidate. So we present his own information in a nice way. And the other one that we don't particularly present the information, okay, he said this and that, but we don't really give it the same oomph, as it were. Okay. That's the other one, right? That is, basic there. Yeah, inclusiveness we've talked about already. So if we take care of transparency, accountability, fairness and inclusion, or inclusivity or inclusiveness, whichever one you want to use, right, we would have ensured that the rights of people are taken care of. We also know we've talked a lot about the Data Protection Act here this morning, right? That has if you like, provisions to ensure that people's rights are protected from the perspective of data usage, privacy, access, and all of those kinds of things, right? How well or how much it is efforts already to ensure that the matter of rights is taken care of going on already.
Yeah, I also agree that leadership in terms of disruption actually requires a strong decision making. Now the question is, how should Nigerian leaders prepare themselves to manage the uncertainties that artificial intelligence actually brings to the fore?
Okay, interesting question. The truth is, one of my core areas is decision making, and as well as strategic foresight, which you may describe as anticipatory governance. And one of my first thoughts is the fact that our leaders, our governments, in fact, leaders in any space, right, not just with respect to AI, but since we're talking about AI, need to build anticipatory governance capabilities. What is that in simple English? Right? How do I anticipate the future? This thing that we're doing now, what might it look like in 5-10 years from now? What might the implications be? And how do we build that resilience into today's systems to ensure that, at the minimum, we minimize the income, more agile? Right? In other words, we don't take 10 years to figure out how to respond to something that somebody mentioned here on the panel that innovators are always way ahead of regulation. True. Yeah? We need to flip that script. Right? The job of regulation truly is to provide guardrails. But is it possible that we can also ask regulators to think as enablers, not just policemen, in quotes? Yeah? Because as long as the mindset is one of we're policing this thing, we will always limit innovation, right? Think about the example of banking, right? And fintechs, yeah? Fintechs were running ahead, yeah? And then the CBN and all the other regulators had to come and say, hey, where are you going to? Hang on, right? Who knows where we might have been right now if perhaps regulation had kept in step with innovation in the financial services sector, yeah? Never mind that indeed we have still advanced to some, considerably from a fintech perspective relative to all the barriers and, all of that. Now the regulators are catching up. But the point is, can we, using anticipatory governance methods and foresight methods, say to ourselves, hey, this thing is likely to go in this direction, right? What should we be thinking about today to help ensure that it does not harm, it does not, but I think maybe one of the key issues is that, and it comes with the territory maybe, yeah, but as regulators, even the word regulator, regulation says, hey, stop them there.
Kinds of limits,
so it's the word itself has a limiting thing to it, right? But I think we have to, our leaders, our regulators have to have a more agile mindset, a more open mindset. How do we, and hey, I'm an AI optimist, right? But like Charles said, we are not at all confused about the risks associated with it. But that's like everything else, isn't it? That's like every other innovation. And that's why our leaders and our regulators have to put strong governance mechanisms that do not hinder, but enable in place.
That's very true. And I also know that indigenous leadership models are part of your research, right? Okay, Dan, so now how might they shape, shape some uniquely African approach to actually governing artificial intelligence?
Okay, interesting question. I think that, first of all, the question is what do we mean by indigenous leadership models, right? Yeah. In other words, what is it that we do, and this is just my simplified way of saying it, what is it that we do in our communities, in our villages, if you like, ensure that the community is cohesive and does well and all of that, right? Yeah. Growing up, I remember watching Tales by Moonlight. Yeah. How many people watch Tales by Moonlight? Okay, so we know it was involved several different stakeholders. So nobody sat down. It wasn't a consultant sitting down somewhere and writing something and say, everybody look at it and comment. It was that lots of people, thanks to the minister and his team, gathered people from various, different stakeholders to say, hey, in developing this thing, what do we need to think about, right? What that does is that it automatically inspires buy-in, right? And that, we did this thing together, so we can own it, right? But when we come into those communities, those local communities or rural areas, and say, we have this nice thing here, technology, that's what it's called, AI, come and use it. On what and for what? Yeah? So those indigenous models help us to break down the trust barrier so that it is usable, accessible, and indeed, it even helps us. The AI we're bringing connects with the needs of the people, not the needs we think they have. Exactly. Because that's another thing with innovators. We design from the perspective of what we think is nice, not what people need. Yeah. Right? So I think that that's a value that things like those communities, the local conversation.
All right, then, before we let you go, I think we'll take two more questions before we let you go. Now, but with rapid advances in generative AI, what new opportunities or risk does this open up for humanitarian work?
Okay, interesting. I'm not in the humanitarian field. Everybody's not just a humanitarian, the Justinas, right? The risks are plenty in terms of, for instance, misinformation, malinformation, and disinformation, and all of that. So the risks are plenty in that regard, and we can go to, we can talk about that. But in terms of opportunities, it also means that people in the humanitarian space have more access in terms of information to the people. I mean, you can literally sit in Vancouver, right, and do a town hall, right, to try to understand the people that you're serving, and engage with them, So it opens the space in a way that allows people to engage across boundaries. Let me tell you something also. I did, in relation to this humanitarian matter, so I did some work with the ILO around child labor in Nigeria. And I was supposed to go and do a presentation in Niger State, I think, and Ondo State. And I looked at it and I said to myself, Chai, I only know how to speak English in the Lagos Business School, and I'm supposed to go and present to northerners that I don't speak a word of Hausa, other than, I don't know, maybe, Pidgin Hausa, let me put it like that, right? But I don't speak proper Hausa. I don't speak, even my Yoruba, when you get to the conch areas, the Yoruba you think you're speaking Lagos ceases to matter. So what did I do? I looked at ChatGPT and I said, we've been doing Google Translate all this while now. And so I put my slides, some content of my slides in ChatGPT, and I said, translate this to Hausa for me.
And it made it easy for you.
And I was like, wow. And this was, 2 years ago? Oh, wow. I'm not even talking about today, so it's obviously better now. Now, did I say the translation? Am I saying the translation was perfect? Maybe not. But when I got there, it pulled them to me that I made an effort, right, to communicate with them in their language. And so I simply had people that also speak English there. I had them do some other retranslations. So from the perspective of humanitarian work, AI has limitless possibilities for helping you connect with the people that you need to connect with.
Sure. Yeah, for time's sake, I'll just limit the questions to just two more. Okay, right now, 10 years from now, what would AI look like in a global push?
Is it what would it look like, or what do we want it to look like? I'll tell you.
What will it look like? What good will it bring in a global push?
So a couple of years ago, I did a presentation, and that story, has just come back to mind. And it is that I created an avatar of an Amina, right? Was it Amina I used? I can't remember the name I used, but this was a young lady, living in some rural area. And I created an imaginative Amina. Let me keep using Amina, who has a small farm somewhere, and she wakes up in the morning. She takes her, phone that has some artificial intelligence-enabled apps on it, and the phone reminds her of her schedule, thanks to Agent AI. reminds her of her schedule, and then says to her that, oh, you need to check your farm now. And so she goes to her little farm, takes a photo of it, and thanks to an AI app on her phone, she can tell that, some plants are not doing very well. And right, with the same app, she's able to reach the people that can give her possible solutions to the, what to do about that plant that is not doing very well. And as she gets ready to go to work, she gets a notification that her mother that lives just a few minutes away in the same compound is suddenly ill. And so she goes to the local community place that has been set up for you to reach out to some, has some database of health issues that you can use it to diagnose, right? And so she puts some of the symptoms in it, she gets an immediate diagnosis, and she also sends a message, somewhere where some medical person will eventually come, but she has an immediate first aid, as it were. She goes back, sorts out her mother, right, and then goes to work, knowing that, and she doesn't miss the timing of the bus, because she also has an AI system that tells her when the bus is going to come by. And then she goes to the bus, gets on the bus, goes to work, right, does a little bit of additional work, and of course she gets a notification that the next bus is leaving, comes back again, and her mother, by this time the doctor has gotten there, the doctor has brought the medication, her mother is okay, but she has gone out with confidence, she's about to sleep again, and she's able to use AI to figure out, what's the weather likely to be tomorrow? Do I need to do anything ahead of before going to work? Yeah? That obviously is a perfect solution, a perfect day, right? Now, I can paint that picture in the other direction, right? And all that needs to happen for us to have the other direction is to do nothing today. Not so. That's all that needs to happen, right? But if we want that Amina scenario where her life is less stressed and she can take care of her needs really quickly, then it is absolutely critical that we start to do stuff now. So when you ask me what would it look like in the future, I think what it will look like in the future is a function of what we do today. Yeah, which is a lot of what it is that the panelists have talked about in terms of data protection, in terms of infrastructure and all of that. So we are co-creating the future. There's no future sitting down and waiting for us. And if we do not think about it from the perspective of co-creating the future, then we are going to be receivers, like Charles was saying to us. And it is whatever they give us, we will collect.
Okay.
Yeah?
So now how can the everyday citizens beyond government and corporation actually participate in social good?
Start with, in social good or with AI? If it's social good, we can continue our advocacy.
Participate shaping artificial intelligence.
Okay, for social good.
Yes, for social
okay, so first of all, educate yourself.
Yeah.
Know the limits, know the risks, know the challenges. And I think that ask the right questions. I think with all due respect, but I think that in Nigeria we can be very docile about learning. I think that we have the tendency to just take and take and take and take and take. We see that in how we consume information also, right? Because, and I'll give you an example. Have you ever been on a WhatsApp group where you saw the president of Kazakhstan had this to say about global warming? And then they write a whole long something, and then people share it and share it and share it. And I'm like, come on. Clearly, the president of Kazakhstan did not say anything like that. And even if you're not sure, can you at least check, right? In other words, we need as individuals to take responsibility for the information we share. We have responsibility to build our critical thinking skills, because let me tell you something, and this is the flip side of artificial intelligence, right? It is going to place a strong demand on our critical thinking skills. Or, if we choose not to take that responsibility, we will simply be swept away by all sorts of malinformation, right? Because it is now a question of people taking information intentionally to corrupt systems and to abuse people and all of that, right? So as average Nigerians, let's begin with first learning, right, and understanding the risks and the benefits of this thing, and then secondly, building our critical thinking skills, learning to ask the right questions so that we don't join the people that are increasing the risks of the problems we're having already in our world with disinformation and misinformation and malinformation.
All right, and Dr. Kanibaba, you've spoken about in this regard, and before we let you go, because we still have like basically 2 minutes, can you just briefly touch on the aspect that is making the rounds on social media? You know, you spoke a lot about education. You spoke a lot about health. You know, these are actually social good that, you know, artificial intelligence is bringing to the common man out there. Now, people will ordinarily just say that, you know, because of some things that are happening in the health sector, they do not necessarily need to go to the hospital. They will just ask, turn AI or, you know, to ChatGPT to their doctors and all of that. So can you throw more light on that, on why people shouldn't just, you know, do so much reliance on that in that regard? Sound, please. All right.
So I'm going to be a bit contrarian, and then I'll come back to the position that you just presented. My being contrarian is in this. Again, with all due respect to the excellent doctors out there, it's before AI came up. When I go to the hospital, as you are telling me what you think is wrong, I'm asking Google. It is not because I think Google is perfect. It is because I want a second opinion that I know I cannot easily get. Right? And also because, I'm sorry, but our educational system needs emergency action. That's the truth, right? I've been to hospitals before where the doctor does not inspire confidence. But this is the person I have to talk to, especially if you use HMO. You know, we're not all, you know, if you use HMO, you have to deal with that. Now, so for you to say that I should tell somebody not to use Google at all. However, please go to the hospital and use Google or AI. Oh, they hallucinate. So you need to triangulate your information. They hallucinate. Why do they hallucinate? Because the way those models are trained, they are trained to predict what the next thing might be, or the next, for example, word in a sequence of words, right? And so if it is not taking account of your context, it can give you something and you think you have the solution. And so even in the use, so that's why I said I will be contrarian, then I'll come back. So this is me coming back now. Learn to triangulate your information. Look for 3 different sources before you say, yes, I have the solution. Artificial intelligence cannot absolutely solve our problems yet. And I always say yet because how many of you knew that we'll be where we are today with AI? Somebody did like this. Okay, noted. I will pretend I didn't see your hand. You know, but the truth about matter is that for many people it's been surprising, the extent to which it has gone. And so the summary of it is that please triangulate your information, whether it is AI, whether it is Google, whether it is anybody, triangulate your information. Get 3 different sources at least before you take a position on a matter.
In the second section, we have the privilege of having speakers, Fuad Lawal. Fuad Lawal. I hope I have not muttered the pronunciation of that lovely name right there. Please, may we have the privilege of having Fuad Lawal. Thank you so much. And then we have another speaker, Olaitan Oreolua. Thank you so much. We also have the privilege of having David Ajikobi join us on the panel session. And our moderator this morning on this panel session is esteemed Eniola Olatunji. Eniola Olatunji, I won't forget to say, that's the panelist, as a moderator, is from BusinessDay. A round of applause for them once again.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for waiting this far. As a journalist myself, it's so interesting for me to be moderating this panel because this panel is going to be about how AI is affecting journalism. And before I start, just before I came online, I was on Twitter scrolling, and then I saw this post about how people get ready to lose your jobs because of AI. And there were politicians, there were doctors. Thankfully enough, there were no journalists there, so I have my job. So to start this particular session, I'd like to start with Fuhad. As someone who governs, or let's say leads a newsroom itself, what are some of the transforming AI editorial workflows that you've seen, and what considerations should media houses in Nigeria keep in mind as they adopt these tools? I mean, even as a journalist myself, we know some of the tools we use, but you as a leader, what are some of these tools?
Okay, working. Hi everyone. I think first of all is to understand how to think about it. Fundamentally, I think that AI, or more specifically as we like to talk about it now, generative AI, fundamentally does two things, right? It either supercharges our productivity, whatever we're doing, right, or enhances an experience, right? I think the biggest thing that is happening is literally the question of, like, who is a journalist? What is journalism? What is the job of a journalist, right? So, for example, one of the jobs of a journalist is writing explainers, right? You are an individual with very, very limited perspective, human perspective, and you have this tool that is, quite frankly, trained on a vast amount of knowledge of the world. All things being equal, right? Who will produce the better explainer, right? And so these are the kinds of things that I find that we are having to ask ourselves, right? In the context of, like, who is a journalist? What is the job of a journalist? And so when I now come specifically to the workflows, one of the ways I like to, like, speak to the newsroom, and I've only been in newsroom a few months. I always like to insist interim because I don't want them to get used to the idea that I'm going to be there forever. But the journalist's job is to find the things that no one else can find. No man, no machine, fundamentally. And if a machine can do everything else, I genuinely encourage people to take it seriously and figure out how it can help them do those things. So, for example, one of the things that newsrooms worry about, or journalists worry about, is, oh, how should I pull off my SEO stuff? SEO is fundamentally you, like, teaching the machine why it should prioritize your article, right? There's a very high chance that if you're trying to really, really craft a strong SEO headline, you should be using a machine, right? The machine understands context, understands search intent. If you're trying to transcribe stuff, yes, there's always the issue around Nigerian accents and all of those things, but you can literally see the models get better every week. And the most important framework I always tell the newsrooms to think about is anything you are doing, right, that can be done by something else, we need to start building and designing the workflows to allow it to be done by something else, so that you can spend more time doing journalism, you can spend more time interviewing people, you can spend more time actually going out for stories, right? I can literally, I was trying to really, really stress someone on the team once, a few months ago, and they're written this newsletter that they were so proud of, right? It's a curation newsletter. And then I was like, how long did it take? And I said, oh, curating everything, oh yes, 7 hours. I just shared my screen, and I generated a newsletter as good, like 2 minutes, complete with this house style, complete with the copy and voice, complete with everything, because tools can do these things. So if tools can really do these things, genuinely, like, what is the job of the journalist? Once again, yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. So you're saying that, so for roles or things that can be done by machine, we should let the machine do those roles?
Yes.
Yes. So I'd just like to ask across the panel session, what are some pressing challenges or opportunity AI presents for Nigeria information ecosystem today? We can start from you.
Thank you very much. So I am a journalist. I've done different things, TV, radio, you name it. As at 2015, when I was doing a master's thesis at the Pan-Atlantic University, I was already thinking about media enterprises, right? In fact, it was the master's in media enterprise. And one of the things we were looking at then was that how is the media going to change, not in 5 years, but in 10 years, right? And what we are seeing now with, and the opportunities rather, what we are seeing now with AI is that AI is going to change how media houses engage, in fact, their content. It's going to change how they engage with their audiences, and it's going to change how, even in their revenue systems. And I'll give you an example. Many of the AI tools that we use now, particularly the big ones, Gemini, ChatGPT, and the rest of them, they actually use Nigerian content, Nigerian copies from Nigerian newspapers or whatever it is, media houses, to train their models. This morning, so for example, one of the things I've done in the past that we still collaborate with Google, Meta on what they do. So as I'm speaking to you now, in the next couple of weeks, you are going to see a button on your ChatGPT, on your Grok, and other places where you are going to say, fact check me. That is the model saying, because the model itself knows it's hallucinating. So if there's something wrong, or you feel that this might be incorrect, how can you fact check me? And I'll give an example. This morning I was trying to do something on GPT, and it gave me a Wikipedia. First thing I do is I go to the source. It gave me a Wikipedia source, and I was like, okay, first, as a fact checker, that's usually one of my red flags. And I went and I realized that, of course, it was wrong. And what I did immediately was, because I had the back-end thing that we'll go to, was to say that this sourcing is wrong. So generally for the media, the opportunities are enormous for us. And I think for us to start thinking innovative, like Dr. Anibaba said, that don't wait till the next big thing comes. What are we developing right now for ourselves in Nigeria? If I were to ask this room now that list 5 innovative media companies in Nigeria, can anybody give me 5? When I say innovation, in terms of how they are looking at their data, how they are looking at their content, how they are looking at their audiences. And if we don't have that kind of data, and Fuad is here, he's doing something very fantastic with archive.ng, right? A lot of people don't understand how that is going to be very, very game-changing. The articles you saw in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, are going to be what? Online. They are going to be, not just online, they are going to have digital forms, so that these models will use them to not just archiving, but also reference, whatever it is we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you want to speak to that?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Suddenly I feel out of place. I'm surrounded by journalists, and I work in AI. Before I go on to answer the question around opportunities, I just, in the spirit of everything we've discussed so far, about the importance of data and data as a foundation of everything we're building with AI, I'd just like to say a huge thank you for what you're doing with archive.ng. We might not understand at this point in time how vital what we're doing is, but in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, we start to see the importance of why having this data and preserving this data is important. And to speak of opportunities, I'll speak to two main opportunities. And the first is something he has briefly touched on around efficiency. By design, AI helps you be more efficient. And that's because the way AI is by design is to mirror how humans work, how humans function, and to replicate human capabilities, albeit in a computer system. And so the things we can do, they can do faster and quicker than we can. And so things that would normally take several hours to do, we can shorten them to minutes and get that done. The second thing is scale. I was thinking about it earlier, that if you probably wanted to reach people in local languages. Say you write a news article, you want to translate it to Yoruba and to Hausa and to Igbo and to several other languages. It will take you a lot of time. It will take you expertise. It will take you extra cost to do all this. But now you can do these things faster, and so because of that, you can literally reach more people with the same information at a fraction of what it would normally cost you. And so when I think about the impact that AI has in journalism, it's that efficiency and the scalability that it offers media houses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So everyone is saying that there are opportunities for us as with AI. It can help us scale, write fast, and every other thing. I'm sure like we've all heard them say archive NG several times. Fuad, would you like to tell the audience what archive NG is?
Okay, so it's archiving first of all. It's archive.ng. We thought we were bright when we were naming it like that, and everybody ended up calling it archive NG or archivi or kivi. But it's archiving. Fundamentally, what it does is there's this massive history gap, as we know, in Nigerian history. If you asked your favorite LLM today, even though that was not the original intention, but if you ask your favorite LLM today that what happened March 5, 1965 in Lagos, it has no clue, right? Because there is nothing for it to learn from, unlike if you ask it about New York, for example. And so what archiving is fundamentally trying to do is like find these sources of knowledge and data, digitize them, right, make them accessible. So if you opened archiving on your phone today now, you can access like roughly 100,000 pages, right? The oldest stuff you probably find is from the 70s. And then beyond just making it accessible, right, we are also like basically working with people to like facilitate sense making. So like, what does it mean? As a reporter, like how can you use these archives to like tell richer stories? What did it take to be successful as an entrepreneur in 1991? How is it different from 2025, right? So there's this interesting thing that old newspapers used to do where you would see like these big elaborate listicles about like the most successful businessmen. And the lists, whenever I go back to those lists, they are vastly different from how we think about success today. What can that tell you about Nigerian prosperity, right? So fundamental archiving's job is close the history vacuum by digitizing archival materials. We start with newspapers, now we're exploring oral histories. We're going to try maps, we're going to try video archives whenever we find them.
Oh, that's
make them
great.
accessible.
Oh, very, very good, very good.
Right now, let's make welcome our director of Business Day Foundation, Lily Adimefe. You're welcome. A round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, Destiny, and to all our other moderators, Eniola, Bethel. Thank you for steering these powerful conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, partners and change makers, as we bring this day to a close, I want to begin with a simple but profound word. Thank you. Thank you for showing up, not just physically, but intellectually and purposefully. Today, we didn't just talk about AI, we talked about access, equity, and the kind of Nigeria and future we want to build, one where no one is left behind. This summit was born out of the conviction that technology must serve humanity, not the other way around. That AI, when deployed ethically and inclusively, can be a tool for justice, for opportunity, and for transformation. We've heard from policy shapers, entrepreneurs, media, educators. We've explored the possibilities of AI in education, healthcare, media, finance, and governance. But beyond the panels and the presentations, what we've truly done today is plant seeds. Seeds of collaboration, of innovation, and of hope. At the Business Day Foundation, we want to be part of bridging Nigeria's digital divide and unlocking the full potential of our people, but we can't do it alone. The work ahead requires all of us, government, private sector, civil society, and media, to move from conversation to commitment, and from commitment to action. So as you leave here today, I ask you to carry this momentum forward. Let the summit be a beginning, not an end. Let it be the spark that ignites new partnerships, policies, and possibilities,
Speaking of action, I'm thrilled to announce that planning is already underway for the Business Day AI Summit 2026. This is our pilot edition, and next year we hope to go bigger. We're creating a space not just for, you can clap. We're creating a space not just for dialogue. We intend to make it bigger and more inclusive even. So if you're a partner, a builder, a funder, we want to hear from you. Let's co-create something, a platform that doesn't just talk about innovation, but actively accelerates it. I especially want to thank our partners, without whom none of this would have been possible. KPMG, Wigwe and Partners, Olaniwu Ajayi, and Digital Equity Africa, and Tech Kabbalah Media Partners. Let us build a Nigeria where every child, woman, youth has access to digital learning, where every entrepreneur can scale with smart tools, and where every citizen can engage, participate, and thrive in a connected world. On behalf of the Business Day Foundation, I thank you again for your presence and your belief in a better future. We are honored to walk this journey with you. Thank you, and see you at the next summit.
Another round of applause for our Executive Director, Business Day Foundation, Madam Lily Adimefe. Thank you so much for the turnout at the AI Summit 2025. And like you just heard, this is a maiden edition. And yet another editions will be more power-packed than you just benefited from this summit. I want to thank each and every one of us for, the fill the form earlier. Please kindly return to any team member you find around. Please do not go home with the form. Thank you so much for your time, and as you leave, drive safely and move safely. Until next time, my name is Destiny Momo. I'm a senior broadcast journalist, Business Day Television, and a media relations consultant and a compare. Thank you so much and have a good afternoon.
Designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most.
And today you had a very, very wonderful time at the AI Summit 2025. I would like to know what gave you the idea to put together such an impactful event.
All right, thank you for that question, and thank you for having me at this segment. The idea to have the AI Summit 2025 actually came from our strategic goals as the Business Day Foundation. A lot of the work we do is around media and ecosystem strengthening, but then inclusive development is also a core focus for us, and it also comes from realizing that the change we want to see, inclusive development and growth, are hinged on strategic levers. For us, they include digital economy, which is where AI Summit, comes from, because AI it's everywhere right now. It sort of overshadows every other kind of conventional technology, and it's impossible to have that conversation without putting AI in the mix. There's also climate change and resilience. There's also trade and investment, and then there's the creative industries, where media sort of also, undergoes a large part. But then AI Summit basically was born from that strategic thrust into the digital economy and finding ways that we can ensure inclusive development across board with digital.
So what are some of your takeaways from today's conversation? We had quite a wonderful time with the panel sessions. I think that you took your time to handpick all your speakers and they did very well. So what is at least one major takeaway that you're going home with, or you would wish that someone who was here would go home with today?
Okay, yes, you're right. We had quite an amazing lineup of speakers, and they came from different sectors, whether it was policy side, legal side, finance, core technology, development, and academia. And if I could sum it up, which is really impossible, but then I'd say for me, especially from our position as Business Day Foundation, I'd say collaboration. A lot of conversations established one thing, that multi-sectionality is key. Understanding that tech alone cannot fix whatever challenges or opportunities are before us, and that it needs to be a multi-sectoral approach to really glean the full potential of what this can do for us, for Nigeria and for Africa. And it's being able to put together frameworks, that are collaborative and also preemptive. Just being ahead of the curve, being able to predict what's coming next. And one side of the divide can't see it all. So we need everybody to man post and to sort of come together to work together towards that at this point in time.
Okay, so in the next 5 years, what do you think this conversation we've had today will improve our society on? What do you think the conversation is going to add to in our society?
So because of the way AI, is just growing in leaps and bounds, and like someone asked towards the end of the last panel, that raise your hand if 3 years ago you thought we'd be here. Like if you thought with AI we would be here today, and I think only one person who must have the eyes of heaven could see that far. But then for most of us it really is, it's new and it's fast and it's emerging. So in 5 years I don't know what that might look like, but then I think the goal for us is to ensure that we are bridging the gaps, we're bridging the divides. So AI is not an elitist conversation, but conversation that really touches everyone, because it does in a way. Whether it's bias in the way that AI responds, AI generates solutions, AI is, engaged even, and how that mirrors or perpetuates bias in everyday life, and then deepens marginalization, deepens divide between, in society, whether it's with finance, whether it's with livelihoods, whether it's with healthcare access, whether it's with education. There's so much that it touches, and at the end of the day, I think it boils down to being able to bridge the divide so nobody's left behind.
Thank you so much. We've been talking about financial inclusion a lot recently, and what you just said, and this event as well, captures all of that, including everyone, not leaving anyone behind. So are we hoping to see more events from Business Day Foundation?
Absolutely.
Okay, so what are some of the things we should be expecting in the future?
So convenings are a key part of our approach, being able to bring stakeholders together and have conversations that matter and actually move the needle. And even beyond the conversations, beyond the convenings, putting together groups that actually chart roadmaps, research, data, insights, and bringing it all together in a way that informs, shapes decision-making for the greater good of the larger good. In terms of events, we have some programmatic events coming up. We have the Equal Frame program that's focused on closing the gender divide in journalism and media. That's something we're really passionate about, and then we're hoping to launch this year, and then it's going to run into next year as well for our first edition. In addition, we have some work we're doing with the Impact Investment Foundation. So in the coming months, you'll see or hear more of that as well. And then in 2026, we're doing a lot of civic engagement. As you know, it's a pivotal year for 2027, where we'll be deciding the next electoral, cycle for Nigeria. So a lot of that's going to be going in to ensure that, citizens are well informed, engaged, all stakeholders are able to participate in a way that ensures that everybody's able to do their duty. And there's information that, powers that process, basically. So there's a lot. You could also, or I would also say, to follow our channels very closely, follow our websites. We're working currently in a lot of conversations with partners, possible partners, people who have work already ongoing and are looking for us to come and help amplify. We have people who are also looking at co-curating or co-creating programs and interventions. So there's a lot that's happening and that I can't unpack right now, but I'm sure that if you followed our platforms, you'd be able to get all the information.
All right, viewers, that's all we have right here at the interview segment of Event Panorama, and we just had Lily, the Executive Director of Business Day Foundation. Until next time, bye.
I am Norma Obodna.
My name is Yarabal Bahrani.
My name is Mark Kennedy.
My name is BC.